Namaskar. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Navneet, and I'll be your host for today, and I'll take you through all the sessions. On behalf of IPA and our summit partners, we welcome you all to the second day of the first Global Innovation Summit. We hope that yesterday you enjoyed all the sessions, and so is today. We have six major sessions throughout the day, starting with the Grand Innovation Challenge, building innovation ecosystem in India and framework for innovation, the session on promoting academia and industry collaboration, a session on experience sharing, the power-packed CEO panel discussion, and at the end, the concluding session. All of you who have joined on our Summit microsite and our social media channels like YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitter, please visit our social media page at the rate of IPA Official. Please post your queries, your comments, and make it interactive. We have hashtags like Pharma Innovation 2021, Discover in India, India Innovation Journey, and Navonmesh Bharat. With these remarks, we go to the next session for today, which is very exciting session. It's called Global Grand Innovation Challenge. We are starting today with this exciting challenge with our innovators who have been invited from all across the country. Thanks to Invest India and BIRAC for partnering with us for making this session a success. Every innovation begins with an idea, but an idea is only a possibility, a small beginning that must be nurtured, developed, engineered, tinkered with, championed, tested, and finally implemented. The moderator for our today's session is Mr. Anirudh Roy Popley. His partner McKinsey & Company and leader of McKinsey India's Life Sciences R&D. So without wasting any more time, let's get into this session and see all what we have from our innovators today. All the best to everyone who is going to present. And with these remarks, I hand it over to Anirudh. Thank you very much and namaskar. Anirudh, you need to unmute yourself. Thank you.
We can't hear you, Anirudh.
No, we still cannot hear you. Can you check your audio settings, please? No, we still can't hear you. No, Anirudh, sorry, we cannot hear you. Maybe someone from the backend can support Anirudh.
Can we request Anirudh to log out and log in again?
Anirudh, can you please log out and log in again? Maybe that will help. So we are sorry for this technical glitch. I hope that Anirudh will be back in a few moments. So I think without wasting time while Anirudh is getting in, I would take the liberty to invite the panelists. Yeah, Anirudh is back. Anirudh, can you please try? I think it's not working. So I'll go ahead and invite our panelists for today's session. So our first panelist is Dr. Chandrasekhar. He's director of the CSIR Institute, IICT. Then we have Mr. Pankaj Patel, chairman of Cadila Healthcare. Mr. Satish Reddy. He is, no, Mr. Satish Reddy is not there. Mr. Axel Bohr and Professor Arvind Sahai. He is the M.N. Vora Chair, Professor of Marketing and Entrepreneurship at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Mr. Alex Bohr is the Senior Partner, McKinsey and Company. So I think moving ahead with the session, can we have the panelist while Anirudh is trying to fix up his problem?
I'm here, Navneet. Can you see and hear me?
Yeah, very well, very well.
I'm also here. I hope you can hear me.
Over to you, Anirudh, please.
We still seem to be having some technical problems. How do you want to play it, Navneet?
So what I'll do is I have the names of the innovators. Maybe I'll start inviting them, and we move ahead with the session for the day. So our first innovator is Dr. Pankaj Kumar Singh and Dr. Nitil Pal Kalia from Naipur, Hyderabad. They are going to present development of 1,8-cineol neoemergent bearing amphotericin B against mucormycosis, the black fungus. So can we have Dr. Pankaj and Dr. Nitin, please?
Hello, good morning, everyone. May I visible to everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, it is audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay, sir. So, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Pankaj from Naipur, Hyderabad, and with me, my student, second year student Anita Sriram also joined the session, and we both wrote the part. And Dr. Nitin Palia is not available, and he is in the part of for the antifungal activity. So basically, I'm from the pharmaceutical department of Naipur, Hyderabad, working as an assistant professor. So okay, can we go ahead with this PPT, sir? Okay, so Anita, are you joined? Okay, so basically the thing is that we designed this project to address the problem of this mucormycosis, which is becomes very popular, we can say, in the last 1.5 year, when this COVID problem is there, and after the peoples are on ventilator for a long period time, and lot of patients are suffering for the by this mucormycosis, and there is a very less very less probability is that after means to recover from this mucormycosis, because only the doctors in the India are recommending ambisome. Okay, so ambisome is well established product of amphotericin B in the market. But thing is that there are some problem which is associated with the ambisome, nephrotoxicity is there, and there is some heart issue and heart attack problem is there. So there is no other option. Only thing is that only doctors are prescribing ambisome at the time. At the same time, there is a huge shortage of ambisome in the market. That is a amphotericin B liposomal formulation. So these are some challenges to sort out these challenges, because ambisome treatment with the ambisome is requiring 1 month hospitalization of that patient. Okay, because it's required a slow infusion toward the patient. So by keeping this all thing in our mind, we just designed a proposal in that going to develop the uh, uh, l- uh, nano emulsion with a oil which is having itself some activity against the fungal infection. So the thing behind this project is that this we are going to encapsulate amphotericin B in the nanoemulsion. At the same time, the oil which is we are going to use as a carrier for this nanoemulsion will also act as a antifungal activity. Means the ultimately this, can you share the next slide? Go to next slide, please. So the
Yes.
ultimate goal or rationale behind selecting these two drug, because amphotericin is well established antifungal drug. There is no doubt about this, amphotericin is having good activity. At the same time, the oil which we use, this is cinesol oil, which is already reported for its antifungal activity. So it will be the best thing if we use as a we use as a carrier which is already having some antifungal activity. That's why, so we choose this amphotericin B and 1,8 cineal oil as a drug delivery system. And at the same time, as our lab and I have approximately 6 to 7 year experience in the drug delivery system, so we are very used to, or we are very well versed in the development of this nano drug delivery system. So we are able to develop nanoparticles, liposomes, nanoemulsion. So our approach is that we will go for the emulsification method to develop this nanoemulsion, and we will characterize in the term of mean particle size, in the term of PDI, entrapment efficacy, and in vitro drug release, ex vivo hemolysis study that is required, as well as with the help of our colleague Dr. Nitin Pal Kalia, we will go for the in vivo activity. So these are the whole concept we prepared, and we want to work on that. I think this hooter is for the time only, but I will just take 1 more minute to explain this graph. What we want to show, it is showing like this amphotericin B with 1,8 cineol oil will not give the additive effect; it will give the synergistic effect. So this is the whole concept what we want to be come because one more time, please go to next slide. And there is no problem of commercialization or scalability, because with the nanoemulsion based 5 products are is in the market. So there is no issue of commerciability. So by keeping all these things in mind, we designed this project to get some funding. Just go to next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, in this slide only, we want to say USFDA is well approved drug. It is gold standard for the fungal infection as well as visceral leishmaniasis. Means if you see in the north, sorry, east part of India, there is a lot of problem of visceral lymphocytes. So only drug is amphotericin B, which is prescribed by the doctors, as well as this 1,8-cinnamon oil is having independent activity and approved as a safe. And already we prepared nanoemulsion, so we are able to prepare. Ultimately, we want to go for the development of this nanoemulsion, and we have to find out the stability and other characterization techniques to see its effect. After getting that, we will go for the in vivo activity in the fungal culture. Please go to next slide. Thank you. So credibility of research is means actually we want to give a alternative of ambisome that is not till we have. So this is all about from ourselves. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, 1 second, sir. I want to speak.
Okay. So
thank you very much.
She is my
we
student.
have to move to the next presenter, please. Everyone has got 5 minutes to present. So we need to move to the next presenter, please. Thank you very much, Dr. Pankaj.
Thank you.
Could we invite the questions from the judges now?
Yes, sir.
Pankaj bhai, we are not able to hear you.
Hello.
Yeah. Sir, Hello.
Dr. Pankaj Kumar, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Ambisome is a liposomal formulation of amphotericin, which has been developed actually to reduce to take away the toxic effect of amphotericin if it is given as a plain injection. So by making this liposomal thing, they have been able to take care of the toxic effect of amphotericin, and as a result, this is what is the drug which has been drug of as black fungus infection is concerned. So how would you say that with making an nanoemulsion, you will be able to remove the toxicity of amphotericin? Because you are still using the drug amphotericin, and if you use nanoemulsion, how the toxicity will go away?
Anita, can you answer or?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, here what we are going to do is we are along with the amphotericin B, we are going to employ another agent and potent antifungal agent, that is 1,8-cineol. So as a result, what happens is when the synergistic activity is improved, we can reduce the dose of the amphotericin B. Automatically, when we reduce the dose of the amphotericin B, then the dose dependent side effects or the dose dependent cytotoxicities can be reduced. And not only that, the liposomal formulation as such, when it is introduced into the body, as it doesn't have any ligand, it will be engulfed by the RES organs, reticuloendothelial system. But in case of the nanoemulsion, these things would not happen. As a result, when our main target is to reduce the toxicity of amphotericin B by employing another potent antifungal agent, which has already improved, which has already in other studies, it has proved, it has shown its more antifungal activity. So by molecular modeling studies, we have designed this 1,8-cineol has the activity to bind with the fungal cell membrane, especially by inhibiting the beta glucan synthesis. So that's why we have considered it as a potent antifungal agent. Not only amphotericin B, whatever the amphotericin B is going to provide the efficacy, we are hypothesizing that same, not even the same, of course, almost same efficacy is going to be produced by the 1,8-cineol. That is the reason why we can automatically, that amphotericin B dose is 5 mg per kg to the 10 mg per kg per dose to the patient. But if you use the 1,8-cineol, we will definitely make sure that the dose may be reduced to the 2 mg per kg or 2.5 mg per kg, as we are employing another green chemical approach. I mean, 1,8-cineol is a natural natural derivative obtained from the eucalyptus oil. As a result, we want to reduce the dose of amphotericin B, as well as dose dependent toxicity and side effects can be reduced. And not only that, this 1,8-cineol has the anti-inflammatory and antioxidant activities, which can be utilized in the decrease in the inflammation associated mucormycosis patients. Thank you.
Sir, one more thing I want to add. If a patient is start taking embisome, they have to hospitalize and they have to go for the infusion for 1 month in the hospitalized due to the dose dependent toxicity only. So dose is required to reduce because the dose dependent toxicity even in the liposomal formulation embisome is reported. That's why they give the infusion for 1 month at very small dose.
Yes, sir. But if you go for
Thank you,
nano
sir.
emulsion, it is for oral drug delivery. So the patient can be even without any bedding system also. They can
Dr. Pankaj, ma'am, if you could just take the time out now. Judges, would you have
Okay,
any
sir.
other questions,
Okay.
or
Thank
we are okay to move to the next participant?
Dr. Arvind want to ask a question.
Dr. Arvind, we are
Me
not able
too.
to hear you.
I was going to ask a question as well, if you
Please.
hear me.
Please, please go ahead.
I mean, first of all, congratulations. I mean, it's obviously addressing a big unmet medical need. But I have two questions that may be less about the science here, but more about a go-forward view around commercialization of the asset. How have you thought about this? Have you early hypotheses around the commercialization of the asset? And if you think about the existing treatments, do you have any view how pricing would compare to this, and would it be competitive in the market?
Yes,
Sorry,
sir. Definitely,
Arvind.
sir. If you go for the ambisome, if you see that ambisome vial, we will have the lyophilized powder. That means it is used for the injection formulation. So we have to sterilize and we have to go for lyophilization, which will be more cost effective, which will be more cost. When compared to the oral nano formulation, we are going to use the natural 1,8-cineol, which is obtained from the plants. It will be of the low cost, and not only that, we are going to use the oil in water emulsion. So the drug will be same, but additional cost effective things we are reducing. In case of the lyophilization, in case of the liposomal preparation, we are going to use the either rote evaporator, costlier equipments we are going to use, and we are going to use extra lipids. But here we are going to use with the cost effective water and the oil, and we are going with the simpler equipments like magnetic stirrer. Sometimes it may be the probe sonicator. In hardly, if you want to reduce the particle size to a great extent, then we will go for the high pressure homogenizer. So the ease of simple preparation and simpler equipments, this all will reduce the cost effective all will reduce the cost. So the commercialization will be more easier. The commercialization will be having the significant value when compared to the liposomal injectable amphotericin B oral nano formulation with simpler cost effective simpler equipments, and sterilization and lyophilization additional things will not be there.
Thank you, ma'am. Professor Sahai, if I may invite you, you had a question.
Very quick question. If I heard you right, just a clarification, you're still to begin in vivo tests, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We will do, sir. We will do, sir.
That's all. That's all. Yeah.
Dr. Chandrasekhar wanted to
Dr.
ask some question.
Chandrasekhar,
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I think
and we'll
Pankaj.
keep the last question for
Yeah,
this.
Pankaj, I think you're talking of
Good afternoon,
amphotericin
sir.
B lows reduction and trying to use a terpene oil, okay,
Yes, sir.
neither which
Yes,
is proven by an FDA, and addition, if you call it to be part of traditional knowledge, no science allows mixing an Ayurvedic or a traditional product with a modern drug. So I believe there is a flaw in your basic concept of mixing a traditional oil which is used for antifungal as a, I don't know, oil applying on the skin fungal is one. Number two, if you want to mix two antifungal drugs, even if it's approved as an FDA drug, you cannot mix two antifungal drugs and claim that dose of fever amphotericin coming down. So I think there is a basic challenge in your concept. I suggest you talk to some professionals who are experts in formulation before you take the project forward. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Dr. Singh, ma'am, thank you for your participation. I would like to now move on to the next entry, but before that, just a quick reminder to the participant group. We have about 5 minutes for each participant to talk through their presentation. There will be a buzzer at 4 minutes. please, we would request you to not exceed beyond 5 minutes. And then we will have about 3 odd minutes for the judges to probe further. And we would have the second buzzer at the 3-minute mark. With that, if I could invite the team from IIT Bombay, Professor Kulkarni, along with Dr. Adarsh and Ms. Sayoni. You would be talking about the multifunctional sunscreen, which is based on engineered ZNO. Welcome, team.
Thank you, Anirudh. Myself, Dr. Adarsh. A very good afternoon to esteemed panel members, Indian Pharmaceutical Association, and everyone listening virtually. Thank you for having my team and me here today. We are here to present our innovation on engineered, safer zinc oxide-based multifunctional sunscreen active ingredient for skin care and cosmetic application. Our team member include Professor Ajitar Kulkarni. He is a chair professor at IIT Bombay, and I am an alumni of his group, currently working as a scientist at CSIR NIST Thiruvananthapuram. And Ms. Sayoni Sarkar is a PMRF scholar at IIT Bombay. Our supporting colleagues include Dr. Mayuri Gandhi, Professor Venkatramani, and Professor Rohit Srivatsava. Can you please move to next slide, please? As all of us are aware of sunscreen, but why has WHO necessitated their use? WHO states that 1 in every 3 cancer diagnosed is a skin cancer. When this grim reality strikes us, we realize how important it is to make use of sunscreen that has high photostability, high absorbance, broadband UV radiation shielding, and desired skin sensorial property. However, finding such an active ingredient remains a stumbling block for sunscreen industry till now. Years of intense research have led to some revolutionary achievements, such as TiO2 and zinc oxide have been substituted by their nanoparticulate counterparts to eliminate light scattering effect, thereby improving the skin sensorial property and shielding effects. Despite such paradigm shift, there persist challenges related to photodegradation, oxidative stress generation, and toxicity effect of this active ingredient. This lacunae propelled us to ideate a novel bio-friendly sunscreen. We called it shiny skin, which not only overcome all this drawback, but it coupled with additional benefits. The USP that make our products stand out are its broadband screening, its high photostability, cosmetically potential visible emission via eliminating harmful UV emission usually found in commercial available zinc oxide nanoparticle. Our visible emission is exactly matching with the in vivo skin emission color, adding its cosmetic value, rendering a skin brightening effect. It is transparent with high molar absorptivity and non-toxic, and its antioxidant potential is useful for eliminating oxidative stress. Next slide, please. So we are now towards commercialization path. We have developed high inorganic loading cosmetic suspension. These products can be used directly to develop sun care creams. We also demonstrate that engineered zinc oxide nano particles foam have photostability for nano complexes with high molar absorptivity and enhanced photostability for organic counterparts, while completely eliminating the harmful ultraviolet A emission and also providing us with a useful emission for providing superior skin sensorial property. As it says, prevention is better than cure. Our motivation is to provide a cost-effective sunscreen which cater to underprivileged community. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, moving forward, we successfully designed and fabricated an in-house continuous flow synthesis assembly. This is a highly sustainable synthesis process with a high throughput of gram scale and easily scalable with enhanced reproducibility. With reasonable precision control over the process parameter, facilitated enhanced reaction kinetics that yield engineered zinc oxide with desirable properties. Our process yield similar to 70%. This reduced cost by 10 times when compared with commercial zinc oxide nanoparticles. Visible emission of gram scale powder, you can see in the right side of this slide. Next slide, please. Further, moving closer to commercialization, we perform rigorous testing and quality check for our product. It has excellent biocompatibility compared to commercially available sample. As you can see in the graphs, Additionally, it offers superior antioxidant potential that can further help in mitigating the oxidative stress. Our commercialization path of Chinese skin might be just a drop in the vast ocean of this preventive medicine. However, this indigenous game changer technology innovation can make a difference in the lives of people across the globe. This innovation is IP protected and with 3 patents and also published many high impact international publications. Our roadmap for commercialization is through Global, as you can see in the downside of this slide. A startup focusing on preventive healthcare product. We also invite interested industry to join us to make Chinese skin a global commercial success. To conclude, our product lightens the skin, reduce oxidative stress along with the superior UV protection. This product is now available as a suspension and as powder to cater the requirement of industry. With this, we thank Indian Pharmaceutical Association for giving us an opportunity to present in front of this distinguished panel members. It is indeed a great privilege to us. Thank you very much.
Dr. Adarsh, thank you so much for keeping it very targeted. Would love to invite our judges now to pose their questions and suggestions.
If I may then very quickly, where are you in the testing process, Dr. Adarsh?
Yeah, right now we are doing in vitro toxicity analysis. We have scaled up the process. We in lab scale, at gram scale, we have done.
Dr. Chandrasekhar?
Yeah, I think first of all, when you look at zinc oxide nanoparticles versus engineered, when you say engineered, I don't know what is that word. Have you made it more nano, or have you done any other processing of adding additives to your zinc oxide?
Yeah, we have promoted oxygen vacancies. This will provide a sub-band energy level, because as if you look at normal zinc oxide particle, it have a harmful ultraviolet emission. So that is eliminated through introduction of this oxygen vacancy that provide a band energy level that will reduce this harmful emission and bypass this emission to visible emission. This is important for sensorial property as well, because it
but zinc oxide is already used in the skin cream. Am I correct?
Sorry,
zinc
sir?
oxide is already used in the skin cream.
Yeah, it has a problem of this harmful ultraviolet A emission, because it's a direct band gap material.
No, I think you answer my question. Is zinc oxide already allowed by the regulator to use in the sunscreen lotions?
Yeah, it is FDA approved.
Okay, thank you.
So
Judges,
I have a question. One question. Did you do any kind of skin sensitivity with this new zinc oxide formulation?
Sir, we are progressing towards cell line only. Toxicity analysis, still toxicity analysis we have done in vitro. Not sensitivity study, we have to move forward. The next level we'll be doing that.
Okay. Because my recommendation to you is to basically do the detailed skin toxicity study and skin sensitivity study, which is a standard regulatory requirement for putting a product to market.
Yeah, in vitro study we have done. In vitro toxicity.
But you will have to do studies also.
Yeah, we will add that as well. Thank you, sir.
Judges, if we are okay, then we can move to the next participants.
Yes.
Dr. Adarsh and team, thank you so much for joining us. Now, next participant we have is from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, Dr. Guhan Jairaman, who's going to talk about a better and more, I would say, simpler production process for managing molecular weight for hyaluronic acid. Welcome, Dr. Jairaman.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to make this presentation. My lab focuses on a well-known polysaccharide, a biomedical polymer called hyaluronic acid. Next slide, please. And this has a huge global market, and wide range of biomedical and cosmetic applications. Two of the major applications are, of course, in arthrology for fighting joint pain and knee surgeries, and also in the area of cosmetics. But because of the expanding number of applications, we expect the market size also to increase in future. Next slide, please. Now, one of the big features or characteristics of hyaluronic acid is its molecular weight. As you can see in the one of the columns, the molecular weight ranges anywhere from a few tens of thousand daltons to a few million daltons. And usually, high or low molecular weights are achieved either by cross-linking hyaluronic acid, especially this is required for viscosupplementation for arthritis, or by hydrolyzing it using enzymes. So our proposal is to try and produce hyaluronic acid with the kind of precise molecular weight which is required for many of the end applications. Next slide, please. So usually hyaluronic acid is extracted from animal sources such as rooster comb, or it's naturally produced by pathogenic bacteria such as Streptococcus zooepidemicus. However, what we have done is to use a food grade organism which is extremely safe and engineer the metabolic pathway of this food grade organism, which is Lactococcus lactis, by inserting the genes from the natural producer, which is Streptococcus zooepidemicus. So the green colored oval are the genes, the Has-Sopron genes from Streptococcus zooepidemicus. Now, Lactococcus lactis only lacks the main synthesizing enzyme, that is hyaluronan synthase, but it has the other homologs. But usually, we require that multiple genes be co-expressed along with Has synthase in order to produce sufficient amounts of hyaluronan, as well as to control the molecular weight by controlling the metabolic process. Next slide, please. So for this, we have taken three very broad strategies. One is a set of metabolic engineering strategies by engineering the various engineering the pathway fluxes using the overexpression of the various hyaluronan synthase genes, by engineering redox balance, and by using certain synthetic biology approaches, which I'll not get into in this at this point in detail. We have also tried protein engineering approaches. We have prospected for a range of hyaluronan syntheses, which naturally give different molecular weights of hyaluronan. And then we have bioprocess strategies through which we can control the molecular weight of hyaluronan being produced, and some set of online monitoring strategies. Next slide, please. So essentially, we want to use a combination of these strategies and multiplex them in clever ways to be able to produce molecular weights at the value that we want. So as you can see, we can take three different enzymes which naturally give us different ranges of molecular weight, and combine them with process control strategies whereby, for example, controlling the glucose concentration at a fixed value can also give us different fluxes and different molecular weights. And by this, we have been able to produce range between 200,000 to 1.7 million daltons. This is just an example. We can expand the range even more. Next slide, please. So very importantly, what affects the molecular weight is the ratio of metabolic fluxes between these two major pathways, which control the synthesis of the two hyaluronic acid precursors, glucosamine and glucuronic acid. And by controlling the fluxes using certain synthetic biology strategies, next slide please, such as these riboregulators, I'll not get into the details of how this works, but you can use this to reversibly control gene expression and thereby control metabolic fluxes. So we have done that and combined this with process strategies. Next slide, please. Can skip this slide. We also find that, for example, the molecular weight decreases during the fermentation. So we have used glucostat strategies to produce a range of different molecular weights. So we can use all these strategies. Next slide will be the last one. to produce a range of hyaluronic acid molecular weights ranging anywhere in our lab, currently from 200,000 to 2.5 million Dalton. We have successfully scaled up the process in 50-liter pilot scale bioreactors, and this can be easily scaled up to several thousand liters. We have also developed downstream processes for purification of hyaluronic acid, and therefore right now we have an integrated process for HA production with different sets of strains, and we are ready for technology transfer. Although the global demand for HA is high, the Indian market and demand is still not that well developed. And to the best of our knowledge, there is hardly anybody who supplies hyaluronic acid over this precise range of molecular weights. Therefore, our technology, we believe, will give us a competitive edge over the other producers and can demand a higher price for controlled molecular weight hyaluronic acid. Next slide, and that's just to show the output from our lab. We have had several publications. This is only a small subset over the last few years, and some patents which we have applied for control hyaluronic acid production. Thank DBT and Bioreact for a lot of the funding support that they're given over the years, and many of my students who have helped to develop this technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jayaraman. Over to the judges for their suggestions and questions.
How much production you've done, Guhan, so far? And what's the maximum scale you've done so far?
Okay, we have done this 50-liter pilot liter scale. Usually we do all the experiments in 2-liter bioreactors in the lab. And the production titer, we have gone up to around 4 to 5 grams per liter. But I'll also tell you that the titer of hyaluronic acid varies inversely with the molecular weight we produce. Okay, so if you want to produce very high molecular weight, you get much lower titers. If you produce low molecular weight, you can increase the titers much more. There's a trade-off between the two.
Sorry.
One quick question from my side, maybe. Can you maybe, on a high level, share what the expected savings and improvements from the new process will be? It didn't come out that clearly from your presentation.
Okay, so the main, the cost will be, I think, as much in terms of production cost will be as much as the commercial scale process, which is around, it varies around $6 to $10 per gram. But we think that by producing a precise molecular weight of hyaluronic acid, we can, save costs on much of the downstream processing and on enzymatic costs which are used for hydrolyzing hyaluronic acid, and thereby supply to a niche market which wants a particular molecular weight hyaluronic acid. Usually they take whatever is available and use for the different applications. So actually our product can cost even much more.
So just to build on that, both the response and the question. So what would be the likely increase in the efficacy of the process, the efficiency of the process downstream if one uses this hyaluronic acid?
In terms of applications?
Yes.
Okay, so those are studies we haven't done, but I have collaborated with some colleagues who use this polymer for wound healing, for example. And they have found that this polymer that we have produced with Lactococcus lactis and with certain molecular weights can give us much better wound healing properties than commercial hyaluronic acid. So we feel that this can have much better efficacy because of the control we have over the characteristics.
Dr. Jayaraman, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Two questions I have. One is that, have you done a reproducibility experiment to see that every time you get the same rate? Number one. And number two is, what do you expect the cost to be compared to what is available commercially today? Would it be a fraction of that cost or maybe a portion of that cost? Yeah, please.
Okay, so our experiments are fairly reproducible. We have done that, and that's why every time you publish a paper, everybody asks this question. So we make sure that it is reproducible, and we reproduce in duplicates and triplicates and so on. There may be small variations, 5 to 10%, which is there because of the polydispersity of the thing, but on the average, it is within that range. The cost, like I say, sir, it's a complicated issue because most of the producers extract from rooster comb, and most of the time they produce using natural producers, and so they don't go through the regulatory approvals which is required for genetically engineered organisms. But if one goes through all that and that is not factored in, which is a big issue, but then we expect our costs to be much less, as I said, because we can get better titers and overall better yields, because we do not lose the product in terms of post-processing to get a precise molecular weight.
So, Professor Jayaraman, I think recombinant hyaluronic acid is globally now used regularly.
Many places.
Worcester comb material is not freely available as much as people wanted. And as a result, today there is a large use of recombinant hyaluronic acid in different products. So I think that should not be a major challenge in my opinion, but congratulations for a very good work.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Jayaraman.
Thank you.
With that, we would press along. The next participant is from Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences, DRDO. Dr. Anant Narayan Bhatt. He's going to talk about 2-DG as antiviral drug for Zika, dengue, chikungunya, and so on. 2-DG, many of us know, has been quite a bit in the news. So, welcome, Dr. Bhatt. Would love to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Purpley. Hello, good afternoon, all the judges. I just want to highlight on the use of 2-deoxy-2-glucose as a antiviral, a general non-specific antiviral drug for any kind of viral outbreak as a therapeutic or adjuvant. Next slide, please. So, you know, the problem is like, we know, like, as far as in the beginning, in 21st century, in the beginning, like cholera and plague as some of the outbreaks, except that we are, sequentially facing a lot of viral outbreaks every year. And, you know, like by the time we understand the disease, by the time we understand the virus and disease, and then develop a vaccine or prophylactic or therapeutic approach against it, that must, after that much time, the outbreak is gone, and then it remains as a epidemic. Every year it comes sequentially. So during this time it claims a lot of life. I mean, if we include COVID also, it is almost 1 million of life has been, we have lost 1 million of life in the country, and it poses a lot of threat to health and economy both. So what is the unmet need? I mean, you know, like every virus has a different mechanism of action and then pathology. And then because of that, we need to have a specific vaccine against it as well as therapeutic. So what if we design a non-specific therapeutic against it, like in case of antibiotics, like when we go to the clinic, they give a general antibiotic, and once it is not cured, then they go to the culture, and then they try to identify the specific specificity or resistance against the bacteria, and then they give a specific antibiotic. So that kind of antiviral strategy is required. And then, you know, like virus keep mutating. So even if you design specific antivirals, you know, like now the studies are coming, in silico studies are coming, that if these mutations occurs in RDRP, then some of the very popularly known drugs, they may not be effective against that RDRP. So those specific may also change because of the very fast mutation in the viruses. So therefore, we need to have a non-specific antiviral which can serve the purpose during this kind of outbreak. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the novelty of innovation is this, that the picture shows the example from rhinovirus, and this happens in most of the viruses. So viruses, because they have to produce themselves at very rapid speed for the faster infection. And especially the RNA viruses, they produce themselves very fast, they mutate also very fast. So they have to, for producing themselves very fast, they have to change the host cell metabolism. And whenever anything needed at very fast pace, that is the time when the metabolism switches itself to aerobic glycolysis. That was the phenomena discovered by Warburg long back, and he got Nobel Prize for that in cancer cells. So that the same philosophy, the same hypothesis is used by viruses also in the host cell. And this enhanced glycolysis is required for a very fast pace of energy production, as well as anabolic intermediates, which is required to synthesize more and more viruses. So if you inhibit the glycolysis using 2DG, it has shown that therapeutic potential in herpes virus long back clinical trial was done, and COVID-19 clinical trial we have done along with Dr. Reddy's lab. So clinically, it is proven that it can cure these viral diseases, and it has shown in the lab and preclinical models, it has shown that it has the potential to cure many, like rhinovirus infection, herpes infection, then KSHV infection, so many viruses it shows. The other thing is, like, we try to, whenever we design a drug, we try to make it more specific. In case of 2DG, because cancers, the virally infected cells have very high demand of glucose, it gets accumulated selectively high in virally infected cells. And it has a very simple change in the 2DG as compared to glucose. It is almost similar as glucose, like at position 2, it has only hydrogen except OH group. So rest everything is same, and it behaves exactly like glucose in the body, except the virally infected host cells or cancer cells. Next slide, please. So what we have demonstrated in case of SARS-CoV-2, that not only it inhibits the viral multiplication, it inhibits the viral infectivity also. So whatever remaining amount of, small amount of viruses are being formed, they will have, because they will have deglycosylation because of this molecule 2DG, they will not be able to go and infect the newer cells. So that is a very unique mechanism which was shown long back, that it induces deglycosylation. So these are the mechanism, and based on these mechanisms, probably we will successfully showed that it is safe. So the objective is, like, we want to test it in chikungunya, dengue, and JE and Zika virus infections, which are like still prevailing, and then they are coming every year as a epidemic. So we want to use, and then after showing those laboratory evidences in our lab, then we will collaborate with the industries to take it further for the clinical trial. Next slide, please. Next, please. Yeah, so as far as scaling up is concerned, we have first partnered with Dr. Reddy's lab long back for cancer purpose, but now the same technology we used for producing it and doing the clinical trial in COVID patients. And then we have shown that, the ease of scaling up is now established with the industries. And during this pandemic, because the need was very high, we have given this TOT to 12 more companies. So now there are a lot of pharma partners are already there, and India is currently self-reliant for as far as producing 2DG API in the country. And a commercialization part is like DCGA has granted emergency use authorization to this drug, and now the manufacturing and marketing license is also given to Dr. Reddy's lab, as well as few more companies are in pipeline to get this, and probably some of them have already got it. So that commercialization part is also there, and Dr. Reddy's lab has already brought it into the market, and it is already in the in the market for the hospital use. Next slide, please. So the credibility.
Dr. Bhatt, if you could, I know you're on the last slide, but if we can move to the judges' questions, please.
Yeah, so it is almost in the end. I mean, as far as credibility is research, like our papers are already in public domain regarding this research, and a lot of research has already been done, shown in the laboratory model, that virus induced glycolysis is a very well established phenomena, and it can be targeted. And if we develop this 2DG as a general antiviral therapy, then along with any whatever specific therapies are coming, this may always be able to save the lives of the people. And more than doctors and and patient satisfaction, no credibility is better. And I have pasted one email from Dr. Praveen Chandra from Medanta, who treated more than 30-40 patients during this after the EUA, and he has given a very good recommendation. And I mean, just because of the limitation of the space, I could not show many, but we have got so many good testimony from various doctors who have used it after emergency use authorization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatt, and absolutely no doubt that there is a lot of widespread usage. Judges, over to you. Professor Sai? Professor Sai, we are not able to hear you.
There you go.
Can I maybe
very quickly, what is the difference in the efficacy of using this as a general antiviral compared to others?
Say in phase 2, like in phase 3,
before you answer, can I build on this question, because I think they're connected? If you were to compare other anti-adhesion hydrogels in the market, how does this compare against those from a competitive angle and a comparative differential advantage?
If I understood the question correctly, probably you want to see it as a comparative to other antivirals which are already there in the market. So we in fact used it predominantly in the COVID. Our experience is from COVID only, and we used it as a adjuvant along with the standard of care. However, phase 2 clinical trial, lot of patients had been given this as an independent also, because they have not been given remdesivir and other drugs which were available in the market, and it showed 2 to 3 days faster negative and recovery as compared to those drugs. I mean, standard of care, I mean.
Dr. Bhatt, I have a question. Would you call this as a viridicidal or a viridostatic?
Sir, it is I mean static, I believe, because it does not allow the virus to multiply. And as I said, like it will not only whatever virus will form, they will come out, they will not be able to infect the neighboring cells. So it will be more like viral static.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Chandrasekhar?
And then immune system probably will take over, and it will, that's how probably together it will help.
Yeah, Anant, how many doses Dr. Reddy's has sold so far in the market?
Sir, we have received some data from them some 2 months back, and they showed that around anywhere 2.5 lakh doses they have already sold in the market.
Thank you, judges. If it is okay, we can move to the next participant.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatt. Really appreciate your taking the time out. The next one is from Punjab University, Chandigarh, Dr. Indupal Kaur. You are going to talk about the dressing sponge-based phytochemical curcumin.
Good afternoon, everyone, respected panelists, organizers, and fellow presenters. I'm here to present a technology from my lab where we have tried to combine nanocurcumin, which in itself was a novel formulation, with live probiotics and end up in a dressing made from natural polymers. And all the experiments were optimized under the QBD formulation. Next. So the wound healing market is a multi-billion market. Please move on to the next slide. This is a multi-billion market, and we have more than 6 million people suffering across the globe from a variety of wounds, may they be diabetic ulcers, pressure wounds, or even burn wounds, and all of them can be infected. Now, the issue is that wound healing is a dynamic process which involves multiplicity of processes, may it be inflammation, infection, to cell regeneration. And all of these have to be managed, and presently what we have in the market are majorly antimicrobials and they do not invariably show good wound bed penetration. They could be toxic, and now a very important bacterial resistance aspects are also coming in. And we have in the drug discovery pipeline, we have very few antibiotics which are coming up. So we thought of revisiting the folklore, and we wanted to develop a multi-pronged system which can manage the entire dynamics of wound healing. Next slide. Wound dressing should maintain the microenvironment, promote regeneration. Please move on to the next slide. Yeah, this one. Okay, thank you. So we combined a probiotic. We took L. plantarum here, but we can take any other probiotic. And we all know that skin microbiome could have a very important role in wound healing. And these probiotics act by multiplicity of mechanisms. One important mechanism I would like to highlight here is that chronic wounds invariably are associated with high pH, and this inhibits the healing process. And probiotics, because of the production of the organic acids, lower the pH in and around the wound bed. So immunomodulation, inflammation, oxidative stress, all of these are managed by probiotics, coupled with curcumin, which is again a well-established antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial. However, it has a very poor bioprofile, which we tried to manage by incorporating into solid lipid nanoparticles. We've already filed an Indian patent application, PCT, and we've recently gone in for national filing to Europe, Canada, and USA. So next slide. So the novelty is, one, we have solid lipid nanoparticles of curcumin, which were established to show fairly high solubility, stability, controlled release. Safety, we established multi-panel stability, cytotoxicity, biocompatibility, and acute as well as repeat dose toxicity. Then we wanted to confirm that it would not inhibit the growth of L. plantarum for the present proposal. So we did that. And then it is also stable to autoclaving, which is a highlight for these nanoparticles. Then we took a combination of natural polymers. And again, we selected at a suitable range GRAS components. And these were developed using design of experiments. The polymer solution is also autoclavable, and then we can mix together these nanoparticles, curcumin, as well as the polymer, incorporate the L. into it, lyophilize, and produce a multi-pronged system. We wanted to confirm that the probiotic would germinate at the wound bed and there was no translocation. Next slide. As far as the scalability is concerned, curcumin SLNs have been prepared using high pressure homogenizer, which is invariably present in most pharmaceutical industry and is a scalable process. The cost of components is very low. The nanoparticles were around 1.5 rupees per 10 ml, and we want to only incorporate 1 to 2 ml per dressing. Next slide. We are actively looking for partners. We've already partnered for the GMP development of curcumin SLNs with a company, and we are at a TRL 5 or 6, and we are looking for investors or partners for the dressing. Next. So these are some quick results. We showed that the dressing degrades within 24 hours. Next slide. We got very good results with anti-biofilm, next, and wound healing, next. And as far as credibility is concerned, I belong to an institute which is consistently ranked 2 across the country. We are more than 75 years old. I have been listed twice in top 2% scientists by Stanford and have already transferred 4 technologies to the industry. Last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kaur. Over to the judges.
If I may ask an early question, this is very interesting, and thank you for this. Any existing understanding on the efficacy and side effects in humans already, or is this still outstanding?
We've done the preclinical toxicity, but no, we've not done any clinical studies. But both curcumin and probiotic are established to be safe per se.
Pankaj bhai?
Gaur, I have a question. I think first of all, good work, congratulations. I have one idea to ask you whether you have tried out or not. Is one of the major issue in India is diabetic foot ulcer. And did you try out this in diabetic foot ulcer?
So we tried curcumin SLNs alone in diabetic foot ulcer and we got very good results. But we are yet to try this formulation. We just tried it in chronic wounds, infected chronic wounds. We infected them with Staph aureus and we did that. Full excision wound model. We did not use a diabetic wound model.
Yes. And Excel, just to add to what she had replied about your question, curcumin has been tested a lot in India. As far as toxicity is concerned, it is being used widely in food, of course, but otherwise. And there are a lot of studies available on toxicity. Some drugs have been also introduced in India using that. So I believe that there are no major challenges as far as toxicity is concerned. If efficacy is good, this is a good project to commercialize.
Yes.
Judges, if we are okay, we can move to the next participant.
Yep.
Yes.
Dr. Kaur, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will actually be shifting gears, and we have some of the participants from the industry joining us as well. So the next participant for us is from Dr. Reddy's, the team Aarti, Kiranam, Kishore, and Srinivas. They'll be talking about affordable disease-modifying therapies for rare disease. Welcome, team. And before you get started, my request is we have all seen your abstract and presentation details, so please do stick to the timelines. We have not put a penalty on exceeding the timelines, but you are eating into other participants' time as well. So would request all of you to be mindful of that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes. Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you. On behalf of I'm a principal.
Aarti, I think there's a little bit of
and I'm also research coordinator for the rare disease program, as part of which I work. Sorry?
Yeah, go ahead. I think that will work if you switch off.
Yeah, I think I'll try to do that. Okay. So is it better now?
Much better.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. As I said, I'm also the research coordinator for the Rare Disease Initiative at DRIS, and as part of this, I work closely with clinicians in pursuing both research as well as therapy options for rare disease patients. And as part of our team, I have Dr. Kiranam Chatti, Dr. Kishore Parsa, and Dr. Srinivas Uruganti, who bring animal biology, cell and developmental biology, assay development, and medicinal and process chemistry strengths to the team. Please move to the next slide. So as is obvious from the name, a rare disease is a condition that affects, next slide please. A rare disease is a condition that affects a fairly small section of the overall population, with prevalence ranging from anywhere between 1 to 1,000 or 1 in 2,000 or less. But taken together, the 7,000 or so rare diseases impact nearly 7 to 10 crore people in India alone. So this is a sizable segment of our population. And most of these diseases affect children because they have a genetic basis. And therapies for rare diseases are either unavailable or they are unaffordable or inaccessible to rare disease patients. So there is a clear unmet need for both focused research as well as development of ingenious therapies for rare diseases, as also emphasized in the updated national policy for rare diseases, which was released earlier this year. So therapy development itself is a little challenging because of the complex biology and a lack of understanding of the mechanism of the disease for many of them. And added to this, poor availability of the relevant animal models makes preclinical development quite challenging, and not to mention very, very expensive. But on the other hand, there is an increasing interest in the area of drug discovery for rare diseases in the pharma sector due to certain concessions that are offered by the US FDA, specifically under the Orphan Drug Act, such as tax credits, special waivers, and vouchers. So putting these together, we at RIS have taken this as our challenge to develop affordable disease-modifying therapies for rare diseases by addressing two of the main problems that I highlighted among the many that I just mentioned. The first, in order to circumvent the huge expense associated with new drug development and to accelerate the timeline of availability of these drugs, our focus has almost solely been on repurposing drugs for rare indications, repurposing approved drugs. And second, to address the lack of disease models, we have turned to zebrafish, and we've developed zebrafish models of rare disease, which is a very relevant and much more accessible model, and has more recently been instrumental in the approval of drugs for rare indications already, such as the one for Dravet syndrome. Next slide, please. So our idea can briefly be summarized into three objectives. The first is to develop a novel computational pipeline or method which will use patient data and derive a method from that to generate leads for repurposing. The second novel aspect is to generate new zebrafish models of rare diseases. We've already done this for multiple diseases in various categories, such as the ones listed on the slide. And the third is to create a streamlined cell line based workflow to both do our initial testing and to generate more data for our pipeline. Next slide, please. So the mainstay of our approach is the DreamRD pipeline, which is a computational pipeline. And in this slide, I have tried to explain the rationale behind why we chose this particular pipeline to identify repurposing leads. So as I mentioned, rare diseases mostly have a genetic origin. So the loss or reduction of function of a single gene product usually sets off a cascade of changes in the cell, which directly or indirectly perturb the gene expression of multiple genes. And the consequences of these changes at the expression level is what manifests as the physical phenotype or clinical symptoms, as you might see it. So our approach aims to identify a disease-specific differential gene expression signature for each disease and use this as a basis to fish out drugs which can reverse some of these same changes which are responsible for the symptoms. Next slide, please. So this slide outlines the DreamRD pipeline that I just mentioned. So we start from patient data, and that is very important, which essentially covers the transcriptomic changes or gene expression changes across the entire spectrum of all the genes. From that, we identify a specific perturbation signature or a DEG signature. For this, we use our own machine learning based, statistical based tools or algorithms that we have developed. And using this signature, we use publicly available data from NIH and Broad Institute, which catalog the drug-induced gene expression changes, and we match the drugs which are likely to reverse the disease-specific DG alterations. Then we use our own in-house expertise to shortlist or rank the drugs further, and then we take them forward for testing. So we have already completed this for 2 rare diseases, and very interestingly, the results generated by our pipeline were validated by several literature reports. And in addition, we are happy to note that at least a third of the drugs that we pulled out for one disease, Fragile X syndrome, have also been identified by Helix, which is an AI-based rare disease repurposing company. So that validates our model. Next slide, please. And we have all the components.
Sorry to interrupt you again. We are definitely short on time, so I would rather pause here and get judges' questions and suggestions, please.
Sure. If you could just display the last slide while that's happening,
absolutely.
That'd be good enough. Yeah.
Over to you, judges, please.
Yeah, the previous one, maybe. Yeah. Thanks.
This is obviously super interesting work, and thank you for sharing. If I understand it correctly, what you presented, Adi, this is focusing right now on 4 of rare diseases. Do you have any insights, thoughts around how this potentially can scale? You talked about the 7,000 rare diseases. How can this scale?
Yeah. So. Yes, that's a very good question. So since most of the rare diseases, like I said, around 80%, I think, are monogenic rare diseases. So there's a single genetic cause, and majority of them are expected to induce gene expression changes. So definitely this pipeline can be applied provided the data is available from the patients for these other rare diseases. So the limitation is more likely to be data availability. And that is exactly why we are collaborating with clinicians. And India being such a large country, we have a good unfortunately, we have a good number of patients for several rare diseases. and we are trying to generate the data as well on one hand. So right now we've started with 4 that already have good data available, but we definitely can scale it to the others as well.
Just on the same lines of commercialization, so where are you in the trial, the clinical trials or the approval process on this?
No, we haven't progressed that far. So we have identified leads using our in-house pipeline, and we are in the process of testing them in our novel models. So basically both of these we had to establish because the models are also not easily available in India. So we are in the process of testing it in our own models. Once we have the leads, we will take it forward for clinical development.
Dr. Chandrasekhar?
Yeah, Aarti, I think well done, good work. Actually, just wanted to know whether have you done screening of any of the FDA-approved drugs and also drugs which were not approved by FDA after phase 3 trial and stuff like that, to see can we take some molecule on a fast track to market?
Yes, so for Fragile X, which was our test case, we have tested a phase 3 failed mavoglurant is the drug that we tested. We do see some initial clinical efficacy, but not very strong. But we have also tested some other leads that we have got from our pipeline, and all of those are approved drugs. We haven't yet used NCEs or phase 2, phase 3 approved. So hopefully, if it works for other diseases as well, Fragile X is not our main target. If it works for the others, we will take those forward. Yes.
Is okay if we move to the next participant?
Thank you.
Thank you, Aarti. Next, we have Pre-Science in Silico Private Limited. Sudeep and Jayant, welcome. You will be talking about your Prince3 platform for drug discovery acceleration. Again, please do stick to the time, team.
Thank you, Anirudh. Yeah, thank you for giving the chance. So we are from Pre-Science in Silico Private Limited. It's a computational drug designing company. Can you please go to the next slide? So this is started from IIT Kanpur faculty entrepreneurship program. So myself, Sudeep Roy, and Professor Jayant Kumar Singh, we bring in almost 40 years of experience in computational algorithm development of technology, because we have worked not only at national institutes. I have worked in National Chemical Laboratory in Pune, but also we have worked in tech companies like Intel, Amazon Web Services, Shell R&D, and things like that. So we have a team of 10 people, and out of 10 people, most of them are PhDs from India and from abroad. Next slide, please. So the problem what we are solving is that there's an unmet need of disease to drug discovery. It's well known that there are only 1,500 approved drugs, 5,000 diseases are being treated, 14,400 diseases are there reported, and 7,000 rare diseases. So we have to look for new chemicals, as well as we have to look for repurposing. Now, looking for new chemicals, you know that the chemical space can go up to 10 to the power 60, the number of stars and planets available in the whole universe. And currently we are having a data set or a known molecular set of around 10 to the power 7. So it's a kind of 10 to 20 million molecules are known. So that's also another thing is the repurposing. Just now we learned about repurposing. So in repurposing case also we are looking at multiple targets, not only the one target. So we are looking at molecules which are coming for other diseases. We are trying to use those same molecules for other targets. So obviously you can understand that there is a need of new chemicals. There is a new of understanding of new targets. And to bring together, you have to do something like, use technology. So next slide, please. So that's the problem and the opportunity for us. And so we are looking at, and we have developed a platform for the, a software platform to do this whole thing together. So basically generate new molecules using AI, dependent on your target or dependent on your ligand, and then use that for high throughput calculations using physics-based methods. So that's the whole idea. We put it into our platform. And the problem what we are solving is the time, cost, and test and trial in experiments. So we are looking at a highly specific molecules coming out of this platform. So we are trying to bridge this technology gap by adding these new technologies into the platform. Next slide, please. So the opportunities, what we are looking at from our platform is that can we predict new therapeutics for diseases? Can we, predict off-target interactions, side effect interactions, and things like that? Can we predict a drug treats a disease or not? And what is the mechanism of that? And by using these kind of technologies like high AI, high throughput, high performance computing, and cloud technologies, and integrated physics-based method in this. So for validation and for quantitative understanding, quantitative calculations, and if we can do quantitative calculations, that means we can have highly specific results coming out or drugs coming out. That means the trial and error goes off. So next slide, please. So this is I have already talked about. So we are using accelerating drug discovery using technology. Next slide, please. So that's the solution. Next slide, please. So currently we have commercialized our software platform. So basically we are started giving the software platform to the users. Users, I mean by that is the research organizations, R&D labs, and also this platform is used by students for teaching purpose. So currently the platform is having 4 applications. Print Chem, Print Bio, Print MTML. MTML is the hard, where you can do multi-target, multi-ligand enhanced sampling screening using AI and using physics-based method. And our Print AI SMG is a completely synthetic molecular generator using AI. So this whole tool is now being used by several institutes and industry in India. Can you please go to the next slide? Yeah, so and we also have an internal R&D pipeline for our life sciences program. And one of the pipeline we are running with drills in neurodegenerative diseases and also in cancer. So with the drills platform, we basically come at the end for the validation. So we are using our platform to validate the molecules coming out of their AI platform. So which are the molecules to be repurposed. So that's a collaboration going on with drills on oncology and some neurodegenerative diseases. So next slide, please. I'm not going to go to the market, but the market size is almost $1.1 billion by 2027 for a platform. And the final slide, please. Next. The target audience, as I already told you, that it's academia and research organization. And there should be another slide, the last one. So currently our strategic partner is, Dr. Reddy's Life Sciences Institute and some other organizations like Unilever. And our platform is now subscribed by users like from CSR labs like IIIM Jammu, CFTRI and IBAB. And also there are multiple colleges who are using our platform for teaching as well as for doing research. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudeep. Judges, over to you. Dr. Chandrasekhar?
Yes, Sudeep, I think very well done. Actually, I'm really excited that something is happening in India like this. Yes, I just would like to have one basic question. On the global platform, there are multiple softwares which we buy by licensing, paying lots of money, okay? Looks like you are almost on a global benchmark. Where do you, what's the best software currently available in the world, and where do we keep your product vis-a-vis the gold standard?
Yeah, the Schrodinger Chem Computing Group, these are our, obviously our competitor. Our platform is much novel, because we have the technologies integrated in the platform. Like, let's say you can use cloud using our platform. So one-click cloud-enabled platform. So all calculations, you don't need to have on-premise machines, clusters. Just click, it goes in the cloud. AI is integrated, given to the user. The AI models, what we generate, we are giving it out to the users. We are not keeping it to ourselves to do research with, big pharma and generate a lot of money. So having said that we are targeting bringing out a best platform. There are new features have been added every day. Every fortnight we release a new version or a new added features version. We are looking into protein, talking as well as molecular simulations, as well as AI on the top. That is a new application will be added in another 2 months. So we are trying to reach that gold standard. And the price wise, we are currently almost 10 times cheaper, being sitting in India, coming out from India, and it's a completely indigenous, Atmanirbhar Bharat product. So, and we would like to bring it out to the colleges, or 4,000 colleges in India, so that, there is a manpower gets generated out of this software. Gestation period is high. I believe that it is a 2 to 5 years of gestation period to come out of a software and a head-to-head comparison with Schrödinger's of the world. But we are very positive about it. It's something completely new in India, coming from India.
Professor Sahai?
Again, Sudeep, very excited by this, absolutely stunning. Very quick question, just for my own clarification. So the product that you're giving out to the different clients enables them to use a template to then create their own set of molecules with their own test data, or you provide the test data to build the model?
So AI model, we build the models. We train. So currently our AI model is trained on ChemBL, so 2 billion data set. We are trying more data set to bring in. So the model is trained already. So we are giving the model in our software. Now, let's say if some other organization comes and tells me that, I don't want a ChemBL, I have a specific data set, can you train and give me the model? We are ready to do that. So we are basically also very flexible in that. Although it's a complete GUI based, if you see the demo, I can share the demo as well. We have a recorded demo, and it's nothing less than any other standard software.
Capability, that's a fantastic capability. So yeah.
All right. Thank you, Sudeep and team. With that, we would move on to the next participants. We have a team from Abbott Healthcare, Dr. Narendra and Dr. Rajan. They will be talking about clean release formulation for better patient compliance. So welcome, team. And again, request to stick to the timelines, please.
So thanks, sir. This is Rajan Verma, and it gives me immense pleasure in talking about this formulation for better patient compliance. Can you move to the next slide, please?
Dr. Rajan, your audio is not very clear.
Now is it better?
Please go on.
Yeah, you can skip this slide, Anirudh. We can go to the, See, at Abbott, what we follow is patient-centric, insight-driven innovation. And you can see the patient is in the center. And this is because we believe that if we truly collect the insight from the patients, then we unlock the potential of innovation. See, the insight could be that the patient wants a faster onset of action. It could be ease of application, or the tablet size is big, they want a smaller tablet. So based on this insight, we come up with a differentiated solution. And what I'll do is in the next few slides, I'll give few examples of how we are using this insight-driven innovation. Next slide, please. So the insight in this specific case, if you see from patient's perspective, if a patient is taking a tablet multiple times in a day, it's cumbersome for him. There could be poor patient compliance. And if we look from physician's perspective, poor adherence to the treatment, especially in case of chronic disease, could be a problem in the successful therapy outcome. So this is an insight which we got, especially in case of the drugs which we'll be presenting in this case, which is ivabradine, which is for heart failure, vildagliptin, which is for type 2 diabetes mellitus, and metronidazole. In all these cases, this formulation needs to be given twice or thrice a day. So the need gap or the problem statement that is coming clearly is patient non-compliance, as formulation needs to be taken multiple times. And in the next few slides, I'll walk through that how we are using these insights to develop solutions for these patients. So in this slide, like this is the entire pathway which we have used. We start from what we call it I3, which is collecting insight, ideating, and innovating. With this concept, once we have a concept, we do formulation development. Once we have a formulation, we do a relative bioavailability studies and clinical or PD study based on the case. And then obviously we go for the marketing approval and we launch it. That's a pathway which we follow in this kind of a situation. Next slide, please. So the first step is setting a target. All these cases are be it ivabradine or vildagliptin or metronidazole. when we started developing, we were like sort of first of the few companies who were developing once a day formulation. So obviously we were not having a reference listed drug. So the first step, which was imperative in setting the target. So we used the well-established tools in the literature and obviously the prior experience in setting the target or the release profile, which will give the desired plasma concentration, which will give the desired efficacy. And obviously it should be lower than the maximum plasma concentration, which can cause the side effects. So based on that, we decided the target. And once we had the formulation meeting those targets, we did complete in vitro characterization, including multimedia profiling and dissolution in biorelevant media. All this dissolution which you see in this slide is for representation purpose. Go to the next slide, please. So this, see, once we have a formulation in hand, the next step was to validate that whatever target we selected in the beginning, will it hold true in the patients or not. So we did a PK study, which was a relative bioavailability study, comparing once a day formulation vis-a-vis immediate release formulation. So all the preset parameters, which was area under the curve and Cmax, it met the desired targets. The left one is ivabradine, the middle one is vildagliptin, and the rightmost is metronidazole. So that's an outcome of our pharmacokinetic study. If you please go to the next slide. So once we have a validation of the claims of in terms of like release profile, the next was that we want the formulation to be safe and efficacious in the patient. So we did a clinical study. In case of ivabradine, it was a non-inferiority trial. It was a multi-centric trial done in 21 centers across the world. And it's a first in the world, and I believe we are the only company who did the PK and the clinical trial in case of ivabradine OD. In Abida SR, which is vildagliptin, we did a PD study wherein we compared DPP4 enzyme inhibition and plasma glucose assessment vis-a-vis IR formulation, and we were meeting the pre-decided targets of 80 to 125%. Next slide, please. We have a patent application filed for these inventions, and also the study results of ivabradine has been published in a peer-reviewed journal. Next slide, please, Anirudh. Can you please go to the next slide? Yeah. And obviously, nothing beats excitement of seeing the product in the market on which the scientist is working. So all these products are commercialized, ivabradine OD, Flagyl, and Abida SR. These are the actual products in the market. Next slide. This was possible because of the teamwork, and all this you can see all these were behind these innovations. So this is all from go to the next slide. Right. So I'll thanks and once again thanks for giving us the opportunity to present this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan. Exciting to see the products coming to the market. Judges, over to you.
I would have one question, a quick one probably. Have you already done any real-world evidence studies on efficacy and stability on the products that are already commercialized to enhance the value of the products?
Yeah, Axel. See, whenever we do launches, we always do a post-marketing surveillance, which we call a phase 4 study, wherein we collect, in case any adverse event is there, we collect that information, and obviously we do discuss with doctors how the formulations are performing. So answering to your question, yes, we did all those studies, and all that data is available to us. So my boss, Dr. Narendra Butla, who is the second speaker, is also with us. Yeah.
So I have a question. Metronidazole formulation, are you promoting this for infection or bacterial infection?
So we are promoting it for bacterial infections, sir. In case if you want me to.
So in microbiology, we have learned in very early stage that peaks and troughs are very important to get good antimicrobial effect in, and generally once a day kind of thing, which is there in antibiotics, are not generally preferred. So have you seen that whether there is a chance of lower efficacy or a drug resistance developing because of that?
So what we did, Dr. Pankaj, is we ensured that whatever the minimum inhibitory concentration is needed in case of metronidazole, is it met or not? So in this specific case, yes, it was met. And also further to substantiate it, like I said earlier, that we are in a process, like we always collect this information for all the marketed products, like how the product is doing. Is there an adverse event? are patients complaining in terms of the product is not efficacious? So although this, so far nothing has come to our notice which shows that.
So I think you must apply mine. I'm not saying I may be wrong, but please apply mine and at least look at whether there is a potential of creating resistance to because of long-acting antibiotic.
Okay, thanks, Doctor.
This is a fundamental learning in microbiology and early stage in my life. So it may have changed over a period of time. So you may have just have to have a look at it. But otherwise, congratulations for developing 3 formulation and putting to the market.
Fantastic. Judges, if it is okay, we can move on to the next participant.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rajan and Dr. Narendra. We next have from Origin, Dr. Reddy's Labs, Girish Daginakate, who would be talking about novel oral small molecule antagonists for CD47 for cancer immunotherapy. Welcome, Girish. Would be very excited to hear about your innovation.
Sure. Thank you, Anirudh. Are you able to hear me?
Please go on.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I think considering I had present 5 years of work in 5 minutes, without much introduction, already it's on the title slide. We'll quickly jump into the content. So what I will do in this presentation, first to introduce the target. So, and then probably differentiate how our novel agent differentiate with existing drugs. Then probably talk about a little bit about data we generated both in vivo pharmacology. Then probably conclude by what's our plan for this novel agent going forward. The cancer cells, one of the hallmarks of cancer is immune invasion. I think the cancer cells evade the host immune system both by tolerating the T cells as well as functional suppression of the innate immune cells. Most of the approved immunotherapy agents in the clinic target the adaptive immune response, for example, PD-L1, CTLA4, and PD-L1. But for effective cancer therapy, we require the activation of immunes in the innate immune cell as well. That's what the CD47 comes in. If you antagonize the CD47, it activates the innate immune response. CD47 is expressed in most of the tissues, most of the cancers, including solid cancers and hematological cancers. So it is a don't eat me signal. So if you block this signal, the cancer cells evade the phagocytosis by macrophages. So once we block these agents by any of the antagonists, like CD47 antagonists, like antibodies or recombinant protein, the cancer cells go through phagocytosis. So blocking the CD47 signal will enhance the phagocytosis of cancer cells. There is a growing number of CD47 agents in the clinic, and most of these are antibodies and recombinant proteins. Go to the next slide, please. And this highlights how our small molecule approach differentiates with the existing compounds in the clinic. Most of the compounds in the clinics are the FC containing agents. These are the antibodies, and the recombinant proteins are the decoy receptors. So most of these agents have a FC receptor, which engages the FC gamma receptors in the normal cells. So there will be indiscriminate phagocytosis of both the normal cells as well as the tumor cells, leading to some of the toxicities like anemia, thrombocytopenia, and leukopenia. What the Origin small molecule approach does is that it lacks the FC component, so it doesn't affect the normal cells, and also its effect in the cells which express some of the pro-phagocytic signals. And this agent can be combined with any tumor targeting antibodies or some standard SOCs, which will enhance the phagocytosis. So along with the lack of this toxicity, being a small molecule, it has advantage over the recombinant proteins and antibodies through ease of the dosing by oral route. And because of the smaller size, it can penetrate the tissues better. It leads to improved distribution and efficacy, along with the cost of goods when compared to the antibodies and recombinant proteins. So with these in mind, we developed our approach to molecular design. We synthesized a series of, this is the crystal structure of the recombinant, CD45 protein with the CD47 receptor. So from these interface, we synthesized a series of peptides and identified the antagonist peptide in the phagocytosis assay. From these peptides, we further optimized to iterative process, identified AUR103, a small molecule which is orally bioavailable and which is 500 Daltons in size. We go to the next slide. Thank you. So in this slide, I'm going to briefly talk about in vitro pharmacological activity and also talk about some PK properties. So as our objective was to develop the orally bioavailable molecule, here we can see that it has a good ADME profile, good drug-like properties, like solubility, plasma stability, and lack of CYP inhibition. So when we analyze this PK across the species, we can see good exposure across the species with a good oral availability from mice to monkeys. So our next question we asked was, so we have a orally available drug which is active. So what is it selective? So that's what our hypothesis. How does it differentiate the normal cells or the tumor cells? So we put an antibody, which is anti-CD47 antibody, and our oral agent in an in vitro assay. We compared the activity. We can see on the top panel that anti-CD47 enhances the phagocytosis of both the tumor RB cells as well as the normal RBCs, whereas our compound differentiates, only enhances the tumor cells, but no effect on RBCs. So we next went to the in vivo. We can see on the rightmost panel, it enhances the macrophage phagocytosis as a single agent, but when we combine with the tumor targeting antibody, it even significantly enhances the activation of phagocytosis and T cells. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So here I've summarized the anti-tumor activity of our compound in various models. It was evaluated in various tumor models. It was active, and the activity was comparable to anti-CD47 antibody. But the interesting thing is, when we combine with the tumor targeting antibodies, you can see in the PDL1, the A20 model, there's a complete tumor emission from these tumor-bearing mice. So when these tumor-free animals, what we call the cured mice, when we treat it again with the rechallenge with the cancer cells, again there is lack of tumors indicating a profound memory response in these mice. So we evaluated these compounds in the advanced 28-day GLP toxicities in mice and monkeys. It was very well tolerated with no clinical signs up to 300 milligram per kilo in monkeys. And also what we noticed was that there is an induction of macrophage-dependent chemokines and cytokine in this model, indicating the on-target activity. So to go to the next slide, please. In a nutshell, what we have discovered, developed a novel antagonist, orally viable, selective. So what we plan is we have planned to take this compound forward. We have the phase 1 trial planned in the second quarter of next year. And we believe that with the origin, with the unique capability it has, which has a couple of molecules in the clinic, and also has outlicensed several molecules which are in advanced clinical trial, we believe that we are uniquely positioned to take this compound forward. And we believe that we have an exciting future ahead with this molecule in the clinic. We look forward for the activity in the clinic. And finally, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present this work today.
Thank you so much. Judges, over to you. Professor Sahai?
Right.
Professor Sahai, we are not able to hear you.
Mentioned that, Dr. Girish, that the toxicity trials are done, so you're moving to phase 1 trials shortly.
Sure.
Can you give us a sense of the results, especially from an interaction point for the particular target that you have in mind? Clearly, your work is different. The checkpoint inhibitor. Checkpoint inhibitor is one of the early issues because interaction with other parts of this ecosystem over there which cause the toxicity. So, any thoughts on that?
So I think there was some background noise properly. But if I heard it right, so is there any toxicity associated with whatever we have associated with other immunotherapy having noticed in toxicity studies? Is that the question?
Yeah, I was trying to draw an analogy with checkpoint inhibitors, where early studies had a lot of side effects because of the ecosystem interactions.
Sure. Let me answer that. So most of the immune checkpoint protein is targeted on T cells, that is PD1, however, this molecule, 102, targets the macrophage function. So it is observed toxicity is a little bit different. I think one thing is that the CD47 is expressed in normal cells, including RBCs. RBC is one of the highest expressing cells. So what in the clinic, there is a molecule from 47 Inc., which is DDR. What they have noticed is mostly anemia and thrombocytopenia is the mostly common associations with these kind of agents. But we believe that since we lack the FC receptor part, we didn't see much of those kind of toxicity in our advanced toxicity in the mice and monkeys.
Thank you. Axel?
On this one, I mean, have you done any early thinking around the the total addressable market and the resulting business case, as well as some of the early thoughts around commercialization? It feels like an interesting research, but it would be obviously good to complement this with some early commercialization thoughts.
Sure. We haven't thought about it. I think what the plan is to have a phase 1 in India and if you look at the market size, if you look at the deal, the CD47 Inc. Was bought by Gilead recently for $5 billion, and recently Pfizer bought a small company in Canada which has a recombinant protein. I think the deal value was $2 billion. Just for the CD47 related molecules. I think there's huge potential. So what I think the commercialization part, I think once we have a phase 2 trial, I think we have out-licensed several molecules to other companies. So if requires the large registration of patients, we think we are planning to out-license or probably license a few of the territories to partners so that we can have enough funds to fund our phase 2 trials and phase 3 and so on.
Thank you, Girish. Judges, if it is okay, we will move on to the next and the last entry for today. We have the team from Envisage MedTech, Piyush, Daman, Dr. Devendra, Dr. Debashish. They would be talking about a highly biocompatible and injectable hydrogel for prevention of post-surgical adhesions, a very real problem in post-surgery care. Team, welcome, and again, request you to please stick to the timelines.
Yes. Hello. Is it audible, sir?
Piyush.
Yes, sir. So good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Piyush Giri. I am the co-founder of NBC MedTech Private Limited. So now I am going to present my innovation, highly biocompatible and injectable hydrogen for prevention post-surgical adhesions. So since it is supported by BIREC, also incubated at KTVI, and also I am done my MTech from NTNA, and my team members are D. Barma, Dr. D. Barma, Daman Jadhav. So these are the all team members who are going to help in this project. Next slide, please. Hello. Yes. So during my MTech, we have found a new problem that after surgery, adhesion was formed in between organs and tissues. So it causes pain to the patient, and it becomes secondary surgery becomes hectic to the doctors, or it is becoming a huge problem. There are only 2 products available in the market, which are Septafilm and Interseed, which are actually film, and these are high cost, and the success rate of these 2 products are very low. So we are going to sell this kind of product, which are injectable solution, which will act as an anti-adhesive barrier, which is there are different kind of characterization of this solution, which are anti-adhesive in nature, highly biodegradable, highly biocompatible, optimum gel retention, and very low cost. And the modern day surgery, you can use this solution. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So how to synthesize albogel? We are using BSA albumin, which are already available in the market. Also, you can find in the human body 10% BSA solution, albumin solution. After we heating in water by 80 degrees centigrade, then we are adding calcium chloride, and the gel was formed within 2 to 3 minutes. So these are the actual easy solution, easy procedure you use, and already calcium chloride is available in our human body. So this is a huge efficiency for us. Next slide, please. This is our actual setup. You can use this setup like we already have made dual barrel syringe. Actually, in this one side we are filling with albumin solution, in other side we are filling in calcium solution. When injected to the surgery site, it spreads and becomes viscous within minutes. Due to this strong linking to these two components, they make a strong hydrogel barrier. Degrades 14. So it is very helpful for the patient or for the doctor also. Next slide, please. So the new aspects of our innovation, the hydrogel is albumin based. Albumin based hydrogel generally you can find in human body, and it is very much high biocompatible. The hydrogel is injectable, so it can be used in laparoscopic surgery. So hydrogel forms within short duration, like 2 to 3 minutes, and also the hydrogel is developed in simple and easy procedure. Also, it can stage in aqueous condition 10 to 14 days, which is optimum for anti-adhesive. Also, the adhesive trends with the issue is around 4.4 kilopascal. Already we have done the in vitro test in our lab. Or self-healing properties. This is the new properties we have developed in our lab. It's the albumin-based hydrogel cell properties is around 4 hours. So it will be easy for any kind of like wound healing properties. And the feasibility we have seen already, like synthesis is very easy, can be done within 6 to 7 hours, and the application is already made for our product. Also, we have filed Indian patent. Next slide, please. This is a flow chart that already have done the in vitro lab characterization. Already we have now we are going to do animal studies. After that, we are going to apply for approval for animal trials. Next slide, please. So this is our marketing strategy. Already we have done the prototype. So after the CDSO approval, we are going to sell our product in animal market, then human market. Our customer will be private healthcare sector, then public healthcare sector, also retailers. And thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Piyush. Really appreciate. Judges, over to you. Professor Sahai, if you could unmute yourself.
No questions from me.
Maybe one question from my side is any view on the costing of the product, since one of the major potential advantages is claimed to be its low cost. You didn't talk about this here in the presentation at all.
Yeah, it is basically a low cost product, but also there are two products available in the market, Intercid and Ceftaprim. It can be inject. So actually our product is you can inject this product in human body.
All right, Piyush, thank you so much for sharing your innovation with us. That brings us to the last or the end of the participants' entries. We had total 10 entries overall. Very exciting discussion over the last 1 hour and 40 minutes almost. We would be announcing the winners from this prestigious lot of 10 in the concluding session later in the evening today. And as we draw this session to a conclusion, I would like to invite our esteemed judges to share a little bit of their reflections on the innovations that they heard from our innovators today, but also for the broader research community of the country. And maybe if I could invite Axel, you to start with, and then we'll go to each of the judges one by one.
Respectful of the time, assuming that we all have 1.5 minutes, in order to close on time, I would probably share 3 quick thoughts. I think the first one is, first of all, congratulations. Yeah, I mean, innovation, I think, is key in life sciences, and only with people like you, we will be able to continue to spearhead and cope with many of the unmet medical needs that you have been addressing in a lot of your presentations. I think the second observation across all, and you've probably heard this also in my questions, is it's actually astonishing to see that I would argue a lot of the commercialization of the ideas is, if I may say so, missing. And I think as we look into the business cases, and if we look into all of the ideas, I would argue that many of the business or the startup competitions or business competitions that I have seen have always been augmented by the founders, by the entrepreneurs, through not only a great idea, but also a strong business rationale. And I think this in all the presentations was a bit missing. And I understand that this has been an innovation congress and a platform for innovative ideas. But I would play back to all of those who have been participating that balancing innovation and obviously the financial aspects early on in a business startup will be super important. I think the last one I would like to mention is maybe more of an outlook. I think with the IPA that you have started today around this innovation challenge, you've embarked on a journey. If I look across the globe and see where innovation is heading, I think I would aspire from all of you to really think across the globe and see where innovation benchmarks are really happening, and where you can potentially further stretch some of the ideas in order to not only be competitive in India but also globally.
Thank you, Axel. Very, very pertinent points. I would then invite Professor Sahai, if you could share your.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. I'm extremely sorry to interrupt. Hello, sir. Hello, Anirudh, sir. And
yes, ma'am.
May I, or shall we wait for this particular question?
Ma'am, was there a question here?
No, she seems
hello,
to be.
sir. I want to share just a small thing to you. Just give me just a minute, sir. Please, sir. Please, judges. Just give me a minute, please. I want to share you something, please. I want to share my screens. Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, just my question is from Chandrasekhar, sir, that we can't club the two things, phytochemicals and the drugs. But there were many research articles and many patents where we can claim that here synergistic activity can be done with drugs and phytochemicals. Here the imiquimod is the drug as well as...
Very politely request you to stop. We will not be able to take on any additional information at this point. I did not realize that you would like to bring in new content and new thinking. Sincere apologies. But this would be fair to all the other participants. This will not be fair to the other participants, ma'am.
Okay, sir, fine.
Judges, sincere apologies for this. Professor Sahai, if I could really invite you back to come and share a little bit of your reflections as well.
Thank you, Axel. So, very, very excited to hear quite a few of the presentations. I think that's the main observation that I have. I just want to reflect a little bit on and build on the comments that Axel just said, and also to connect it to a session from yesterday when we had Mr. Langer from MIT talk about technology commercialization. And in a sense, the common theme that one observed through all the 10 presentations, regardless of how close they were to or how further away from commercialization they were, was a distinct lacuna in terms of what is a path to commercialization. And Professor Langer, I think, had mentioned that MIT as an institution has a technology transfer or a technology licensing office. And to me, one key learning from today's 10 presentations of innovation, R&D and innovation, is that perhaps especially the academic institutions do need to be building such kind of an interface. So that's my main observation. The secondary corollary observation is that there were a few, and I'm sure I'll kind of talk about these with my co-panelists when we decide who's going to be there. But there are a few which are very interesting in terms of the technology that they're targeting, which tells me that clearly there are quite a few places in the country that are doing some pretty cutting edge stuff. Now the issue is how to scale at an ecosystem level. So let's see.
Thank you, Professor Sahai. I know we are on time, but organizers, if we can take a few minutes and hear thoughts from Pankaj Bhai and Dr. Chandrasekhar as well. Is it okay?
Go ahead, Anirudh.
Thank you. Pankaj Bhai, may I invite you to share?
Professor Chandrasekhar first.
All right. Dr. Chandrasekhar, may I invite you to share your reflections from today's session?
Anirudh, thanks. I think, Pankaj Bhai, thank you so much for giving opportunity before you. Actually, while listening to all the 10 talks, one, I'm really pretty excited, honestly. While Axel was of the opinion that still we are not at the global benchmark. I'm sure global benchmarks are much higher, but I think we are in innovation more recently. So I'm really happy that especially the private sector, I looked at the presentations of the last 5 presentations. I think they've been outstanding and a lot of things to learn from them. So I'm very happy that the investments getting done by the government, especially from BIRAC, CIBRI kind of things, and also the foundations which are supporting the R&D activities, I think India is going in the right direction. I think we need to learn also that academics also have to really take a leaf from these startups and see how best we can have more and more startups. And we need to see that innovations are larger in number. I'm actually disappointed that there are only 10 nominations. We'd have 100 nominations. Hopefully next year we will have that. And as academic representative, I'm sure I'll try to work on that. But Pankaj Bhai and other friends from the industry sector, I think we also need to really identify those young minds with bright ideas and give a hand holding for some time. Hopefully next IPA will have 100 entries. Then we have better, tough competition to pick the awards. So thank you.
Doctor, we did not meet your aspiration and expectation of 100, but we did have 56 entries, and these 10 were actually prioritized by the screening committee on a rigorous set of criteria. Thank you so much for encouraging words.
Okay, thank you.
Pankaj Bhai, may I request you to conclude with your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you very much, Anirudh, and thank you all the panelists and for actually making these things session very interesting. So I think one of the very important part Alex raised, and I think Dr. Sahai also, Professor Sahai also raised it, is the commercialization part. And unfortunately, when we look at from an angle, Indian market is very small. And as a result, anything what is being done in India, when you look at from an Indian market perspective, the commercialization prospect is very, very small. And then when you start compare that with the global benchmark, it becomes a very difficult thing. Given the fact that the reach of modern healthcare to the people is very limited in India. And that's one of the reasons why you would not find market size too big. I can give example. Very old drug which is was used once upon a time as a first line of treatment for hypertension was atenolol. Now I know that I sell more pill of atenolol in USA than in India than what over total Indian market is. That is, and I don't have the 100% market share in US. I am only having a 30% market share. So clearly what we are seeing is that the reach is not there, and as a result, the consumption is not high, and as a result, any new thing which comes in is that. The second problem is that the credibility of Indian innovation is not accepted by the medical profession as much as they should have welcomed that. So while we are doing the effort now in terms of making sure that the innovation ecosystem builds up, the market making part also have to start moving up in the process. And their government and the medical profession has to come in to really encourage Indian research, because that's the only way we can see a research ecosystem becoming successful going forward. But I think very good presentations, and I believe that I would take Professor Chandrasekhar's suggestion, and we would work hard next time that we have more than 100 people aiming to come into this. I think it's a first effort. Very good work we can see from people around. One of the challenge I see for all of them is end-to-end, there are no service provider to make sure that if they want to do some in vivo study, they want to do some tox study, there are not enough number of good quality service provider in India. And I think development of those service provider also going to become very important if the academic institute in particular to come and play a big role into this research environment. So with this view, thank you very much, all of you, and we will look forward for announcing the I think all the 10 won, but I think we still have to give 2 from and 2 from the commercial companies, some award. But I believe that everybody deserves compliments, and everybody has won the battle actually. Thank you.
Very well said. Thank you, Bhai. And with that, thank you everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. We just watched a variety of research work, the innovative work done by our innovators, and such a variety, from Chandigarh to Madras and to Hyderabad and Mumbai to Noida, and such a good work. So thank you very much. And I'm sure that it will give a tough job to our jury members to select 4 or 5 top 5. And we will have the announcements of the winners during our concluding session, which is at 8 p.m. And for now, we close this session. I thank you very much, Dr. Chandrasekhar, Mr. Pankaj Patel, Mr. Alex Bor, and Professor Arvind Sahai for being part of the jury panel. Thank you very much, Anirudh, for moderating. And we have now 3 minutes to start our next session, so you can stretch your legs and be back. Thank you very much. welcome back. We just spent 2 hours of some exciting discussions and listening to the presentations. Now we move to the next session, which is about building innovation ecosystem in India. And we have a video message from the CEO of NITI Aayog, the National Institute for Transforming India. We hear from Mr. Amitabh Kant that what government is doing to build the innovations ecosystem in the country. We all heard yesterday that India is all set to move fast on the journey from Make in India to Innovate in India. Let's hear it from Mr. Amitabh Kant. Can we have the videos, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Global Innovation Summit 2021 themed Discover in India, Accelerating the Innovation Journey of the Indian Life Sciences Industry is a first of its kind summit that highlights an opportunity and a priority for the Indian pharmaceutical industry. I would like to congratulate Invest India, IPA and Secretary DOP for organizing this unique summit. The summit has brought together key Indian and international stakeholders from industry, academia, investors, researchers, and policymakers to collaborate and discuss ways to foster a thriving ecosystem focused on innovation in the pharmaceutical sector. Over the last few decades, India has been a pioneer in providing access to high quality and affordable medicines, both domestically and globally. There is now an evident need to focus our efforts towards R&D and innovation in emerging technologies. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of ensuring access to medicines and novel treatments through global research and collaboration in drug and vaccine development to provide solutions at a faster pace. The integration of science, technology, and innovation into national policies is crucial to achieve sustained economic and social development. Fostering innovation and entrepreneurship is important for promoting the growth of the Indian biopharma industry. While India is doing well in the generic space, we need to focus on research and discovery of new molecules and treatments for different therapy areas. To position Indian pharma industry amongst the top markets in the world, it is essential to move towards research and innovation in emerging technologies. The government is focused on enhancing the culture of research in India, strengthen industry-academia collaboration, provide world-class facilities to researchers and scientists, and simplify the regulatory processes to boost R&D and innovation in the sector. Various schemes and a wide range of impact initiatives have helped bring innovation excellence in the biotech and pharma sector. These focused efforts have helped India rise to 46th position in Global Innovation Index 2021. Research and innovation require adequate infrastructure facilities. The government, through various eminent institutions such as National Institutes of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, NIPERS, and CSIR, is developing centers of excellence to boost the scientific talent in the country. The government has also taken steps to boost pharma sector by introducing production-linked incentive scheme for APIs, KSMs, and formulation with a financial outlay of 6,940 crores, that is 933 million US dollars. Enhanced production in API will further boost innovative drug development. The PLI-2 scheme is meant to create global champions to enhance India's manufacturing capabilities by increasing investment in production and contributing to product diversification through high-value goods in the pharmaceutical sectors. PL2 scheme was launched with a financial outlay of rupees 15,000 crores, that is 2 billion US dollars. The government has also launched the promotion of bulk drug parks scheme with a financial outlay of 3,000 crores to provide access to common facilities such as solvent recovery plant, distillation plant, power and steam units, common effluent treatment plant for manufacturing of pharmaceutical products. Schemes such as BioNest scheme, biotechnology university, research joint industry, translation cluster, URIJI scheme of DBT support biopharma and biotech research of industry and academia to produce good quality products as per the industrial standards. The government is supporting of startups and entrepreneurs to boost the innovation ecosystem. Various Indian states such as the Uttar Pradesh, Telangana, Kerala, Rajasthan, Gujarat have started their own startup initiatives through incubation centers and mentorship programs. Due to this enthusiasm, India is counted amongst the largest startup ecosystem in the world. Various Atal incubation centers are supporting biopharma startups. It is important that our researchers and innovators leverage the facilities provided under the Atal Innovation Mission. Niti and AIM recently released a book, Innovations for You, that highlights more than 40 startups in the healthcare space. Innovative ideas by scientists and research boost the research ecosystem in the country and encourage the youth of today to become the entrepreneurs and take a step towards Atmanirbharta. The startups further help generate employment and maintain economic stability of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, boosting the research and innovation ecosystem requires continual efforts and a monitoring mechanism. R&D can be enhanced if it is tracked and reviewed on a regular basis. IIM Ahmedabad has developed a framework to track this progress, and the same is being presented by Professor Arvind Sahai of IIM Ahmedabad in today's deliberations. India has strategic advantage in scale and reach in the pharmaceutical sector. We should leverage this strength and move ahead on the path of innovation. It is the right time to move up the value chain from Make in India to discover and innovate in India so that we can make in India for the world. I encourage our innovators to transform India's innovation space and help India position amongst the top few global innovators in the world.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amitabh Kant, for a very encouraging message and touching upon all the dots, which the speakers yesterday we also heard that we need to connect all those dots. Thank you very much to the team Niti Aayog for supporting us in every aspect and providing such encouragement for our work. So moving on to the next session, which is about Innovation Index and Framework for Innovation Ecosystem. I would like to start saying that innovation is the most powerful force for change in the world. Innovation fundamentally shifts the trajectory of the development. I invite Professor Arvind Sahai, M.N. Vora Chair Professor of Marketing and Entrepreneurship at Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, and present to us Innovation Index and the framework for the innovation ecosystem, which Mr. Amitabh Kant just mentioned in his talk. Mr. Sahai, Professor Arvind Sahai, please.
Thanks, Navneet, very much for that invitation. I hope you can hear me. I'll need someone to load my slides and to move it forward. Will you be doing that, or?
We can hear you, sir, and your slides are on.
Great. So shall we get started?
Yeah, please.
I cannot see the slides, Navneet. Are they being loaded?
So we can see it on the screen. Maybe
okay, that's it.
If an arrangement can be done.
We can see the slides. I can't see anything. So I'm not sure what slide you have on the screen. If it's the title slide, then let me start with that.
It's the goal slide, the goal, the 120 billion pharma.
Okay. So good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am presenting on behalf of a large team. I get to have my name on the presentation and the report, but it's really a teamwork from many different people. The Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, one of the gentlemen was in front of you, Invest India, and another large organization that does not wish to be named. So why are we developing the Innovation Index? The Innovation Index is being developed because, as Mr. Kant referred to in his talk, if India is setting off on its goal of trying to enhance the R&D capability and output, new drugs, new medicines, new chemical entities, new molecular entities, new biological entities, then we need to be able to track, monitor, and evaluate performance on an ongoing basis. We need to measure. The goal is a fairly large ask. We want to more than 2.5 times have growth of 2.5 times to 120 billion over the next few years. And so therefore, different people need to come together, government, industry, academia, policies, consultants, financiers, and so on. And in doing so, we will be able to satisfy the sustainable development goals that we have set for ourselves. And so within hopefully the R&D monitoring and evaluation framework that is part of the R&D policy that the government has just kind of released, our hope is that the innovation index becomes a part of the monitoring mechanism. Next slide, please. So as part of that process, we started to put together the people, and here one must compliment the leadership of Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance. And the front for that was Mr. Sudarshan Jain, who put together a team that includes me, even though I am presenting. And the team consisted of myself from IIM Ahmedabad, people from the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance. Navneet is one of them, Devang, Archana, and others. Invest India, Jitesh, and another large organization. All of this was done virtually, by the way. I think one of the great things about COVID, and I say that seriously despite all the negative stuff that we have seen over the last 1.5 years, is that we've all learned to work digitally in some ways. So that was the first part of the process, getting the people together in the data to do the work. Next slide, please. So as you can see, in terms of the process essentially was threefold: data collection, the approach, and the analysis. So early on, the decision was to have two dimensions to the index. One dimension is a qualitative perceptual part. The other dimension is a quantitative part, which is based on relevant secondary data that is gathered from many different sources. The perceptual data was gathered from industry leaders, from people in academia, in researchers, from organizations like the NIPERS, AIMS, Institute of Toxicology, labs from CSIR, and so on. The data from financials or investors was gathered from private equity and venture capitalists who have knowledge of and or have invested in the pharma biotech space over the last few years, and industry leaders, of course. The quantitative data was gathered from secondary sources, from World Intellectual Property Organization, for instance, in terms of the Patent Cooperation Treaty filing data, the Indian government databases on the number of postgraduates in the relevant disciplines from the US sources, and so on. So for any index, therefore, what is the first thing that you need to do? You have to first set a benchmark. And the benchmark that we chose was that on a scale of 1 to 10, the US was ranked at 8 in terms of R&D, both on the qualitative and quantitative part. So on R&D and innovation, the US is ranked at 8. And we chose to construct the index at 2 points in times, 2018 being the base year and 2021 is where we are today, also to get a sense of whether we are making any progress or not. The analysis, of course, I'll take you through more details of the analysis as we go forward. And after collecting the data from both the qualitative part and the quantitative part, we merged the two, the qualitative index and the quantitative index, into one composite pharma index, and to be able to then get a sense of where we are compared to the US. If the US is at 8 on a scale of 1 to 10, where should India be? So moving on to the next slide, please. If you look at this slide, so what were the dimensions, the qualitative dimensions on which we gathered data? So the qualitative dimensions include the regulatory landscape indicators, such as what are the timelines to approval, what is the ease of submission, what is transparency like, what is the ease of getting funding, what is the ROI of innovation, what is the quality of the R&D talent that is available, how much of in-licensing and out-licensing is taking place, and what is the level of novelty of the innovation pipeline. Here I have to admit to you that collecting the perceptual data was not an easy task. We sent out questionnaires to 142 people, included industry leaders, industry associations, clinical research organizations, academic leaders and research organizations, scientists, financiers, private equity, venture capitalists, and so on. And after multiple follow-ups by the team and some a little bit myself included, we were able to get around 69 responses, which is distributed as follows. The established local and foreign pharma firms account for around 70%. 56% out of the 69 responses, and then you have the academic institutions, which are around 15%, and the rest distributed between the CROs, investment organizations, and others. Please do recollect that this is perceptual data. People are kind of giving their perceptions on where they think that the Indian industry is with respect in comparison to the US on a scale of 1 to 10, if the US is ranked at 8 in the year 2018 and 2000 in the year 2021. Next slide, please, Navneet. So as you can see from this slide, on most instances, in most cases, the perception of the combination of industry leaders, academics, researchers, equity is that we have improved. We have improved from 2018 to 2021, anywhere from 4.2, 4.07, 4.3.85, and so on, to an approximately somewhere between 5.2 and 6, or 5.09 and 6. Do recall that this is a perceptual survey. These are perceptions of people, industry leaders, academics, scientists, and so on, who are telling us that this is what they think is where Indian R&D and innovation ranks as compared to the US on a scale of 1 to 10, if the US is taken as 8. Next slide, please. Moving on to the quantitative dimensions of the index. If you look at the quantitative dimensions of the index, we have 5 different super dimensions, regulatory approval for different modalities. So essentially over here, we mentioned the timelines for vaccines, 2 different kinds of vaccines, recombinant and non-recombinant vaccines, new chemical entities, new biological entities, and so on. And then the funding, what is the total private capital for R&D? What is the direct government funding? What is the primary funding through private equity and venture capitalists? Publications in international journals, citations, number of quality STEM graduates, percentage, number of PCT patents filed, and then output dimensions. Ultimately, we need to measure the output. What is the number of new molecular entities registered? Now, in each one of these, there would be an element of judgment in a sense. So, for example, total private capital for R&D, difficult to get that number per se, but applying the typical Pareto principle that 80% thing is looked at by around 20%. We looked at the top 15 companies by R&D expenditure and revenue across the US and India, and took that as a proxy for the total private capital which was spent. And that data is publicly available. Anybody can take that. Primary funding through BEVC is what actually available in a straightforward manner from databases, as were a number of publications in international journals and citations from Scopus, from Scimago, and so on. For STEM graduates, quality STEM graduates, we looked at only postgraduates and PhDs in the relevant subject areas, and that were then scaled by the population to make it a little more comparable. Because if you have a similar number in a country of scientists in a country of 330 million versus a country of 1,350 million, I mean, that needs to be scaled. But ultimately, the output dimension has to be measured, which is the number of molecular entities coming out, and that we left at as it is. Next slide, please. So just to give you a sense of where the data came from. So if you look at the regulatory landscape timelines, the data came from CDSCO, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, and industry sources. Total private capital came from annual reports and public disclosures. Direct government funding, again, from annual reports of DBT, ICMR. Primary funding from the pitch book, publications from Scimago, patents from WIPO, number of STEM postgraduates from the All India Survey on Higher Education, report by Ministry of Education. For the USA, it came from the National Center for Education Statistics. For number of cross-border deals, you've got pharma deals and Indian CTRI database, and then new molecular entities coming from a particular country from the US FDA database. Next slide. And so, having gotten all of this data, we then looked at what the numbers would add up to in comparison to the US. And as you can see over here, the numbers over here in the quantitative part are somewhat lower than what you see in the qualitative part. So funding, for example, in 2018, we are ranked at 1.83, which is less than what it was in the qualitative index. Similarly, if you look at the number of new molecular entities, we have some distance to go. So if you combine all of those, along a weight, and the weight comes from the perceptual survey. We get a qualitative index of 2.4, a quantitative index of 2.46 in 2018 on a scale of 1 to 10, where the US is at 8, and our the quantitative index improves by around 13% to 2.79 in 2021. So about a 13% improvement in the quantitative index over a period of 3 years as compared to where it was in 2018. And so next slide, please. If you combine these indices, then you have on a 60-40 basis. So why 60-40? Why not 50-50? Essentially, in conversations with people within industry and the government and scientists, the sense was that perhaps the qualitative survey should have a somewhat lower weightage, and this is also backed up by some literature in the behavioral psychology area, which suggests that, and, if you're looking for a citation, Einon and Hogarth have some interesting papers on this. It suggests that when you're doing perceptual surveys, people have a natural overconfidence in their judgments, and so the perceptual survey might have taken it a little bit more than what it should have been, and so the final weightage is 60-40. And based on that, the composite index of that we have come to for the Indian pharmaceutical industry in terms of R&D and innovation, we calculate as 3.08 in the year 2018, which improves to around 3.78 in the year 2021. So a reasonably substantial improvement, 0.7 on a base of 3.08. So that's around 20% over 3 years. So we are improving at an aggregate level. Nevertheless, as you will have noticed from the different areas, different dimensions on both the quantitative part and the qualitative part, while we have improved quite substantially from a regulatory timelines perspective over the last 3 years, funding continues to remain an issue. The output in terms of molecular entities continues to remain an issue. The patent filings itself are actually not that bad, not that much lower in terms of a scale, around 4.5 compared to the US at 8, but the actual molecular entities coming out is a lot less. Now, at this juncture, I should say that the whole point of constructing an index is that the first time that the index is constructed, it's really a baseline. The absolute value of the index that we have calculated at 3.08 versus 3.78 is just a kind of a benchmark against which future calculations of the index need to be compared, and that would be based on what are the numbers that come up in each one of the dimensions that we've already used over here. So next year, if, for example, the number of new chemical entities is more, or the number of quality STEM graduates goes up, or the funding goes up, then the index will improve. And so in that sense, the movement of the index over time gives us a sense of whether we are moving in the right direction or not. And also the movement tells us which of the components are driving the movement, and so therefore where should there be more effort. Ultimately, of course, the goal is that one should be having more output in terms of the new chemicals and molecular entities. Next slide, please. So like any research that is done to come to some results, are there some caveats? Yes. At least 2 informative indicators were not used in the quantitative part of the index. The number of clusters, and the other one was the industry academia collaboration, both quite important because of the lack of availability of data or meaningfulness of the data that was available. This also points to the fact that putting together data, relevant data for an exercise, a research-based exercise like this was something of a challenge. And my earnest and humble request to both the industry and the government is to think seriously about how this can be facilitated in the future. Not just from the viewpoint of construction and running of an index on an annual basis for monitoring and evaluation of research progress, but also for policy-making purposes and for more productive conversations between industry and government. Because when conversations are based around data, then conversations tend to be a lot more productive. And of course, if you have data-based conversations, you can take decisions which are more likely to be correct, and also you can anticipate some stuff which is happening if the data is there in place. Last slide, please. Next one. And so therefore, what are some next steps, at least from my perspective, going forward? This is an exercise which I would strongly recommend, and I hope that is conducted annually so that we are actually able to track progress of R&D innovation in terms of output and processes, allows us to say that this is where the effort should be put going forward into the future. We should also be looking at some moonshot initiatives in research and development. For example, is it going to be computational biology, genomics, and so on? It was very interesting that earlier in the day, in the Innovation Grand Challenge, there was one particular submission which actually was using computational biology to be able to increase the not only the efficiency but also the probably the efficacy of being able to discover and develop new products. We do need to get more scientists to operate out of India, and one of the things that I would strongly recommend is trying to catch hold of associate professors in relevant areas to come to India and operate from India. That's the stage at which the move to India is a lot more feasible from many different perspectives. And we do need to strengthen the regulatory capacity, though there is substantial movement on this dimension already in the last 3 years, and hopefully going forward, there's a lot more movement. The good news, of course, I think, and that came through from the perceptual surveys, that there is a general sense of optimism. Around 70% of the people are either slightly or very optimistic about the way R&D and innovation is moving forward in the country. And that to me is very encouraging, because if there are enough people who have optimism, which is based on good solid reasons, and the people who have responded in the survey are some of the leading lights of the industry. If they are optimistic, then I think we are all in a good place. So thank you very much for your attention. With that, let me close my presentation. My thanks once again to the entire team from many different areas, IPA, Invest India, and another large organization that helped to put together this particular index. And I hope that this is useful for the industry and for the government going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Arvind Sahai. And with your presentation, we saw that we are definitely all set to trajectory on path of growth and success. And thanks for giving us an idea that where we are and where we have to go. So thank you very much. With that presentation, we move to the next session. We do not have much time left for the break, so we have to straight away go to the next session. The next session is about promoting academic industry collaboration. And this session is moderated by Dr. Y.K. Gupta. Dr. Y.K. Gupta is the former professor of pharmacology and dean at AIIMS Delhi. And he's also vice chair of the Standing National Committee on Medicine and SCAM-HP. Dr. Y.K. Gupta is a known name in the field of academics, and he has been associated with various committees. Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta, for joining us. May I have Dr. Y.K. Gupta on the stage, please? I think Dr. Y.K. Gupta is taking some time to join in. About this session, I can say.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, and I think you'll be visible soon. Our team will be supporting you to get on the stage. Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta, for joining.
Yeah, just let me know when I am visible. Is that working?
Not yet, sir. Maybe our team will help. So, Dr. Gupta, is your camera I mean, is the camera on? Can you see yourself on the screen?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay.
Should I log it off and then come back?
Yes, sir. I think that will help.
Excuse me. Dr. Navneet, can you introduce all the speakers and then we will go to the speaker view in the meantime?
Okay. So, Dr. Gupta, Dr. YK Gupta would like to introduce all the speakers. Just connected, and you can bring him on the stage. He will introduce the speakers.
Should I log off and and I can see a lot of my good friends here to talk on this, and I request everybody to please wave your hand so that we know that you are there, and also that will be a good test that your audio as well as your video is working. So I request Dr. Rajesh Kotecha ji. Rajesh Kotecha ji is here. He is the secretary.
Namaskar.
Namaskar, Namaskar Kotecha Sahab. Namaskar. Rajesh Kotecha ji is Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, and is one of the leading scientists and also a person who is believing in the integration of Ayush and the modern scientific tools, epidemiology, and generating evidence and taking this to the masses. And may I request Dr. Paul Nakahanso. Dr. Paul, can you raise your hand? And he's the Senior Director, Corporate Partnership, John Hopkins Technology. Dr. Paul? Yeah, I would also request my very old friend, Dr. Anil Kaul. Dr. Anil Kaul, can you I wait for him. Dr. Anil Kaul is the Vice President, Global Public Health Discovery Research in Johnson and Johnson, and he was, for some time, he was a director in CSIR lab in India, and one of the discoverer on bedaquiline, which is a drug for resistant tuberculosis. Dr. S. Chandrasekhar. I can see Dr. Chandrasekhar. That's great. Dr. Chandrasekhar is the director of CSIR, Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, Hyderabad. And Dr. Chandrasekhar co-chaired with me a committee which was set up by Ministry of Department of Pharmaceuticals for promoting industry academia partnership, and we submitted our report to the government, and which was the first report having so many stalwarts from industry, from academia, from regulator, and from the government. I see Dr. Suresh. Dr. Suresh is a personality which does not require any introduction. Dr. Suresh, can you just raise your hand and say hello so that we know that your audio is also working?
Hi everyone.
Hi, that's great, Dr. Suresh. Dr. Suresh is for many years he has been president of Pharmacy Council of India, and all the policy of pharmacy in India today have been either nurtured, guided, and all philosophical blessings and guidance has been provided by Dr. Suresh. And he is basically promoting all the pharmacy colleges, how they can be really integrated with industry to promote research. Dr. U.S.N. Murthy, one of the very dynamic director, I've always called as a DD, dynamic director of one of the NIPER, that is NIPER Guwahati, and Dr. He is one person who so much is always bubbling with energy, not himself, but all the faculty members, students in NIPER. You get every day an SMS that one person has got an award for this innovation, for that innovation, and always linked with industry or for purposeful. Dr. S. Sridhar, Dr. S. Sridhar. Yeah, Dr. Sridhar is here. Dr. Sridhar is a managing director of Pfizer. And I need not to say the contribution of Pfizer in innovation and also promoting startups and research. And Dr. George is Honorary General Secretary. Dr. George, nice to see you. He is Indian Drug Manufacturers Association and has also been part of our team when we developed this. Now, having this much of a galaxy from academia, from industry, from Pharmacy Council, and also from the education NIPERS is a testimony that all of us, and of course, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliances, is a testimony that today we realize that it is not good to work in silos. We have been talking that industry must work with academia and academia must work in tandem with the industry, and both should work aligned with the regulator and the need of the country and of course the global diversification. But many years we have been talking. Now is the time to convert this talking into reality, into translate it in this into reality. And the one committee which Pankaj Patel chaired this a few months back, last year in fact, for the first time we met and we created a blueprint under IPA, and McKinsey was also our knowledge partner, that what can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps which can be taken up not only to think, but also to convert the thought process into academia and industry partnership. We know that you talk of Harvard, you talk of Stanford, you talk of any bigger university abroad, the much of the thoughts from these academic institutions are translated by industry, and then those becomes the hot product. And the innovation in India, there is a disconnect between the industry and the academia. Incidentally, industry, they teach the academic product after they join industry, whereas our philosophy now is that we create industry ready products from the academic institutions, and for that the industry has to collaborate with academia right from the beginning. Academia has to involve industry right from the curriculum designing to examination to having a startup in their setup to giving the problems to their postgraduates, MD, MS, or M.Pharma, PhD, which is relevant to academic, which is relevant to the academic, to the industry. Both have to give the direction to the regulator that, hey, this is the regulatory change based on the science, that you need to work fast and not that you work arbitrarily, but here we are giving you the relevant evidence which can support you and make you the robust regulatory system in the world. That is what it is. So with this background, I would request all my panelists to say it, I would say a trigger talk, maybe in 5 minutes or 6 minutes or 7 minutes, and then we will have some questions. So in the same order, may I request Dr. Rajesh Kotecha to have his thoughts how best we can give nurturing or boost to industry academia or academia industry collaboration? Over to Dr. Kotecha, please.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta ji. Actually, this is a wonderful occasion and actually an apt time to look for the innovation journey of the Indian life science industry, and with very specific topic of promoting academia industry collaboration. We all know and that at different platform we discuss this, and then there is a lot of development in recent years. For example, recently we all know that Government of India has introduced this new education policy 2020. This is a very holistic and actually multidisciplinary approach having this education policy, and it envisages the uh, the kind of HR development where in real world setup industries are at one end point, and for which various types of educational courses are made, and developing a robust interface between academia and industry that will help bring best version of scholars. As per this policy, as a part of holistic education, students at all higher education institutions will be provided with opportunities for internships with local industry, businesses, artists, crafts persons, etc. So this is kind of never happened kind of thing, and this is now happening. It has started already. Further, into this policy, it focuses on research and innovation by setting up startup incubation centers, technology development centers, centers in frontier areas of research, greater industry academic linkages, and interdisciplinary research, including humanities and social sciences research. It is interesting to know to mention here that when we talk about the industry academia, we usually mean for health researches and engineering related industry, but we usually do not have an attention to humanities and social sciences. So that is very, very important that has happened, the development. At present, at the moment, the development of education curricula has usually not kept pace with the growing complexity of industry, technology, and economy. So, moreover, research outcomes of educational institutions are typically presented to the scientific community, usually without having been directly accessible to industry. So within this context, it will be difficult for industry to comprehend and to adapt to the technological advances in a direct way. That is why our HR is not directly usable in industry when they go out. So that is a problem statement. But then there are so many things happening that I would like to mention in within a given time. For example, promoting a novel integrated approach of education, research, and technology transfer, it emerges as a key challenge. And in health research, particularly, industry and academic collaboration has been an important vehicle to drive and implement various healthcare innovations. In COVID times, we have seen this, that in a very short time, the academia industry relationship have given a wonderful example of from testing kits to tracking application to ventilators to vaccine development and to drugs, and the journey from R&D to commercialization happened faster than ever seen before. So actually the another area which needs attention is that R&D is a capital intensive activity which neither any government nor industry can afford individually. We all know that. In India, nearly more than 2/3 of the finances for R&D is provided by the public sector and government, and less than 1/3 is shared by the private sector. If you compare it with the other countries, particularly developed world, reverse trend is observed. So a thorough study is required to understand how Indian private sector can be stimulated for enhancing the investments in R&D. So realizing this importance, I would like to talk a little bit about Ministry of Ayush, what we are doing to fast track these linkages. For example, we have this Center of Excellence scheme. So we support research institutes, labs, and even industry labs and research activities through the COE. and it has yielded very great results. Some of the good publications, good outcomes, good translation of those outcomes has happened. The Ayush industry is currently undergoing a significant transition. Yesterday only, our Honorable Prime Minister in his remarks during the inauguration of this event, he mentioned that herbal medicine sector has shown export of about 1.5 billion US dollar. It is the total size of the industry is now $18.1 billion in the manufacturing industry. So it has never happened. This is like something, a sunrise sector, we can say there is a 17% growth year on year since 6 years. So we have this mechanism of industry-friendly industry academia partnership ecosystem with our research councils and our national institutes. And there are a lot of outcomes. For example, recently we have repurposed the medicine IU64 for the mild to moderate COVID patients. And then as soon as we repurposed it, we were able to transfer the technology to more than 29 industry. And they immediately have rolled out this medicine, and it was available all over the country without any shortage of the supply. Then also, there is another example that we are working with THSTI for the development and mechanic studies of lot of Ayush drugs. And THSTI, as an outcome of this expertise, have signed an MOU with Dabur India for joint development of herbal extracts and therapeutics for non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. This is a good example of how translation happens. We have All India Institute of Ayurveda under Ministry of Ayush has recently started working with London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, LSHTM, to conduct a clinical trial on ashwagandha for promoting recovery from COVID-19 in UK on very big cohort. And we are envisaging that this will provide us a very good proof of evidence so that we can project ashwagandha as one of the post-COVID solution in globally. So those type of examples we have immense. And another example is Ministry in collaboration with FSSAI is working on launching Ayurveda Ahar category to promote Ayurveda-based food industry. And there is a lot of potential, lot of commerce is available already. So at last, way ahead that I want to mention, there are some focus points as mentioned by Dr. Gupta, that what is take home. So suggestions are: ensure curriculum adaptation moves as fast as the pace of industry change. So there is a faster change of industry, and our education, our academia should ensure that there is a adaptation of those demands. Then build up relationship with industry and career advisors. The another is tailor-made education. For example, small and medium-sized enterprises, we have made provision for skill development courses in convergence with Skill Development Ministry. So it is not only transfer of technology, it is also providing able HR to the industry. Then mutually enabling processes for capacity building of the faculty, students, and the industry. More dialogues. Then experts engaged in R&D works in the industry may be invited as visiting faculties in higher education institutes. In Ayush sector, we already have started this. And involvement of big industry in healthcare sector and all other sectors is a whole government approach for promoting evidence-based products and solutions, particularly the area of healthcare and medicine, to be translated into public health and a major export sector of India. In Ayush sector, there is a tremendous opportunity as mentioned by our Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Gupta ji. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kotecha. I think your key message are so good and so hammering that I think not many people have touched that the humanities and social science is one thing which academic institutions can teach to the industry, and I think that is what very important thing. And you have very rightly highlighted the success of Ayush in the COVID situation, and that too the Ayush 69, which is now being transferred to, it is a basically academic product which has gone to so many industry now, and Also, what you have mentioned, not only the Ayush products are being collaborated with Indian industry, but also with the outside India, the academic institutions. I think your points are very well taken, and maybe we can take up them again during the discussion. Now, I would now request Dr. Paul Nakahanso, the Senior Director, Corporate Partnership, Johns Hopkins. If he can hear me, Dr. Paul.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Gupta.
Great, Dr. Paul. Yeah.
And greetings to all. It's an honor to be part of this great panel, and I would probably want to start by sharing the experiences within Johns Hopkins Technology Ventures and some of the transformation that's actually occurred within Hopkins over the last 6-7 years, that may be germane and relevant to this conversation. So sometime in 2013, the university president actually commissioned an assessment to be done, a peer benchmarking exercise, really. And the idea being that, most of you would know Hopkins' strength in medicine and public health. And for 39 years in a row, Johns Hopkins has pretty much received the largest in federal funding for basic science research. What was at the core of this assessment, though, was the fact that innovation is not just invention. It's invention and then commercialization. And within the Hopkins ecosystem, as productive as they were, it was clear that industry partnership, translation, and commercialization of these great assets was not taking place, at least at the scale that should have occurred. And so this assessment actually unraveled many elements of this. So in 2014, a year later, the committee that actually did this assessment came up with findings and recommendations. And one of them was actually to make an investment in this area, and $76 million investment was made. An office was created to centralize commercialization and translation. It included everything from licensing and technology transfer and development to sponsored research and partnerships, and created space in terms of facilities and equipment for the purposes of startups and venture. Okay, so this is an integrated office. It's actually the office in which I sit. And what has happened since 2014 is that all the matrices that would determine translation and commercialization has actually doubled, in some cases quadrupled. For instance, last year, our venture and startups raised $1 billion. Right? If you compare this to any of the great institutions around the world, this is by far among the 1%. If you look at sponsored research, we currently manage to the order of about 50 partnerships with industry in different sectors, majority of it being in life sciences, of course. If you look at licensing, we are now averaging 144 licensing a year. This number probably doubles, what used to be the case in 2014. 400 reports of inventions per year. So one of the elements I want to capture here is the culture of innovation. That is an important element. Bringing to bear a culture within an institution in the context of India, creating that environment is a key component. The second component I want to highlight has to do with making sure that partnerships are strategic. So if you go back and look at the basis for partnerships within Johns Hopkins, it has to fulfill a number of requirements. Okay, so our partners are not just coming in to license technology. They are oftentimes engaging us even in the education of our postdocs, our graduate students, right? In curriculum development and refinement. Some of them serve on thesis committees, right? They provide support by way of training to some of our startups, right? Because there are elements, of course, as you imagine in commercialization, that the translation component of commercialization actually sits within industry. Industry is well placed to take basic science and take it over that valley of death and actually make it a product. So that complementarity between academics and industry is actually where the winning formula lies. And that recognition of a partnership that entails so many different facets is one that I think is a very important one to highlight. We also seek, industry's input in advisory boards, right, to guide our startups. So there's a strategic approach to partnership, and I think that's the second element I would like to highlight. Then finally, perhaps I would like to talk a little bit about what I think are some of the conditions, right, that could help foster the aspirations that India has towards, a successful, innovative ecosystem. I think an enabling environment is a key one to highlight, right? Oftentimes, what this means is that we have to think about what the incentives are for all the key stakeholders, for academic institutions, for industry partners that will come to the table. Because this is a very expensive endeavor. And oftentimes, if you want to actually be successful, you have to kind of think about, what would be appropriate incentives to move the needle on all these different facets. So a key element of this is, of course, creating an integrated sort of platform that will foster partnership. So training, right, and building talents around not just the science, but the business and regulatory aspects of your life science industry will be important, right? Funding, of course, key element to all of this. So bringing in venture funding, private equity funding, all important aspects of this. Then providing the infrastructure, space and equipment, right, is something that should be a shared endeavor between, of course, governments, academic institutions, and corporate partners. And then, having a very strong culture around patents and licensing and sponsored research. Another important sort of element to that enabling environment, okay? And of course, I think my fellow panelists spoke about policies. Policies are so important. And one element of that is actually streamlining policies. Addressing institutional review boards, ethics committee, making all those processes very efficient. Federal funding mechanisms to be very transparent, to allow both academic and industry to be able to
I think Dr. Paul's audio got some disruption. Anyway, Dr. Paul, it was wonderful listening to the experience from John Hopkins. And are you back, or is you have done?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, it was break in between.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, my apologies for that. So just the last point. The last point is education and curriculum development, right? Important, and one way we've found this to be helpful is to think about encouraging foreign universities to partner so that there are exchange of ideas, right, with your Indian institutions, students, and of course incentivizing local students. And then the final element might be public-private partnerships, which, as you saw even within COVID, was an important element to true innovation that translated to some of the solutions by way of diagnostics and therapeutics and vaccines that were brought to bear. So hope these elements were helpful, but I wanted to articulate the Johns Hopkins experience in commercialization. And I wanted to share with you what I thought were some lessons learned as you move forward in India to meet your ambitions and goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paul. I think the experience of John Hopkins are so good, and we have taken note of it. Some of them we are already been emphasizing again and again, as you rightly said, culture of innovation, and maybe there could be some of the messages which could be taken up by Dr. Suresh, who is basically, I would say, the guiding the entire pharmacy institutions in the country, and also Dr. Murthy, who is responsible for giving the dynamics to the NIPers, and many others. Because if we have say a culture of innovation developed, and with that integrated office for providing regulatory support, financial support, idea transfer, and giving them the possibility how to take it to the market, I think that will be perhaps the correct steps. And we have shown that the number of patents, number of innovations have almost doubled in very few years. I think that's a very important point. With this, I would request my friend Dr. Anil Kaul, who has the experience of industry, who has the experience of guiding in a very innovative oriented academic come research institution of CSIR, that is IMTech in India, and now one of the leader in developing bedaquiline. So Dr. Anil, to you.
Sure, sir. It's so nice to see you. It's so nice to see you, and it's a pleasure to be here in this august company of experts. So I think it's, first of all, thank you. Thank you for giving me this invitation to be here. I was so pleased to be coming to this forum because the idea itself, innovate and develop for the Indian pharmaceutical industry is so relevant. I can't tell you how passionate I am about it, because in the end, we are all scientists, and innovation, we know how it changes the lives of the people across the world. So I think from my perspective, this is a topic, as I said, that it's very close to my heart, because what I have learned, I can give you first my experience of J&J, then I come back to Indian R&D ecosystem, and then I can come to what are the key drivers of basically the industry academia collaborations. So from what I learned over several years right now in J&J, where I am leading the global public health discovery R&D. So within the global public health scenario, as well as within the J&J R&D ecosystem, the mantra is that what we call open innovation. So a lot of you have heard this word several times, open innovation. And the open innovation, it basically means that the best ideas don't always come from your own labs. You have to be receptive, you have to be collaborative, you have to be open-minded to embrace innovation coming from anywhere in the world. Whether it's an innovation for public health coming from African continent, whether it's the innovation coming from Asia, whether it's an innovation coming from India. So we have to respect every idea which is coming and which can, of course, change the science, change the trajectory of human well-being. So that's one thing. So what J&J did few years ago was a very path-breaking structural structural elements, wherein they set up what we call 5 innovation centers across the globe. So the aim of these 5 innovation centers was to reach out to academic institutions in those particular regions. Like one innovation center is in Boston, one is in California, one is in Shanghai, one is in UK, and one is somewhere else. So there are 5 innovation centers, and there are sub centers also. So the aim of these innovation centers was to tap in to the academic R&D which is happening, because that's something. So you proactively go to the academic institutions and say, look, your idea of this is so interesting to us. Let's collaborate. Let's build this idea. Let's, as Paul already said, that it's not only the idea, the monetization of the idea and bringing it to the product is completely different ballgame. So that's where we had those innovation centers coming through their legal processes, coming through their financial structures, coming through their very dedicated teams, helping the industries, helping the academic tech offices to basically promote more open collaboration. I think this has been really successful, as you can see from the J&J's evolution in the last 10 years in terms of the R&D output has been really, really successful. And a lot of contribution for that success goes to those academic partners, those scientists who work in the academia and whose ideas were so nice that they eventually led to very fruitful technological evolution. So that's one, what we call industry going proactively to the academic centers and saying that, okay, this is the space where we can collaborate. So it's not always the academia has to reach the industry, but industry should be thoughtful enough and mature enough to have faith in the academic science and reach out to them. The second thing, what we have been actively doing is what we call we call them J Labs. J Labs are basically, we create these bioincubator spaces and we basically, with no strings attached, we ask anybody who has an idea and who can bring that idea, and you use the space, you use the infrastructure, you use the lab, and everything what you do is everything of course your own. So that has led to almost 150 companies across the world, small companies, biotech companies, very small 1-person companies or 10-person. Those companies have matured into now massive biotechs with huge potential, and all what J&J provided was the idea for incubation and space and ecosystem for innovation. So definitely this has helped a lot in terms of building up that particular support system for those early stage companies. And now some of these companies' valuation go in billions of dollars, and it has really created a huge value for the public health space, as well as the scientific innovation space. So these were there are several other examples. I don't have time to discuss all those details, but the key has been to have an open innovation mindset and help basically reach out to the academic institutions and look for those technologies. I think from the Indian perspective, I can tell you that India is one of the finest academic institutions in the world. Some of them, I can tell you that they are untapped. There are enough resources which the government is building up, has spent our decades in building up these institutions. And the scientific pool, both in terms of the new generation of science which is happening, the aspirational young Indians which are out there, there is an immense potential in terms of Indian institutions to deliver novel innovation on their own as well as in partnership with industry. So it definitely needs the leadership focus in terms of in delivering on that science which is happening in those Indian institutions to bring them into the final products. So I can give you one example. As I was in IMTech, we had a fantastic institution collaborations with companies like Merck, where it was not only on the products, it's also on the skill development side, which they came forward, set up skill development institutions, and now they are training thousands of students in terms of new biotech technologies, which are the latest, which are the most novel, and it basically helps the students in a lot. It's not only the technologies which industry can partner. It's in the skill development side where industry should play a very important role, because in the end, those skills definitely help industry much better than if we don't promote any novel skill development. So apart from that, I think we had a fantastic collaboration with Zydus Cadila on TB in terms of the small drug development. Once again, a very novel collaboration where two different partners using the expertise of institutions like CSR and using the expertise of Zydus coming together and trying to build programs for the diseases that impact the poorest of the poor and have a huge impact on the Indian basically healthcare systems. So these are just few examples I'm trying to say. All I'm trying to say is that Indian institutions themselves are mature enough for global partners to come and bring capital, bring talent, as well as develop ideas which are basically being experimented in the Indian labs. So it goes not only for infectious diseases, it goes from infectious diseases to neuroscience, and with the Indian patient population, which is so huge, it's not only the scientific institutions. India has one of the biggest hospitals, which sees like PGI Chandigarh. I can give you an example. It sees 10,000 patients a day. I think the amount of data which we are creating in those institutions, no country in the world will have that access to the real patient population data in real time. And with those kind of numbers in terms of data analytics, data science, these are the key drivers of the future innovation in the healthcare industry. So and in the same space, like ILBS, the fantastic work they are doing in the liver hepatology regard, means as was said by earlier speaker, the role of some of these medications in non-NASH products. So this is something which is heavily discussed and heavily investigated scientific area, wherein once again the Indian population, the patient population, the expertise, the doctors, what we have, the clinicians, what we have a huge impact. And of course, the future of the new scientists which are coming out through our systems have a huge aspirational role to play in delivering the science. So, and I think beyond, yes. I think I have just one more point to mention. It's important from the perspective of looking at the R&D budget. The R&D budget of a nation right now in the Indian context is basically heavily dependent on the government funding. What we need to do is to see how does industry promote more R&D within the Indian ecosystem, and how do we enable that R&D ecosystem. So I can tell you at J&J, we are setting up these satellite discovery centers for global public health across the world, and India is one of the focus which I am trying to push, because I know that for public health, India is the best place to be in terms of the R&D innovation. So definitely, I think there is a lot of scope, and it's not only India, but across the world, we should really be open to innovation wherever it is coming from.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anil. You are one of the very strong proponent that industry should go to academia. I think that's one thing which I think I would like to take message for all, and I wish there are many clone of Anil in the country. That means, though you see the country's now industry is so keen to collaborate with academic institution, but what you also emphasize is that not only going to industry academia to scout the ideas, but also to provide these good ideas funding opportunities. What is happening today, majority of the industry go to the academic institution only when they want to hire. But what we now emphasize, don't go to only hire, but go to take up, to scout the ideas which the academic institutions have in the field, and then scout them, nurture them, fund them, and then hire them. That's, I think, wonderful idea which you gave. So with this, now we request Dr. S. Chandrasekhar, who is the director of IICT, handling more than 300 PhD students, and one of the CSIR lab, which has the largest number of academic and industry collaboration, and very good part of their revenue is also generated from industry by giving them technical know-how, and many API and the projects of tech transfer have taken place from CSIR lab, particularly IICT and pharmaceutical industry. And Dr. Chandrasekhar was integral part of our committee when we developed a very big report on industry academia collaboration. So over to Dr. Chandrasekhar, please.
Thank you, Professor Gupta, for a very exciting introduction on me and also on CSIR. You have been a great proponent of CSIR. Thank you, Professor Gupta. And friends, I think lots of words are said on how industry academia collaboration happens. And we have heard from the large multinationals, the way they tap the talent, knowledge, and how they connect to the academia. I think one big gap still we continue to see is the industry-ready human resource. And every time I interact with the CEOs and chairmen of the companies, they keep complaining that the graduates coming out of the academic institutes are really not ready to take up the challenges, and they need to invest a lot of time and energy to see that they are ready for taking up the industrial kind of work. And as Professor Gupta mentioned, we have given many recommendations to the government, including conducting the joint PhD programs, allowing the private industry to have their small R&D units within the academic campuses, so that the culture of industry is inculcated into the academic institutes. We all know academia is driven by publications, citations, whether we get a postdoc or not. The promotion is driven by the kind of fundamental science we do. And only when an industry sponsors the project, we tend to take up those challenges. And it's time that industry also starts throwing their challenges using some common portals, because science is universal and science has no boundaries. If, for example, J&J or Pfizer or Merck has a challenge, I'm sure they could throw a challenge without disclosing the integrities of the project, and academic faculty could give some solutions, and those solutions could be taken forward. As my friend from Johnson told, I'm sure, I think if the labs like J labs are built across by all industries, not just by the Johnson, but other companies also start trying to build those labs where they allow the ideas of the academic colleagues is put to practice. As Professor Gupta was mentioning, innovation is part of every individual. I think innovation happens day in, day out. It's not just the trait of an industry or a scientist. Even someone staying at home, or a retired colleague, or a high school kid, or a school teacher could have an innovative idea. And the government of India has been collecting all those ideas, not only from these colleagues, but also grassroots innovations, which are coming out of small towns, villages, and all that. And we have a national innovation foundation where over 1.5 lakh ideas are stored. And it's a time that industry reviews all those ideas and segregate them into which are useful to health sector, because you're talking on behalf of IPA today. Could we take all those ideas which are relevant to health sector and see whether some of those could be either sponsored as projects, handhold those ideas, work with some academic institutes, and take them from an idea, as Professor Gupta said, ideas are always easy to get, but idea into a bench scale demonstration, proof of concept, go to a pilot plant scale, and then do an attempt on the commercialization. And when you take from bench scale to pilot plant and commercial, that's where I think funds are required. And that's where if industry and academic funding agencies from the government, if they could put some grants and see that these bench scale ideas are mentored to take to a pilot scale, I think those ideas could become really useful products. I think that's what I think when you look at the ecosystem, what a friend from the US was talking on, how the ideas were converted into products. So I think we need to learn few things from there. While a lot of things are happening in the country already, looking at the investments DBT makes on BIRAC or DST and CSIR through many programs, it's the time that a small idea, a small proof of concept in a publication, how you could really scale up into a pilot and then make into a product. I think that's what I think we need to concentrate. Other one, of course, is the challenge of providing the best human resource. Many colleges and universities in the country currently don't have the best equipment or infrastructure to perform experiments for them. I think industry should embrace all the graduate students in their fourth semester or the last semester, whatever they take up in pharmacy or BTech or MSc. I think allow them a little bit of freedom to join their industries for 6 months, 8 months, get hands-on experience in what they do actually, which is a very standard culture across the world. I'm sure those young minds would not take away those ideas or products and go somewhere. I think we need to really trust those young kids and then allow them to work on projects in industrial campuses, expose to those cultures, so that when they really come out of a graduate program, I think they're really allowed to go back to industry. Many students think that no, getting a job in academia is more secure. No one is asking me what I should do. I can do what I like to do. I think that's the kind of free mind we provide to these young minds. I think industry also should start giving, at least at the early part of their careers when they join industry, allow them to give a little bit of free thought process. I think give a small grant that you nurture your idea, publish a paper or file a patent. I think rather than day one, you give them a targeted work. I think your job is by end of this year, you increase the yield from 40% to 80%, otherwise you are fine. I think then the best minds don't go to industry. They tend to hang on around as postdocs with us and then come back and look for an academic job. I think if that kind of freedom is given in the industry, I'm sure the collaborations between academia and industry go a long way. Also, if you look at the infrastructure being built by the academia now is phenomenal. If you look at the infrastructure built with SIFEs, we call, I think, sophisticated advanced instrumentation facilities built across the industry. I think we need to make sure that industry also come and use those facilities so that academia also gets start some revenue to take those projects forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chandrasekhar. I think you have given an idea, a very clear concept that the idea coming from academic institution, then the proof of concept, then the pilot project, then the commercial project. In between, there has to be hand-holding and support from industry, and then the product. And that's why there has to be a mechanism of incentivization. There has to be a mechanism of a de-risking or risking or minimum risk. And for that, there are a couple of mechanisms. But the direction which Dr. Chandrasekhar has been providing to their PhDs and their scholars is phenomenal. And we always look forward for the guidance of leaders like Dr. Chandrasekhar. Dr. B. Suresh is the person who has been keeping the pharmacy institution of the entire country so dynamic, vibrant, and always ready to work, or industry ready human resource is always his challenge. So over to Dr. Suresh.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. And it's a pleasure to be back here with you on this platform. Actually, the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance organizers asked me to join the session yesterday to interact with you and get to know how things have been done. I said, no, I know how Dr. Gupta will conduct, so I don't need further training. I know how he will lead us through the thing. So it's pleasure back to be with you here on Dr. Gupta. And I would like to thank again Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance for inviting me to share my thoughts on this platform. In fact, I have a very now close relationship with Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, the Pharmacy Council of India, and IPA. I've been now almost for more than 3 years engaging together on various issues. And one of the very important factors that have been under discussion has been the industry academia cooperation. How does it go back? And we, instead of looking at just pushing or motivating, we wanted to get into action. And the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance came forward, and PCI also came forward and said, let us both be catalysts to make this industry academia collaboration to come together to happen. And what we realized was one of the major challenges which is there existing in the academia is real insight into industry and the industry expectations. Whether it is the human resource, like just said, now industry ready manpower that is required, or for research, or the other factors that are coming to the need of the industry is not really connected. So we said that we'll come together on this platform, both of us together, and we signed an MOU. And the PCI decided that we will try to fund 100 teachers who would like to work in an industry for 1 month and get the training. And vice versa, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance committed through their member organizations. They will place these 100 teachers in the company. They don't have to hunt around. The Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance will do this responsibility, identify based on the geographical need and location, and put them in the plants which they can be there, and the teachers can spend their time of almost 1 month to understand the industry expectation. In the first round of such experiment, we got in about 30 teachers from different institutions across the country, and we have placed them in the industry. And this just 1 month is just over, and I can say that there has been a great success story for both of us to share. And we are getting a lot of reviews now from the institutions asking us when the next batch is going to be sent out, and this is going to be a continuous commitment which both the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance and PCI has made to first get the capacity building, as we call it, among the teachers by providing them industrial training or industrial immersions, which is required. Now, talking about the industry academia cooperation itself, there are three factors which I consider as very important. One is the desire, like, the institution should have the desire, and the institution, the industry should also desire, yeah, I would like to work with the industry or vice versa, and try to achieve some maximizing the process. This desire should be there. Second is the capability. See, I may have a desire, but I do not have the capability to either support the industry or vice versa. How do I do it? So the capability is very important. And third is the coming together of both these things and trying to find out how we can complement each other, the desire and capability, how can be done. But everything goes with success stories. And in fact, I would like to give a cue to the industry. Like you may say, there are so many pharmacy institutions across the country. How do we know whom to collaborate? What is the outcome which you are going to achieve? Today, there are a lot of opportunity, a lot of indicators that are available for the industry to identify institutions with whom they would like to collaborate. Just as was told by Dr. Anil Kaul, that industry should be proactive and go out to the institutions. So they can do that, and they can do it like the targeted delivery system. They can go to a targeted institution and find out, are you interested? How do you achieve that? Today, you have the NIRF ranking, which talks about the top 100 institutions. You can try to look at, to the various research findings which come on the various platforms of Elsevier or Stanford researchers and all that. You will trying to find out easily where and what type of research is going on, and you can focus that, okay, this is what I want, and this is the institution where I should do, and this is the person I have to meet and talk to. I think it's very easy now compared to what was 10 years ago or 20 years ago. So if the industry desires to collaborate with the institution and they want to check whether the institution has the capability, I think with these indicators, it's very easy to find out that this capability is there and the desire is there. Let us go and reach out to them and work. I think this is one of the things which I would like to give here as a suggestion. And moving forward, I would like to say definitely an important role is to be played in by the industry in making industry-ready graduates, as we say, and curriculum development and including of the what interest the industry is looking at can always be done. But to really bring all 100% industry-ready, what you call as graduates, is going to be a challenge for any organization to bring in, because the industry's needs vary across the platform. And what we know you should do is, are we creating a graduate who is a quick thinker, a willing adapter, and being able to change and innovate and move forward? And I think these are the qualities and trainings that the student should have, and that the council is trying to work with closely. And when I was again discussing with the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance and the chairman of the alliance, I was there in one of the meetings. And they said one of the indicators they want, when I asked what type of human resource you want, they said a human resource who can do multiple roles if needed. Like if the company has to change its direction, they should not hunt for somebody new and find somebody in a specialist area, but the person available with the industry should be able to should have the capability to move to the next area. That type of resource is what the industry is expecting. So we are trying to bring those type of competencies and capabilities in the graduates, where they are able to adapt and learn faster rather than learning only by the rote. I think these are the changes which we are trying to move forward in the effort. One of the things, again, like what Dr. Chandrasekhar also mentioned and Anil Kaul also mentioned, the needs of the industry has shifted in the past 2 decades. And the curriculum, the teachers, all have to align with that. I said, now there is a great focus on health tech and preventive health. These are the two focus areas which are coming in. And we are looking at exploring how do we strengthen the what you call as the foundation for the pharmacy graduates and related postgraduates to have an insight into these areas, so that they again meet the industry's change and expectations. I would like to add that one of the things I would like to even put across to this Indian Pharmaceutical Association here, just it came as a thought when the discussion of resources and funding came up. I think Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance can go with a new concept of pooling some of their resources on common problems which all their industry members are requiring. It may be a common problem relating to a solution, and they can open this up as a challenge to anybody in the who can give a solution. And if they are able to adapt that into a solution, they are ready to fund and take it further from there. I think these type of new innovative ways of attracting the best brains is very important. That's what happens more on the engineering side. If you look at the engineering or the industry sector, on the technology sector, I have been having a close tryst. Now, recently, I have asked to overview some of our technical institutions also from my organization where I am working. And when I am looking at those aspects, there the opportunity which exists is the industry opens up challenges. Like, we want to do this, anybody can give a solution. We will come and work with you further and do it. And there are other people from the industry who are ready to help these institutions to achieve this goal. I'll just give an example. One small example. There was a project relating to launching of a nano satellite at an engineering college. There was another agency which was ready to help the institution to build a nano satellite, and they brought in a third organization into place, like what would nanosatellite in space do? And then where I chip in, can we do something related to health? Can it help in capturing some of the health related issues? So I think these type of challenges should be thrown open, and that's the way it is there. And that brings us to the fold of interdisciplinary research is something which we have to move forward. I can go on talking, Dr. Gupta, you know very well, but I thought I'll leave this thoughts here at this platform. And I would like to once again congratulate Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance for their very, very forward thinking, because I have worked with many organizations. they all talk and they say, okay, let's see. But here, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance said, we will do it, let's start. That was their thing. And they chase me every day. When are we going to do this next? I think it's a great effort from the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance. Thank you.
I must congratulate Dr. Suresh for your initiative, taking assurance of taking 100 teachers to industry. And I must congratulate industry for agreeing to this. 30 have already gone. Now, I urge you that when we meet next on any such forum, you must increase this number maybe from 100 to 1,000. That would be the wonderful thing which we can do. If the teachers in these pharmacy institutions get this feel and industry get this feel by both, this is the wonderful mechanism which you have suggested, which never occurred to us. And I think we will add to our report this very, very prominently. And I must tell all the audience here, Dr. Suresh is never so keen in attending NIPERs because they are already leaders. But I have seen he trying to create leaders from the two-tier academic institutions. So let there be 50 NIPERs and that's why I say NIPERs role should handhold the two-tier institution, bring them to the industry. And I think that is why this 100 is a very, very magical number. So thank you very much, Dr. Suresh. Now, to listen to this, now the Dr. Murthy, and I said that I call him the DD, Dynamic Director of NIPERS, and he has converted NIPER Guwahati into one of the very, very versatile, very active NIPER, Dr. Murthy. We have been warned that we are now left 10 minutes. So maybe, though everybody has so much of wisdom to suggest, but we may have to look for some other opportunity also.
I have received your cold warning and I will complete it. I will never disappoint you by taking more time. Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta ji, Dr. Chandrasekhar, and other dignitaries, Dr. Rajesh, and my very good supporter of NIPER, Dr. Suresh and all. Thank you very much, first of all, IPA, for taking this progressive step to make it that the industry academia. Let me tell you a bit openly, we are talking about the industry academia for the past 4 decades. I think the fruits are started coming only few years back only. Let me tell you very admittedly, because I am a product of CSIR, I know that we are simply talking, but who is going to bell the cat? That is only important. But someone will definitely bell the cat if you have a spark. I have been asked to answer 2 questions. They have IPA also categorically given 2. What are the innovative research going on in the NIPERs? I am generalizing. I am the spokesperson as of now for this particular event on behalf of 7 NIPERs. As you are aware, bulk drugs, API, because all 7 NIPERs are across spreaded across the country geographically, and they also identified one specialized area to take up as the primary research in their respective institutes. Bulk drugs and API by Hyderabad, of course, doesn't mean that rest of the NIPERs are not doing. And NIPER Guwahati is sitting on the gold mine, and because it is the richest biodiversity area, we have got almost 120 formulations in the hand given by the various traditional healers whose products are non-scientifically tested against various diseases. They have been treated, but they cannot see the light of the day by going to the market. But that's why NIPER is providing preclinical data to them so that A plus B is equal to AB is a product. So including government Ayurvedic colleges in Northeast, they knocked at the door of NIPER for providing the preclinical. This is one of the, the strong point of the NIPER to go to the public, first industry, followed by society. We should not forget the second point, very, very important, society. So formulation is very important. Whatever the molecule, you may be having celebrity molecule in your hand, unless the formulation support is there, it cannot go to the field applications. And generic drugs, this is the national mission where we have been introduced to the generic go down by our Mansukh Mandiya when he was the MOS. Now he is a full-fledged minister. And quality control and quality assurance. People are coming with the products until unless you give the GLP standards and GMP standards, they cannot go to the market. Whereas Naipur Gauhati has got almost 8 national centers. Very happy to share. Center of Excellences and all. This is only the Naipur that has got this many national centers. And Naipurs are also doing the, other than the academic as well as research, we are into the national building programs. For example, Naipur Gauhati is one of the institute to be an integral part of the NLEM, which is headed by Dr. Balram as well as Professor Gupta ji. And we are there, whatever small squirrel support to the Rama, we also did something for the generating that report and all. Most important thing I want to draw your attention is, after industry or before industry, there is a society. We have to do something to the society, because 1/3 of the tribal population are though in the northeast itself. Their health status need to be checked. Their children health nutrition status need to be checked. We are also doing that kind of work through a center of excellence by tribal affairs. So these are all the things, our cutting edge technologies we are doing. And when we come to the most important thing is medical device. I need not tell much about the medical device. Our market by 2020 is 11 billions, and it is expected when by some production forecasting agencies by 2024 it is the $65 billion. So our unfortunately 70 to 80% of the import to dependency is there for the medical device. For such a huge number of diseases which are emerging, re-emerging, we need to have a strong manpower, qualitative manpower. That is why medical devices also started recently. And not only course-wise, even some of the NIPers have been given a responsibility to start up the small-scale medical device testing facility. So in the Northeast, I cannot expect I can start the NMR and LCMS testing facility. And I can say small scale, whatever, yes, MSME, who can knock the door of Naipur Gauhati. We started. Of course, Mohali can take up in a big way. Hyderabad also can take up in a big way. That is another testing facility is also established. And second question, what they asked, that Naipurs can be an anchor for promoting the industry academia. Answer straight away, objective answer is yes. And unless we have a spark, no industry will come. But only thing is, Indian conditions, we are excellent in working, poor in networking. We should have a network with industry. And when you wanted to talk to the industry, there is a 3-step process. One is contractual, collaboration, finally product oriented. These are all the things. Curriculum also should be, it is already spoken by Dr. Suresh. Curriculum also should be tuned and all. For all these things, whatever we speak, whatever anyone speak, our idea should be good, our intention should be good. Then ultimately output also should be definitely good. Yad bhavam tad bhavati. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr.
I think I am within the time. I think so.
Very well timed and very well focused. And you said very important point that there is need to have a spark. And there is one stone is academia, other stone is industry, and the faculty like Naipur is a rubbing factor, which if rubbed in a right proportion, it will give spark, right spark. So I congratulate you for giving this idea. Dr. Sridhar is the chief of Pfizer, and we know that the Pfizer has been supporting a lot of startups like many other. And many of those startups has become a good entrepreneur. And this is how IITs and other institutions which Pfizer has been supporting is, in fact, a correct example of how academia and industry linkage can be set up by these startups. So over to Dr. Sridhar. Mr. Sridhar.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for that nice introduction. I also want to thank IPA for inviting me here. Wonderful, wonderful topic, wonderful summit, and great agenda. Once again, congratulations, IPA. So my view is academia and industry partnership was critical, is critical, will be critical. Now, if you heard Dr. Amitabh Khan's speech, he said India needs to move to an innovation hotbed. And I do believe academic partnerships can be a simpler way or an easier way to achieve their objective than individual companies trying to do the work on their own. So therefore, I do believe it's an important thing to have going forward. And I believe there are 2 ways of achieving the objective. One is through the commercial route, and second is the social causes route. Both have very distinct methodologies, and strategies. However, both of them need a one common purpose. That is, having a clarity of what we want to do and what is the alignment we want to have. Otherwise, the ocean is so very big, we already get lost in trying to do it. Your purpose is very clear, your outcome is very clear, you want to look at it, then go target it. And then work towards trying to with the industry associations. I believe there are about 3 or 4 ways of collaborating it. We spoke about early molecule discovery. I do believe it's a very, very simpler way to really help Indian industry to fast track some of the innovations there. For example, Pfizer has got partnership with multiple global institutes. We call it Centers for Therapeutic Innovations, and we call Innovative Target Exploration Network across all the global institutes, including Hopkins, including Washington University, Cambridge, etc. And these centers actually work with Pfizer in the research laboratories, coordinate together, and develop programs together. Pfizer helps in terms of clinical research, regulatory pathway, and then leverages the universities to help them with the knowledge base. I think that is the kind of partnership we need to really enhance going forward. Second thing is, Dr. Gupta, you spoke of incubation of startups. I do believe there are 40,000 startups in the country, many startups, but they're all in different shape and forms. They need some guidance, coaching, not only in terms of ideation, whether it's commercially viable, whether it is regulatory pathway, clinical trials, and also have enough coaching and mentoring by academia to make it happen. That's the reason our partnership with IIT Delhi is so very good. We have 9 startups, 2 of them are coming to close to commercialization. But however, our phase 1 learning has been that we need to really bring in a partner who can really help these startups to mentor, guide, commercialize, arrange fundings, and also help them to say, how do you go to the market strategy? Then also they should say which industry, if it's a healthcare need, which industry is the right industry to help you to partner. So for me, it's a very strategic way of trying to outsource your back-end work for a front-end support. Third area, like someone rightly said, the problem solving. Industry faces lots of problems, no doubt about it. There's nothing wrong in industry, shamelessly admitting I have this problem, and then going to the education student and saying, can you solve this problem for me? There are brains in academia who can actually help it, and then that is how we should be able to leverage them to say. And last thing is, just as we have joint ventures, we need to create certain joint ventures between global institutions and Indian institutions. And then say, of collaboration with the global education institution could really make things fast track. And I also believe that our programs which we have, the 2% CSR which companies have, I think we can try, and every company spends 2%. But given if healthcare is one of the most important topics in the country today for the future, is there a way the government tries to create a scheme wherein they say, let's divert the 2% what companies are spending into certain specific courses, and then have collaboration with academia and industry and make it happen. And I believe if you put it together, when I experience of working in IIT is, Pfizer on its own can only do that much. If we can create a consortium of like-minded people along with academia, we would be able to actually get more bang for the buck than what we do individually. So those are some of the thoughts I had. I'm being very fast because of the time frame, but thank you for inviting me, Dr. Gupta.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sridharji. And I take home 2 messages other than what we have already talked about. One is the problem solving. The problems from the industry should be communicated to academia, and the bank of problems should be advertised, maybe if they are not confidential, and let the academia come to the solution. I think that is win-win situation, wonderful. And also starting a joint venture. I think that's something, a phenomenal idea. And maybe Dr. George Patney from IDMA will address this also. And on behalf of IDMA, I will request the IPA organizers to grant 5 additional minutes because we have just completed our time, but we started late. So, Dr. Patney.
Yeah, at the very outset, thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. It's a pleasure to be on your subcommittee again. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank IPA for this opportunity to, share our views and thoughts. And like a good student, I'm expected to be adaptive. And so I'm going to reduce what I'm going to say to maybe not more than 2 minutes more. But let me just come to the basic expectations of industry academia interaction. Now, the most important thing Dr. Martin Lang said yesterday from Novo Nordisk, he said that it's important that both the parties, industry and academia, must be aware of what they know and what they don't know. Now, our Madam Secretary, Madam Aparna, said, you see, policy intervention is very important for us here because our industry is highly regulated. We have a very high cost and a very high effort to be put in before we bring a product to market. The product that we bring to the market is in public interest. And since we have so many public institutions, CSIR labs, all of them involved in this, we need to have a policy. So all the policy that we make must go into, there must be objectives that these policies have to achieve. Now, why does industry go to academia? For two reasons. Number one, for its talent pool, and number two, for technology. So I'm going to pretty much say that talent pool is one basket that we must try to improve the quality and size. Technology, we need to focus on having academia developing good technology. And why does academia need industry? I think that Dr. Chandrasekhar said, academia needs industry to go from the bench to proof of concept to pilot and then to the final market. Now, for these two partners to succeed, we need trust. And Dr. Vinod Paul in his talk yesterday again spoke about trust. He spoke about the trust between innovator, clinical organizations, but even for any industry institute partnership. And if you see the successful industry institute partnerships, the key element there is trust. And if you want trust, then all our processes, all our measures, all our methods must increase engagement. So I recommend 4 baskets. Number 1, talent pool. Number 2, technology. That is, talent is what we want to develop. Number 2, we need resources and finance. That is what we need to make sure that we improve. We need a basket of trust. And of course, for trust, we need to increase engagement. So basically, all the measures, all the policies, all the programs that we have to increase industry institute interaction must fall into one of these 4 baskets. And then finally, I think what I would like to say is that our metrics of measurement of success of industry institute interaction need to change. It's just not the number of collaborations, not the amount of licensing money that exchanged hands, but it is the what it is the number of the impact on the total ecosystem that this interaction has made. An interaction with an institute in a certain area would definitely help the local environment of that whole area. So somehow the metrics of measurement is something that we need to change. So most of the other points have been shared by the other members, but I'd just like to summarize this into these 4 baskets. And if all our schemes, measures, and our programs fall into these 2 baskets, I think we will succeed. The time is now. Our Department of Pharma has released an excellent draft R&D policy. Some of us, we've been lucky enough to be able to contribute to the policy. And in fact, the measures of industry institute interaction, all of them mentioned in this policy falls into these 4 baskets of attributes that we would like. So I would stop here. Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta, for the opportunity. Thank you very much, IPA, once again.
Thank you very much, Dr. George. And I fully endorse that we have to change the metrics of measurement of success of what we have been talking of industry academia interaction for many, many years. And I would say The easiest metrics, number one, could be how many industry experts have gone to academic institution to deliver a talk, and how many teachers from academic institution, as Dr. Suresh mentioned, have gone to 3 months or 2 months or maybe whatever duration for training, for exposure in industry, and how many problems, uh, as Sridhar has mentioned, coming from coming from industry, have been passed on to academic institution, and how many solutions have been provided to them, and of course then all the other metrics which everybody has. These are the easy metrics, and then of course the hardcore metrics would be there. So we need to change the metrics. So thank you very much, George, for giving this very brief, and I would say this entire panel discussion in Hindi, what we call as a SAR, that means in a very small time, the encyclopedian information which all of you individually have and collectively it is unlimited, have been shared in just 1.5 hours. And I would suggest IPA, now you organize another meeting as what George has mentioned, that let us in the next meeting and have a matrix, and that in that meeting only the measurements based on this matrix should be measured, that how many road we have traveled and what is the roadmap next and how to do that. And unless we have that matrix, our success will not be measured, and a thing which cannot be measured is not a right approach. So with this, I thank Indian Pharma Alliance or IPA and all the organizers. I am not giving the names of all those: IDMA, OPPI, FICCI, CII, and I see a lot of others. And thank you all, and thanks all those who are listening to this, and those who are not listening, maybe they should listen to this, because this is the gathering where Anil Kaul is here, where Sridhar is here, George is here, the NIPER chairman is here, and Secretary Dr. Kotecha is here, and of course the leader and the driver of pharmacy institution in there, and we have the experience from John Hopkins. So thank you very much. Thank you everybody, and thank you IPA. So bye for the next time when we meet. Thank you, Naveed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta, and thank you for sticking to the time. We are just few minutes behind the schedule. And no matter how brilliant your mind or strategy is, if you are playing a solo game, you will always lose to a team. So that's a message that we take, and we need to work together. Industry, academia, government, and all the stakeholders. Alignment is important. So with this thought, we move to the next session for today. That's the experience sharing session. And in this session, we have two very interesting, very experienced speakers. Our first speaker for the evening is Mr. Andrew Plump, is the President R&D at Takeda Pharmaceutical Company, and will be sharing his experience. Mr. Plump, please.
Thank you very much, Navneet, and thank you all for thank you for the invitation to be here. It's really a privilege. Thank you all for spending the time to listen. Dr. Gupta, I will check the box. I'm a listener, and I really appreciated the comments that came out of your session. I have 15 minutes to share a perspective, and I'll try to make up some time. And I'll try to use, again, a sports analogy, and I'll talk about football. And the metaphor that I'll speak to is running to where the ball is going to be, not where the ball is currently. So let's come back to that at the end, and hopefully I'll provide rationale for why that's a necessity in the world that we live in. So let me provide a perspective on where we are in the biopharmaceutical industry and talk about innovation And I'm speaking to a group predominantly in India, but what I want to emphasize is the importance of a global mindset. So if we can please go to the next slide. I was actually reading recently the Walter Isaacson biography on Jennifer Doudna, which, for those of you in healthcare and who have lived through the last decade and this incredible story, it's an amazing book. And at one point, Isaacson talks about Feng Zhang, who was one of Doudna's competitors at the Broad Institute. And Feng Zhang happened to be at Harvard at the same time that Mark Zuckerberg was at Harvard. And so it struck the idea that, which one will leave a greater legacy? Which field will leave a greater legacy for this decade, this century? Is it tech or is it healthcare? Not that we need to make the choice, but it struck a chord in me, and it made me think, are we the tech century or are we the healthcare century? Well, I think if you think in days, weeks, and months, it's tech. We don't move in healthcare that quickly, but tech makes changes on almost an hourly basis. But I think if you dial up and you think of what we're accomplishing in years and decades, when historians look back at the 21st century, they will define this as the golden era of healthcare. What we can do today is absolutely amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing that we're able to unravel the complexity of nature. Nature follows very few rules. We're not like the physical sciences where rules have immense precision. There's a lot of uncertainty in nature, but through our collective efforts globally, through our understanding of biology, we're turning around the course of human disease. And here are just two measures that speak to that. The first is if you look at regulatory approvals, and I'm here showing FDA and trends just over the last 10 years, it's quite remarkable to see what's happening, the acceleration of approvals. And of course, in our industry, it's not a numbers game, it's a quality game. And of course, the quality bar is always quite high. But when you double click on each of these bars and you start to look at the kinds of medicines that are being approved, the incredibly exciting and unique modalities, the kinds of diseases that we're going after that had no treatments previously, it's quite remarkable. And then if you look at the right, it speaks to something that's very important about innovation, and that's that there needs to be a profit motivation. There needs to be an incentive to drive investors. Now, for many of us, we don't do what we do. We don't get up in the morning because of profits. I think for many of us, we have a mission. For many of us who are physicians, we think of the patients. For many of us who are science, we just love the art and the competitiveness of science. We love the curiosity of discovery. But if we don't have that competitive edge of entrepreneurial thinking and investment, then we don't innovate. And as you can see on the right, the past 5 years, we've seen every year record investments in particularly in the early space. And actually, I was just listening to a video from Bruce Booth, who's a venture partner at Atlas, who every year does a really incredible evaluation of the year in the biopharmaceutical industry. And if you look at this last bar in 2000, where we saw 250 billion raised in new financing in biotech, what I've heard from Bruce is that 2021 will significantly eclipse that. So we thought last year was aberrant. 2021 will be even more so. Let's go to the next slide, please. So we're living in a really interesting era. We're coming gradually out of the worst healthcare crisis that's ever affected any of us in whatever generation we happen to live in. This COVID crisis was just unbelievable and sad because we could have predicted it and we could have been much better prepared. With that said, we rose to the challenge. We learned quickly. Necessity is the mother of invention, and necessity was never more than what it was over the last 2 years. We applied every tool at our disposal to understand what was causing COVID-19. Within hours and days, we had this virus sequenced. Within weeks and months, we understood how the virus was usurping cells in our body to cause damage. And within weeks and months, we had therapies. antibody therapies and vaccines. We had diagnostics. We came together globally, truly came together in ways that we've never before. I've actually been involved over the past 2 years in a group called COVID R&D, which is a collection of R&D heads, my peers, to work together to find solutions for how we manage our business during a pandemic lockdown, for how we interface with regulatory agencies to enable discussions both for COVID therapies and also to ensure that our existing therapies are continuing. And then lastly, to find new ways to run our trials. We couldn't run our trials using traditional approaches. We couldn't ask patients to come into clinics because the clinics were closed. We couldn't ask patients with autoimmune diseases who are immune compromised to leave their homes because we would put them at risk. But for those patients who are in our trials, we needed to keep those trials going. We needed to ensure the safety of our experimental therapies, and we needed to understand if our experimental therapies were working. And so we found new ways of working. We were agile, and we started to implement digital tools in ways that we've never before. And it's quite ironic because healthcare and tech follow very different life cycles, and technology is way ahead of us in many ways. And there's so many different ways that we can be implementing technology in healthcare, but we're very reluctant to do so because we don't like to change the status quo or how we operate. Well, that all blew up over COVID, and we were forced to implement these technologies. And what did we find? We find they're pretty simple to implement. Of course, nothing in our business is simple. We're regulated, and we need to be very careful in everything we do. But to actually do home monitoring, to do safety management remotely, to deliver a supply chain directly to patients, it's all doable. And we worked very closely with regulatory agencies to make sure that that happened. Now, I'm not saying this to look back at the last 2 years and to pat ourselves on the back. I'm saying this to suggest that as we look forward over the next month, year, and 10 years, there's an opportunity for us to significantly change the most difficult part of what we do, the most expensive part of what we do, and that's testing our medicines in patients. So next slide, please. Now, let me step back and talk about this golden era that we live in. If we can go to the next slide, please, I would appreciate it. And let me talk to you about two phenomena that are and have changed how we think about drug discovery. The first is human genetics. So for many of us that remember the human genome and when it was sequenced 20 years ago, there was this great hoopla that came out when the genome was first published. And this is about really the turn of the century. And everybody went to sleep after this big publication in Nature magazine, and then everybody woke up the next day and nothing had changed. And over the next year, there was all this criticism that we had made this massive investment in sequencing the human genome. What was it doing for us? Well, come on, with anything that's so complex as life, we can't expect that overnight something like the Human Genome Project would make a difference. But if you just fast forward 20 years, I don't think anybody could have predicted where we would be today, both in terms of the scale at which we can sequence a human genome. I've had my own human genome sequence, and I can look back and see any base pair in any location on any chromosome on my genome. And for many of them, I have an understanding of what that means. For most of them, I don't have an understanding of what that means. We've now leveraged human genetics to understand the molecular basis of most rare diseases and many common diseases. We've now used the human genome to understand what somatic mutations drive cancer. We've used the human genome now to create predictive models for protein structure. And human genetics is involved in everything that we do in drug discovery and drug development, everything that we do. It's completely, fundamentally changed our approach to drug discovery. But it's not just human genetics. There's still an element of basic biology that's necessary. These are academic scientists who dive into genetic observations to understand the basic mechanisms that underlie these genetic mutations. And that's critical. We still can't use machines or computers or AI to go from a genetic mutations to an understanding of disease. And unless we have that understanding of disease, we can't make a drug. And that takes us to the third part of what's driven this golden era of healthcare. And if you can please advance to the next slide, it's the vast array of modalities that we now have access to. We can make small molecules that do almost everything. almost everything. We can make recombinant biologics that can do almost everything. And now we have access to advanced technologies, living technologies like cell and gene therapies. We've made huge investments internally in cell and gene therapy because we believe that over the next 10 years, these will transform human health. These will transform human health, in part, in particular, when we talk about cell therapy, because they're not reliant on a single target. When you introduce a living cell into a human being, you're taking advantage of hundreds and hundreds of pathways that can be beneficial to disease. Now, for us, we partner. We don't believe that for a second that we understand it all, but we do believe that fundamentally there are key enablers that were important for us to build when we were thinking about becoming a cell therapy company, in particular around cell process, because that's really, really difficult. So if we go to the next slide, and I'm almost done here before I get a chance to hand this over to my good friend, Werner Lantelier. So let me step back now, and let me step back, but use what I've built over the past 10 minutes, which is that we are in the golden era of healthcare. We are skyrocketing, and we are making differences for patients, and we have the opportunity to change the course of disease for perhaps every patient on this family if we come together. But healthcare has to be driven on a global scale. I work for a Japanese headquartered company. We made the decision 5 or 7 years ago that we can't be thinking as a purely national company about healthcare delivery in Japan. The only way that we can scale our massive and risky R&D investments to drive returns is to think globally, right? We have to think every time we develop a medicine that medicine is going to be applicable to patients everywhere across the world. And that's critical if you're interested in innovating. We have to harmonize. Right now, the complexities that exist across different ecosystems, this is very important as you're thinking about innovation in India. The complexities and differences that exist across ecosystems make it impossible to rapidly innovate across the globe. We have to change that. We can't have different policies and different approaches in different countries. It's just not sustainable. And then lastly, we have to all embrace data and digital. And that means that we have to embrace standards. We can't all be working off of different data and digital standards. We have to harmonize. So let me give you an analogy. If we go to the next slide, as India is thinking about how India can become more and more relevant on a global scale, I really encourage you to do a business school case study on China. What China has done in healthcare over the last 5 years is absolutely extraordinary. China has absolutely overhauled its healthcare system. If you go back, I'll just talk 2 years, 2016 to 2017. In 2016, there were 5 drugs approved in China. In 2017, leveraging a policy that emerged in 2015, there were 39. In 2016, 3 drugs for multinational companies. In 2017, 39 drugs for multinational companies. China has completely opened up both to its national companies and to multinational companies. And importantly, critically, China is favoring innovation. We actually have the most breakthrough designated products in China with 4, and that gives us a really enabled path to discussions with regulators and facilitates bringing our medicines to China because they're innovative medicines. They serve unmet medical need where no other medicine can. So let me end by coming back to India and offering one person's perspective, my perspective on how India can continue to grow. First, I'll say that I am immensely impressed with the passion. I love India. There's an immense passion. The science is as great as anywhere in the world. And I've been deeply involved with the group, the USA India Chamber of Commerce, for over a decade now. And for the past 7 years, I've been coordinating and leading an annual bio summit that I'm sure many of you join. That's really, in my mind, one of the great innovation venues of the year. But let me give you 3 pieces of advice. The first, think globally. Think globally. Do everything you can to elevate India in a global context. The more you look purely internally, or the more you create paths that differentiate what you do internally from what happens externally, the harder it is for India to become relevant. The second is enable innovation from beyond India and look to China for how you do this. You have an obligation, we have an obligation to patients across India the best way that you can meet the needs of those patients and have those patients support an agenda that oftentimes is a political agenda around investing in healthcare. And the more that you can elevate innovation in India is by bringing more and more innovation into India. And then finally, as you're thinking about what you're trying to do, and I've read the Catalyzed Research and Development and Innovation in the pharma medtech sector in India, I've read the policy, and I think it's good. The more you're thinking about what you're trying, the more you're thinking about elevating innovation in India, think about what you're trying to accomplish, all right? If you're trying to enable something that's commoditized, that's easier to do. When you're trying to enable true innovation, really look towards innovation centers like Boston, like San Francisco, like London. It's not so simple as enabling academic and industry ties. It's not so simple as creating infrastructure. There's an entrepreneurial spirit that needs to be enabled, and it's really hard. It takes a long time. So think about whether you're trying to build something that's a commodity, generics, biosimilars, CROs, which are all very important, clinical trial infrastructure, or if you're really trying to enable true scientific innovation, and they're quite different. They're quite different. So with that said, I really appreciate your listening to me. This is my perspective, and I hope that it's helpful. And I hope that you enjoy my good friend, Werner Lantelier, who's up next. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew Plump, for sharing your experience.
Secondly, thank Andy for his excellent comments, because it's truly the essence of what you just outlined by coming to the experience with India. That first, we all, in using your analogy, Andy, we play the same ball. There is not an Indian ball game, there is not a Chinese ball game or a European ball game. It's the same ball game for all of us in healthcare. The question we have to ask ourselves, what is the ball that we are playing? And I think here we should look at India and the experiences that we made in India as Evotech, which is the company that I work for, as one company which has a history with India, because we had a presence in the year 2010, 11, and 12 in India with about 200 chemists. And then we basically went out of India. And that's probably also the reason why I was invited to this discussion here. I say this as Evotech, and I want to introduce the organization to you because we are not as a global pharma company known as many as the other panelists on this event. We are an organization of about 4,000 scientists with more than 2,000 PhDs globally working in a drug discovery and drug development platform organization that is working at every moment in time for more than 500 partners in the biopharma industry. So we truly represent the sharing economy in the biopharma industry by basically sharing platforms with many companies. So our experience in India, which I think is very insightful from the year 2010, 11, 12, was that even when a company has access to excellent talent and to a lot of talent, it doesn't help a company if the technology that we have to apply in drug discovery and drug development is moving faster than people alone can move. So what we decided in the years about a decade ago is to really put all our efforts into the technologies that change the way we think about drug discovery and drug development. What do I mean with this? We focused all our technologies on early human relevant disease readouts. And from there on, prediction technologies to combine machine learning, artificial intelligence into the experimental cascade as early as possible and as efficiently as possible. And with this, we found that we have to put all our bets into the technology evolution and not only into having access to cost-efficient labor. And I think that's one experience that we should draw on for the future, that it's an innovation game. It's not a lower cost game that India should apply. The second experience that we made is that early drug discovery and early development is very often a game where we think that we are working on the right assets, but at the end we still fail. So that's the big question of translatability. And the big question of translatability in data looks that way, that more than 70% of all academic and early biotech data that is generated today cannot be translated into an industrial process. So there's a lot of waste that happens because the right experiments are not done, or because for cultural reasons, we don't allow ourselves to say that an experiment doesn't work. And with this, I think one experience is that we have to create a culture to make early stop losses for projects that don't work, and have to really get this as an integrated understanding of our scientists in the works. The third element as an experience that we want to draw on is that it is only if you have an integrated interplay between talent, financing, academia, and an industrial translational culture that a biotech ecosystem can work. So here we have to bring the fragmented structure of India closer together, and I think here new data tools are a good way to do this, and combine this not only with an organizational format for these companies, but also with an exit structure for these companies. One of the big successes for China and the US in the last 20 years was that you had always additional financing sources and a capital market available for companies that got started. And here, Europe fell behind. And here also, I think India has to catch up to other areas. So when you take all these experiences together, you can come to a few very clear learnings. One learning is that you have to allow the latest technologies to be accessed, and they can be accessed on a global level. So that's why I think partnering structures from Indian companies with global platforms who, for example, are leading machine learning, are leading induced pluripotent stem cell technologies, are leading transcriptomics, metabolomics, early readouts, would help a lot, because building this only internally takes a long time, and there you will fall behind. The second learning is that many of the medicines of the future will be defined in products where the product is the process. And when Andy before said that there's a lot of innovation ongoing in cell and gene therapy, the big difference to cell therapy, gene therapy, and modern biologics is that the product is the process from the very beginning. So that's why an Indian ecosystem can not only start later in the value chain as clinical organizations or as CROs, you either are at the beginning of the value chain, and with this you have the product understood as the process, or you will completely miss out on these innovations. So also here, I think you have to start to understand that early collaboration globally is helping you to come to the starting points here. And with this, if you go down the path and say that we have an experience in India that technology is moving faster and more impactful than just, quote unquote, having more talent available, I think we already have a very clear strategic starting point that was an experience that Evotech made, but I think that can be applied to many others. The second is, and it was already said, the sharing economy for research and development is not a national, it's a global economy. And therefore, we have to find here ways to collaborate on technologies from India to the world and from the world to India, much better than we did this in the past to accelerate and overtake in certain processes out of India. Machine learning and drug discovery will change the way we think about the future of products dramatically, because human genetics will define personalized medicine in a way that we have never thought about this before. And that's why the earlier the Indian ecosystems understand that prediction technologies for personalized medicine have to be the future in all processes, I think the faster we are then putting our dollars behind the right technologies and the right products. So the tools that can be applied are new, and that's why developing all these tools internally in India alone, I think, is not efficient. We should really find here ways to cooperate globally. Evotech does this with 60 academic institutions globally. We have academic networks that we then translate into pharma processes. And I think here the basic academic setting in India is very good. But we very often come, as everywhere on the planet, to this point that we say it doesn't help to have only good academia. It really only helps if we have good translation. And that's only working if you bring this sharing economy principle together, because otherwise you are always creating a bias from one organization to a second organization. Only if you have here a platform where all technologies meet and where the dialogue is happening on a global winning level, then I think India will make a leapfrog very fast, and with this also leverage the academic experience that you have into drug discovery processes. Let me end by saying it is an amazing opportunity that India has, because the talent pool is excellently trained, it's excellently motivated, and the global market that you can open is endless, because there are 3,300 diseases that are still waiting for cures, and they can come with a huge proportion out of India. Thank you so much, and I'm more than happy to offer the sharing economy principle of Evotech to get in contact with all Indian companies where we could start and make things together happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Varner Lantler, CEO of Evotech. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Now we move to our next session. We all were waiting for it. It's our CEO's panel discussion. And we bring our CEOs discussing and moderated by Mr. Gautam Kumra, Chairman of McKinsey's offices in Asia, McKinsey & Company. May I have Mr. Gautam Kumra on the center stage? And I would like to invite our panelists for this evening session. Our first panelist is Mr. Christopher Vibecher. He is the founding partner of Goodnight Point Capital. Mr. Dilip Sanghvi, Managing Director, Sun Pharmaceuticals Industries. Mr. Glenn Saldana, Managing Director, Glenmark Pharmaceuticals. Mr. Nilesh Gupta, Managing Director, Lupin. Mr. Pankaj Patel, Chairman, Cadila Healthcare. Ms. Samina Hamid, Executive Vice Chairperson, Cipla. And Mr. Satish Reddy, Chairman, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. So I'd like to invite Mr. Gautam Kumra to start with the proceedings of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Navneet. I hope you can hear and see me all right. And,
very well, sir. Very well.
Okay. Well, good evening from my side from Singapore, and it's wonderful to connect with you all the doyens of the industry or some old friends, and I'm really looking forward to this panel. Let me start by actually firstly congratulating you all, I think, on really creating such tremendous excitement, in this global innovation summit. My team was telling me we have had more than 2,000 people who have registered and have been engaging through all formats and different channels, which is quite an accomplishment. I'm also actually very encouraged by the Prime Minister's vision, which apparently he shared yesterday for the industry to ideate, innovate, and to make in India and make for the world, which I think really sets the tone for what we're going to discuss next. And finally, I think it's also terrific that we've had all kinds of stakeholders engaged in this dialogue: the academics, the regulators, the industry, and the investors. So let me start with that as background. What I'm going to try and explore in this next 70 odd minutes is just the different facets of innovation. I think we're going to start with perhaps taking stock of why this is critical, what the current state of play in India is, and then we're going to double click a little bit on what are some of the priorities and challenges to overcome. What I'll do is I'll start by, my first set of questions are going to be addressed to all of you, and then I'll maybe pick a few of you in the interest of time to double click on a couple of topics. So first, let's start with perhaps maybe an obvious question, but really the criticality of innovation, right? I think we all know that innovation is the lifeblood of the pharmaceutical industry. And if you look at life expectancy over the last 2 centuries, life expectancy has more than doubled, almost tripled over the last 2 centuries. And that would not have happened without the innovation in the pharmaceutical industry. Yet, I think it is fair to say that the disease burden, the unmet disease burden remains very high. I was just, in fact, listening to the previous speaker who mentioned that there are more than 3,000 diseases that still don't have good enough treatment. And at some level, there is endless demand for innovation. We've also seen rapid technological innovation, gene editing, low-cost gene sequencing, CAR T for cell tumors, et cetera, and many of you know this much better than I do. And we're also seeing a lot of funding coming into innovation. In fact, surprisingly, in 2020, we hit an all-time high with about 40 billion plus money going through VC and private equity into innovation-oriented opportunities. So with that as background, let me ask you my first question. What is your outlook as you look at the innovation in the industry, and do you believe the speed of innovation in this industry is likely to accelerate substantially or decelerate over the next 10 years? And what are your personal aspirations for innovation? Okay, so that's my question. What's your outlook on innovation? Do you believe the speed will go up or down? And what are your personal aspirations for innovation from where you sit? And this is to all of you. So if I could request all of you to keep your answers brief, because we have a lot of ground to cover. Who'd like to start? Maybe Chris, as our guest from outside, we'll start with you, perhaps.
All right. Well, hello everybody from the U.S. Pleasure to be with you. Innovation is I think going to increase. It certainly has over the past 10 years. There is clearly as you unlock some doors in innovation, you open up a number of other pathways. And so I think between the amount of capital coming in and the breadth of discovery that's going on, that this will increase. I would just say that, in addition to the unmet needs that are clearly important, innovation is extremely important for the economic development of any country. This is, I think, going to be the essence of global competitiveness as we go forward. In the past, it was around labor and the cost of labor, but every country, I think, has to think about how does it stay globally competitive. And I think that the main advantage of innovation is that you build the intellectual capital that allows us to solve society's biggest problems and as a country stay competitive. And it doesn't matter whether it's India or the United States or China, everybody has to do this.
Thank you. Let me go to Glenn next.
So I think, Gautam, innovation, given the Indian context, is clearly something which we have to pursue, right? Given our challenges that we face on the generic side and all the different facets of what's going on in terms of the Indian industry. If I look at innovation, our aspirations, just given our journey of innovation at Glenmark, right? We've had a long history, over 2 decades, been among the front runners, done several out-licensing deals, almost 7 partnerships along the way. And 2 of them were when Chris was the CEO of Sanofi. So it was with Sanofi. So, we have we've pursued a long journey. We bought several, we bought a product, remogliflozin, for the first time in the world, an SGLT2 in India. And even today we have 5-6 molecules in development, mostly biologics, couple of small molecules. So our belief in innovation continues to be very strong, and we're hoping in these next decades we will make a difference to helping patients and saving lives, basically.
Thank you, Glenn, and thanks for staying committed to that course for a long time. Samina?
I think, necessity is the mother of invention, and we really saw through this pandemic how swiftly companies innovated in getting product and vaccine to the market. And that's a true test of innovation in many senses. But I just think going forward, I think to build a culture of innovation, there has to be a culture of collaboration. And it goes beyond companies to academia to research. This has to be a collaborative effort as we move up the value chain. And I think being more experimental and also being acceptance to failure. I think no innovation came about without companies failing and being ready to put down investment towards that goal. So I think pursuing your passion of innovation, and I think across the healthcare system, innovation can be beyond new molecular entities, across diagnostics, across patient care, across the entire healthcare system. So I think there's a lot of scope, and I think India can definitely be a front runner there.
Thank you, Samina. No innovation without collaboration. If we go to Pankaj Bhai next. You're on mute. Pankaj Bhai, you're on mute.
Yeah, a lot of things have been said, and I would not echo the same thing again, but I would fully agree with whatever has been said. I think what India needs is a very high level of commitment to innovation. And the reason are two. One is what just Samina mentioned about. We just went through this pandemic time. And imagine if India would not have been able to do things which India has done during this period, what would have happened to our people? So I think the weakness is that if we are going to over dependent on research done somewhere else to get benefit to Indian population may not be true in future. And that's because given that the disease evolves so rapidly and become much more dangerous than what we have ever thought of, I think it's going to be very important that India learns to do things. The second is there are specific diseases which are very typical of India and may not be important. So that's another part for which innovation is a must. We as a company very strongly believe in innovation, and we have a credo clearly talks about becoming an innovative company. Fortunately, we have got reasonable successes in both biologicals and vaccines, and also in small molecules. But it's a challenge, and the challenge is that we work in a regulatory system which was basically devised 20 years back, and they still remain the same. We work into a system where market making does not happen. And that's why it is going to be so important that even if you do a research in India, you will have a market enough to pay for your cost is a challenge. And given that all, this new initiative which we have started and the thing which we heard over the last 1.5 or 2 days almost now, that there is a need to really create a innovative ecosystems and a support system to support innovation. That is, I think, I would say so. I think innovation is very important for India. If we don't innovate, how our people will survive? The second important part for us is that as generic industry, we have reached to this level. Can we grow further? No, not without innovation. With innovation only, we can go to the next level of success. And that's why it's going to be very important for Indian companies to innovate and find markets where they can significantly grow from where they are today. And if you have a dream of $130 million by 2030, then that's very important to innovate.
Thank you. I think you've raised a bunch of challenges that I will get to shortly. Satish?
Thanks, Gautam. And again, I agree with all that my fellow panelists have said so far. But on the part where you said, it's like, how do you see innovation going forward? Yes, it will accelerate tremendously. Besides the disease burden, it's also about shift in technologies, right? So the new technologies which have come out, beyond pills, for example, the digital therapeutics, or if you see the cell and gene therapy, platform driven disruptions, for example, and also more holistic treatments than just specific products in, say, in specific therapeutic areas. It's a holistic treatment, right? The additional things that also come in. So it's a big shift that's happening. There's a lot of money, which is out there chasing the research, and certainly it's definitely going to accelerate tremendously. And India, I think, is poised. I agree with Pankaj Bhai when he talks about the India-specific diseases, also a lot of unmet needs and where it can go forward. Personal aspiration, one for the country. I certainly wish India to be in the top 3 destinations when it comes to pharma and innovation in the world, and also that it would attract the best of the talent, work on cutting-edge, technologies, and provide access to affordable medicines. That's from the country's point of view. As far as Dr. Reddy's is concerned, we've been in this for the past 3 decades. Our founder, Dr. Reddy himself, was personally committed to this, had the conviction to move forward. At this point of time, we have almost about 13 products in the clinic. So the vision is certainly to build a very strong franchise in the chosen therapeutic areas, which is more specific in the oncology area, in immuno-oncology therapeutics, to have an end-to-end all the way from development to commercialization in all the major markets of the world. That would be the personal aspiration in the next 10 to 20 years.
Thank you, Satish. Let me go to Nilesh next.
First of all, I'm really happy that we're having this conversation today. I often quote Harry Potter. It is our choices that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities. And I think the Indian pharma industry has already evolved into the choices that our pharma founding fathers, Samina's dad, her uncle, Satish's dad, my dad, we already made those choices, and they made us the pharmacy for the world. And we really operate at scale. We're estimated at 60 billion of revenues. That's not even 5% of the pharmaceutical market. We have more than 30% share in the global generic market, close to 0 in the new molecular entity space. The next story inevitably has to be one centered around innovation to be. This is not just continued growth, it's essential. If India wants to continue to be of relevance in the pharma space, we have to be innovative. Countries like China, we've heard that enough times in the last 2 days. They've leapfrogged way ahead of us in this period, and in fact, skipping the generic chapter altogether. But we've talked about a lot of challenges that India must overcome. I think this forum has brought a lot of these things to the discussion table. We have some solutions, we have some areas that we need to work on. So the intent, the direction to me is right. I think the need is clearly there. I think we need to approach it in a disciplined manner. I love this core adjacent transformational model, right? So at the core, you optimize existing products for existing customers. At the adjacent, you take your existing business into new businesses or new markets for the company. And in transformational, you go all the way to breakthroughs, right? So when you fit this core is complex generics, biosimilars, you can innovate at multiple levels. Adjacent is going into areas like specialty, and transformational is obviously things like gene therapy and the like. And the more I think about this, I feel that we should be running the innovation story at 2 levels. One at the global level, and a parallel track of innovation that will be a much wider track for just India. And your second part of your question was on the aspiration. Our internal aspiration at Lupin is very clear. The innovation story should be 20% of our total revenues. And I think it's going to take a good 10 years to get there, but that's the intent.
Thank you, Naresh, for raising the urgency for innovation. And Dilip, I will close the first round with you.
No, sure. Thank you, Gautam. And I think all my colleagues have shared high level of aspirations. And I think what I see is that all of us collectively have aspirations that after successfully becoming an important component of the global generic company or business, we wish to become relevant also in the innovative products. If I look at for Sun's point of view, then close to 12-13% of our turnover comes out of innovative products. But what I think is reassuring for us is that because of the investments that we've made in the past, this business is growing almost 3 times faster than our generic and branded generic business. And hopefully in next maybe 3-4 years, we can look at this business crossing $1.5 billion. But I think the opportunity is much larger than what I am talking about. And I am sure that once, as we said, that no major Indian product has become successful globally, but as I think some companies, and many of us have many products in different stages of clinical development, but as these products start becoming successful, it will create a virtuous cycle of increasing investment and increasing prioritization in all the companies. And I look forward to creating an environment where we not only compete in generic and the branded generic area, but also become relevant in the innovative area.
Well, thank you. I think it's very heartening to hear about the collective commitment from all of you. I think on the point about outlook, at least not so much pharma, but if I look across industries, at least our view is that the rate of innovation is dramatically speeding up over the next decade. Because if you look at a lot of the technologies, their full potential is yet to be unleashed, whether it's artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotic process automation, and workflow retooling. I think a lot of this is really yet to occur. And I think you will actually hope to see much more acceleration in the speed of innovation across industries and hopefully in pharma as well. So we've talked about commitment. Let's look for some inspiration next. As we look around the world, we know that there are some major life sciences hubs. We look at North America and we see Boston as an example of that, a massive hub for life sciences between Harvard, MIT, and the whole biotech system that's developed there. And frankly, smaller hubs that have been developing around the world, whether it's China, Israel, and to a smaller extent, even Singapore, which is where I'm calling from. I'd love for us to explore a bit about what inspiration can we draw from this. And maybe I thought Chris is best positioned to perhaps talk about the US. And what do you learn, Chris, from how some of them have established these hubs? What is the key success factor?
So, my office is in Boston, and we can clearly talk about Boston. I almost wonder whether the concept of the hub is still going to matter going forward, though. If I could be a little provocative.
Please.
I'm on the board of fellows of Stanford Medical School, and the dean asked me, well, how does Stanford get closer to the San Francisco biotech community? And I said, well, I mean, obviously Stanford is a ways away from, if you look at the whole peninsula of San Francisco, it's quite spread out. But I said, we've just gone through a year and a half where we've completely upended the world by doing everything on Zoom or on this type of format. And I said, why wouldn't you think about taking that opportunity to get closer even to the Boston biotech community? I'm sure a lot of people in Boston would love to work with Stanford. Why does it only have to be the biotech community in San Francisco? And I think technology is going to allow us to link people together. I mean, one of the successes of Boston is that it has been open to people around the world. 1 in 4 people in Boston was not born in America. If you look at who's driving the success of the Boston biotech community, it's not necessarily people born in America, but it has been able to tap into talent worldwide. I'm a trustee of Northeastern University, and we've actually just acquired really a university in California, and will become the first bi-coastal university. And the concept there is, up until now, we've all had to go to a place for education. But do we have to do that going forward? Now, suddenly we've educated a lot of people virtually. There will still be a place for people getting together, but I think one of the interesting things is, can you create a hub virtually? And can you tap into the talent that is not necessarily in your geography? And I think, you know, one of the most interesting things about innovation is that, you know, the cards are being redealt all the time. You know, just because you were successful in oncology, for example, doesn't mean suddenly, as say immune therapy comes along, that you're going to be the leader. You know, Roche was strong in oncology for many years, but today it's actually Merck. And Merck has never been a strong oncology company in the past. So you can jump on a new train when there's a new technology. And I think that's sort of something that India could be thinking about, is saying, how do you start to reinvent the model? Do you have to just follow the model that everybody else has done, or can we take new technology and think about new ways of working together? One thing is clear, innovation is a team sport, and you need to get all of the best people around the table, but I'm not sure that the table needs to be a physical one.
Thank you, Chris, for challenging the whole idea of hubs. Good. Let me ask Dilip next, and then Glenn to share their perspective on what do you think has caused, you know, look at China, Israel, US, what's the relevant learning for us in India? Maybe Dilip, if we can start with you.
No, I think Chris referred to his own assessment of the key reason why Boston has been very successful is ability to attract global best talent. And I think hub is important from the point of view of creating a certain amount of critical mass or a minimum threshold. However, with the new technology and capability to connect globally, the relative importance of hub over time is likely to go down, but it will still be very important for us to have some centers, let's say in India, which can then start as a what you call catalyst and has a minimum amount of infrastructure capability and skill set so that they can create a virtuous cycle. But I think we have to look around and see other places which have recently joined this innovation race and have done quite well. And it's good to learn from what is it that they have done so that we can apply if whatever is relevant for us.
Thank you. Glenn?
So I think to add to what Dilip Bhai said and Chris mentioned, right? I mean, clearly, the one thing which is critical in my view is, I mean, the US is different, right? The US environment is very different. But if you see outside the US, unequivocally, the government support has played a dominant role in driving innovation. I mean, if you look at China, for instance, the Chinese government, you know, has set up over 100 life sciences park, made investments of $100 billion. Israel, also the government has been hugely supportive. I think the initial impetus to formation of these hubs unequivocally comes from the government. I mean, that's an important player, ex-US. Of course, the US has evolved quite significantly. So is in a league of its own as far as innovation goes. But in the rest of the world, I think the role of the government is important. The other thing is, you know, drawing from the US model, industry academia partnerships. I mean, MIT, Harvard, they have, you know, a large number of incubators. They work closely with the biotech industry in Boston. So creating that kind of an ecosystem where, you know, there's a huge partnership between industry and academia is important. And then the third element for me is obviously the high quality of talent and tapping on that talent. Fortunately for India, you know, since we have such a large pool, we have one of the largest pools of STEM graduates, right, globally. We can draw on a large amount of talent. So I think that's a huge advantage for India in creating an ecosystem and creating these hubs. So I think these are the 3-4 aspects which I think are critical for the innovation journey in India.
Thank you. And thank Glenn for raising. I think I'm going to come back later on about our pathway, and can we really wait till these ecosystems develop or hubs develop, or does the private sector have to take the lead? We'll come back to that, debate that a bit. But before that, I want to understand a bit how you feel about the trajectory we are on as a country, right? Right now, if you look at the last couple of years, maybe if I can direct this to Pankaj Pai, Nilesh, and Satish, you could look at the glass half full, right? To Samina's point, look at how the industry rose to the occasion in COVID. You look at, some of the recent acceleration in regulatory timelines. You look at, some of the progress that some of you have made with some of your NCEs making it, progressing further. We can get excited, or we can look at the glass half empty. And then Nilesh, you use the word, we're probably zero compared to 30% in generics. So I don't know what lens you take, but maybe starting with you, Pankaj Bhai, what can we build? What strength can we build on? How do you feel about the trajectory?
So I think companies across India have capabilities as far as some of the basic building block for doing research are there. For example, a great chemistry knowledge, can do good medicinal chemistry work, good knowledge also in now bioassays and biological areas. There we can actually do target engagement things better. Some of the knowledge which is emerging in digital space, particularly is the area where we need to build on further. I think the biggest impediment in India in doing research is our system. And I think we need to really look at how and which way we can create a system which can make things possible as it happens in every part of the world. Fact remains that, during the COVID time, we saw a completely different world. Things were happening in hours and not even days. And that is something very unique which happened during that time. But can that be a permanent feature? Can India learn from there? And can Indian regulatory system adapt that forever? Can there be a better handholding happening in the process or not? These are the areas which we need to debate and impress upon the regulators that we must continue doing this as well. See, if you see, companies in India have a lot of capabilities. The problem is the systems delay the things. And I think you just say the way the vaccine development happened in the US. How come they could go into clinic so fast? Can I ever dream of doing that in India? Answer is no. Can one regulator give me all approvals to make sure that I do the clinical, or I need to go from pillar to post to get approvals? All of these areas are still very open, and that we lose lot of time. And you understand, Gautam, that in innovation, we have a limited patent life. If we lose time, there is much less left at the end to make money or get rewards. So I think that is where it is. I think what we need to do is, apart from the policies and system, which of course are a work in process as we see now, I think what is going to be important that we need to sharpen our skills in the digital area, and we need to also sharpen our skill in the biological capabilities. Because once we go to get into gene editing and targeted drugs, more precise targeted drugs, we would need to move to that level. I don't think it is impossible to do it. I don't think our people cannot do it. But question is, we need to create enabling capabilities doing so. And there, of course, talent in these newer science are going to be very important. And as we just saw in earlier session, collaborating with top universities, with Indian universities, exchange of student program can actually bring in those skills also into India.
Thank you. And I'm going to get to my next question is going to be, in fact, on policy. So we will dig deeper. Satish?
So I think we have come a long way, Gautam, in terms of where we started with, and where we have reached today, especially, in terms of the skills, capabilities that we built up. So it is definitely a vibrant, life sciences ecosystem as far as India is concerned. There are people, there is talent. There are specific skills that we have built up over time. But in terms of the gap, in terms of where we are aiming at, a whole host of issues. I mean, obviously, you'll dive deeper into each one of these specific areas of policy making. Uh, but again, on the point of even the proven skills, just the fact that so many companies, Dr. Reddy, I just talked about, the 13 products in clinical development, and Glenn with his pipeline, and Pankaj Bhai with his pipeline, Lupin, everybody, all of us have a very strong pipeline, and we are able to out-license. So, that itself has some credibility and a validation of what we have at this point of time. Other part of it, I think India also has is, although not the biggest factor at this point of time, is also on the question of cost, right? So in terms of early stage development, and also the cost of manpower, the cost of setting up on innovation side, it's a much smaller issue at this point of time in the whole scope of what needs to be done, because lot more bucks are needed, when we go forward. That's something we already have in terms of strengths to begin with. But then I think in terms of areas to focus on, I don't have much to add beyond what Pankaj Bhai has already talked about, especially the regulatory part, because that is a hindrance at this point of time in certain areas where we lose time. And that's what also leads us to go outside in certain areas of development, and that has to change. So that I would put it right on top in terms of areas that we should focus on. And this point, which came out in several sessions, and also addressed by the Honorable Prime Minister himself yesterday, is this issue of the entire ecosystem. And how it all comes together, I think, becomes the most crucial thing, whether it's funding, whether it's industry academic linkages, how we allow collaboration, between various stakeholders. All this become extremely important, not just within India, but also linkages, which was also highlighted in the previous session by Andrew Plump, and I think it was David Lanthal. I think he was from the other company. It's very important that we establish those linkages. Otherwise, I mean, we'll be nowhere in this whole place. So that's my thought on this.
Thank you, Satish. Nilesh?
I think, Gautam, we're hearing this clear flavor that this is a different animal versus what we've dealt with in the past. And I think it would do well for everybody to think of it that way, right? So, it's great that India is starting this agenda. But I think there has to be cognizance that this is a different animal altogether. And one, we need to be very serious if we want to get onto this, because it'll not be a path without pitfalls, right? It doesn't play naturally to the advantage that India had, for example, in the generic space, and therefore it has to be built. And I think we've started some things. There are some things on that trajectory that need to move. In the near term, I would tackle the regulatory capability and capacity, and I would tackle supportive policies. The policy, the incentives, they have to be benchmarked with the best. Because we're going to, I think companies and the work that they do is going to be benchmarked with the best as well. So, if you're going to be second best, will you get the best results? Maybe, maybe not. And I would, I think we talked about the third part in, hub or no hub, I would tackle that acquisition, the talent acquisition part. I think these three things have to be done. People today, they really do have a choice to be anywhere in the world. We have to make sure that India, hubs or otherwise, creates this at scale. Everything is world class. People choose to be there rather than elsewhere in the world. That is a very high bar. And if you don't have the right minds, I think all the infrastructure in the world can't get us the outcomes that we want. So I think there's a clear talent acquisition story that needs to be stepped up for the country. So I would take regulatory capability, capacity. I would take supportive policies. I think we started making steps on these. I would pick up that talent acquisition piece as well.
Thank you. No, I think all three of you have touched on the point about enabling policy. And the one thing that struck me even in the last 6 weeks that, I've been in Singapore, I've been struck by how, for example, the Economic Development Board here has been very progressive in announcing a set of policies that, just in terms of being able to attract investments, from all kinds of places, they have a playbook, and they are trying hard, even for a small little economy as it is. But let's double click a bit on policy, and maybe I'll go to Samina and Pankaj Bhai next. The new draft R&D policy, I believe, has been just announced, and it talks about variety of simplification of regulatory procedures. It talks about incentives for financing. It also talks about sort of building out of the ecosystem and many of the things you've talked about. I'd just like a quick response from both Samina and Pankaj Pai on what are the 2-3 things you actually liked about what's been announced, and what do you think is missing? Samina?
Yes, I think the R&D policy, the draft policies come at a very opportunistic moment. I think, definitely talks about streamlining regulatory processes. This is what industry has been battling with for the longest time. I think it also creates an environment for funding and incentives for innovation. And industry has been pushing around R&D investments, for the industry. I think what's also important is the use of technology in creating this single window from development right to the end regulatory process that streamlines all the processes in the middle. So I think for me, these are the critical highlights around the R&D policy.
Pankaj Pai, your comments?
So that we all work together as IPA to create a report, which I think was a quite comprehensive report. And I think that report itself is the heart of this policy, wherein a lot of these suggestions which we have made have been to actually a draft report, which is currently in. We are all seeing. The report is still not very clear as far as funding part is concerned. And I think that's an area where we need to really see it. Of course, what we heard over the last 2 days about the funding, the way the government is thinking, looks to be in the right direction. But I think that's one area where I think one need to really look into it. So I think that most important part of that, if I have to put in order of priority, then of course the regulatory will come first, followed by funding, and then of course the requirement of creating a collaborative environment wherein we are able to use each other's resources, not only in private sector but also in public sector, to actually speed up the research activity. And then of course some sort of a policy initiative in terms of creating national programs, identifying areas where India need to really focus on for and what government can do to really make that happen are going to be very important part as the policy finally spans out.
Thank you. In fact, you mentioned, Pankaj Pai, that there's been somewhat silent on funding. I'd like to double click on this issue of funding. Because we all know that innovation takes money and money needs returns. And part of the challenge that I think we all deal with in India is that our market compared to US and China is much, much, much smaller. So I'd love to get your perspective, and maybe we can start with Glenn and then Satish, and then I'll open it up a little bit, in fact, to others who'd like to comment. But how can we crack this funding conundrum? You look at the US where the government is putting $40 billion a year. You look at Israel where they're funding, projects up to 85% until they reach proof of concept. I mean, how is this going to work in India with the size of our market? So who'd like to start? I think I'm going to, rather than pick people who, maybe Glenn, you want to start? I know you've been.
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk about the market point that you made. I mean, the funding topic, I'm sure, has been covered exhaustively over these last 2 days, right? All the different avenues to funding. But I think the market aspect, I mean, I think it's important that you remember that innovation is global, right?
Yeah.
So if you have a drug which can actually have better efficacy and safety than the standard of care worldwide, right? You can actually, it's an opportunity to sell your product anywhere in the world, right? And there'll be many takers to it. So I think the India being a small market and from a commercial perspective is totally irrelevant in my view, because innovation is a global play and you have to play it globally, where you have to try and develop products which are the best in the world, right? And can beat current standard of care in the various therapies. So that's just my perspective on the size of the market aspect.
Excellent. Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, I'd just echo what Glenn said. First, I think to the point of where is India? I mean, I used to go to India quite often when I was CEO of Sanofi, because I think India already has a number of things that even, the Chinas and the Israels didn't have. I mean, India decided to be a global player, to go to the global drug Olympics, if I could put it that way, in the generics business. I chair the R&D and Manufacturing Investment Committee for the Global COVAX Initiative. And when we needed suddenly billions of doses of a vaccine and Sanofi, GlaxoSmithKline, and Merck didn't show up, India became our greatest hope for providing large-scale vaccines. Because India already had the capability, had far more advanced technology than the Chinese vaccines, and had the capacity. So India has an awful lot. We've, somebody already mentioned the largest pool of STEM educated people. And I think India has to decide that they want to also go global on innovation. If you look at Korea, if you look at what they did with cars, well, suddenly they're doing that with biotechnology. I mean, who would have thought that, one of the leading biotech manufacturing companies in the world would be in Korea? We already talked about Israel. There's no way that you could fund innovation on the scale of the market of Israel, but Israel knows that it can actually leverage the world markets to get a return on that investment. And there are huge pools of capital in India. So to me, when Glenn says, what about the government? Well, actually, the government does help in the US too. And I think it does it in a helpful way. One is that National Institutes of Health not only fund innovation, but they set the standard. There isn't really an institution like that anywhere in the world, even in Europe, by making innovation a competitive process for grants. Another aspect, and if we had if there were people around who said, should we go to India on vaccines? One of the issues was that no Indian vaccine had ever been approved outside of India. And to the point that people like Nilesh and others have made, one has to have a global standard regulator. That's one of the things that China went to, and India needs to as well. It gives a regulator will set a standard and create the credibility that allows Indian technology to go anywhere in the world. You already have strong universities. You already have, look at the entrepreneurs just on this panel. So I think India has an awful lot of the building blocks. I think it really just has to decide they want to be a global player in innovation. And I think, I personally believe that India can be a very strong player because, you've already shown you can go global. You've already shown you can do innovation. I mean, Glenn and I, were doing a deal years ago already on biotechnology. So I think it's just that decision. And I think it's a tricky one because the country has been so successful in generics. There's a fear also sometimes that maybe these expensive therapies are going to blow the healthcare budget in India. But I don't think one can just take an Indian view. One has to say Indian companies have to be successful on the global stage. And that will massively help the global competitiveness of India. And the government can take care of the pricing for the domestic market, but one has to look beyond the domestic market, I think.
Thank you, Chris. Just sticking with this topic of funding and market, that set of issues. Samina, any comments? And then I'll go to Satish and maybe with Dilibhai next.
I think, Gautam, lots has been said, but I think definitely fueling the entire biogeneric piece. I think that's an important one for India and, putting enough funding and innovation around that. And what are the new technologies coming out, whether it's mRNA, etc. And can we at least be at the forefront and jump into collaboration around these technologies to kind of build that innovation engine in India and get that fueling at least on futuristic technologies versus going back and saying, this is not something we innovated, etc.
Thank you. Satish?
Gautam, there is no doubt that, the government has to play a role, when it comes to funding, because, for example, there was a comment made by a policymaker yesterday saying that the industry needs to step out of the comfort zone. We already stepped out of a comfort zone. That's why we are where we are. People on the panel who have invested heavily into research, taken great risks when it came to development. But if we are now talking about, from what Chris just said, if you have to be on the global stage, it does require a completely different level and scale of funding, which obviously the private sector can't afford at this point of time, because we are also responsible and we also allocate our funding into various areas. And obviously we want to get to the next stage because it's very highly rewarding, but also the risks, it needs to move forward, right? So what can the government do? I would start with right at the top to say that direct funding, especially in terms of the National Research Fund, for which I think about 50,000 crores was supposed to be spent over 5 years in the overall research, not just pharmaceuticals. But the share of pharmaceuticals, if you really have to emerge in a global stage, that proportion has to go up significantly by almost like 5-6 times the scale at which it is today. That would be about from the direct budget support that I would say. And then also different schemes of the government funded agencies, like BIRAC, when they allocate, what is important is not just large companies, but even if you see research institutions and startups along the life cycle of their development, where significant expenditure is there and there's significant, the risk of funding goes up at that point of time. I think through the life cycle, I think the schemes have to be much more, well designed, administered well, clear outcomes and all that. That's another part of it which needs to be addressed. And then I think if you look at incentives, although this is something which is not often looked at favorably, but at least now the policy talks about it, which is great. There was a weighted reduction which was there, 200% at one point of time, completely rolled back. It needs to come back again, right? And then there are a whole host of things related to innovation. I won't go into details of that, but all these things need to be addressed if we are to be incentivized for innovation. And all I would say is, if you look at the IT industry, you can clearly draw the parallel. If it was recognized as that important, and the government took all steps, tax breaks, changes in the listing requirements for IPOs at that point of time, and also if you see the software technology parks that were established, so many breaks were given, right? So I think this industry deserves more, because in terms of what it can deliver, the value will be much, much more significant than what IT industry can do. That's something I certainly believe in.
Thank you. Dilip, your perspective on this whole discussion on funding?
No, I echo what Satish just now said, is that even though, let's say, in Indian context, Indian companies are bigger, but in global context, all of us are very small. And also, I think we are kind of caught between two worlds, in the sense that a large part of our current investor base invest in our companies because we are a high growth, cash flow generating companies. So we cannot operate like biotech, where we get rewarded for losing more money every year. So I think ability to draw on the government's ability, and I think not only funding, but also various kind of breaks, various kind of methods by which you can what you call encourage and reward innovation will help. I think at the same point of time, I strongly believe that 1 or 2 or 3 successful products out of India and companies becoming successful also create a virtuous cycle and will attract increasing amount of attention from CEOs, because I think a large part of the IPA senior management is focused on building their existing business. So I think it's also important for CEOs to kind of decide to spend an increasingly large part of their own personal time in managing innovation. And I think I see that we are getting there. Only thing is, I many times wish that the speed is a little bit faster.
No, thank you. I think you have, many of you have touched on this other element of talent. I think Nilesh, you made the comment that India is blessed to have about almost 500,000 STEM graduates. That's the envy of the world, right? But still, when you look at the quality of the research and the outcomes in terms of patent filings or citations, or you look at any of those objective measures, I think there is a substantial gap between where we are and where we'd like to be. The other analogy to the point that you were making, I think, Chris, you made, and Dilip, you alluded to, I often think about the analogy with the software services industry from India, right? That has been incredibly successful, but frankly, they haven't been able to produce software products. It's a bit of the same challenge. If you look at, they benefit from the same talent base, they are unbelievable in terms of servicing the services industry, but have somehow not managed to migrate to develop a software product, right? Really, but maybe we'll see it now, because with software as a service. Maybe there are new business models that allow that to happen. Anyhow, my question to you is, with this kind of talent base, right, we're missing, what are we missing on converting that in terms of quality of research? What would you unlock? Who would like to comment? Maybe Pankaj Bhai? I don't know. Pankaj Bhai just dropped off, I saw. Maybe Dilip Bhai, if we can start with you.
No, I think it's a difficult introspection to do because it's easy to kind of reflect on and say that the regulatory framework needs to strengthen and various other things which we don't control. I think it's important for us to also learn how to take higher level of risk beyond what we are taking and genuinely invest into businesses which have more uncertainty and higher risk, but potentially much higher level of research. And that's where I think what you said is that today, whatever product that you develop is going to be compared with the best product being developed anywhere in the world. Because you're developing it in India, nobody's going to cut you slack and say that now your product can be 20% inferior or can have slightly higher side effect profile. Then you have no business, no market. So how do you then create a team in India or outside of India or a hybrid, which is global in terms of its capability and competence, and which is contemporary, constantly learns, and constantly uses that learning to develop a better product. And I think all of these are, as I think Nilesh said, is that it's a very different animal than what you've managed in the past. So gradually, I think we will get there, but there are major important challenges that we also need to learn to fix.
Thank you. Pankaj Bhai, it's good to have you back. We were specifically, I wanted to ask you also, you're on the topic of talent. My question was, despite 500,000 STEM graduates, the quality of research outcomes is lacking. What can we do? What are we missing? You're on mute.
So, Gautam, sorry for being out. I don't know, something went wrong.
Please.
The talent currently, what we have in India, the biggest issue is that our courses are old and they have not been updated as much they should have been. Second is there is no possibility of getting training to these people to understand the latest in that. Given that there are people who have over a period and done it. Now, only way for us to succeed here is to create our own university. We would expect that our education system will improve and change, but that's a decade thing if that has to happen at national level. But for us to develop talent, we need to create our own schools to make sure that those are the people who want to join us are trained, because we already have some people who knows the basic of that. And if we can train them, then it's possible that we can do it. The challenge today is that the opportunities are plenty in India. Once person is trained, so retention is also is a challenge in talent. The most important and the worst part, the difficult part is that some of the talent may not be there in India. If I want an Indian origin person to come and work in India with me, it's very difficult. It's not about money. It's about the comfort, the way they want to do things. So I think it has to be a combined effort of we as industry offering packages which are attractive, but also government offering them something special so that they are attracted to come to India. For like example, if they come to and work in India for next 5 years, they don't pay any tax. For example, I'm just giving you an example. Like that, we need to think about creating some innovative way to attract actually talent coming from that. And we need 1,000 people to come to India. And 1,000 people come to India, we are there. That's what I think we need to do.
Thank you. I'm going to, sorry, Chris, go ahead. You wanted to say something.
Well, I just find it a really intriguing question. First, I would actually disagree that the outcomes aren't there. I'm not sure where the American biotech industry would be without the Indian STEM graduates. I think the issue is not do Indians come up with products. I think it's Indians in India are not coming up with the products, but people of India who go elsewhere certainly do. So the question is, why that? And I think you could look at a couple of different places. And you know, one of the most interesting things that Nubar Afan, who heads Flagship Ventures and is one of the founders of Moderna, will say is that when you're thinking about innovation, you don't want to start from where you are, because if you do that, you are going to just get incrementalism. What you have to do is think about, imagine what could happen, how could you solve a problem, and you start to think about ways that you could actually solve the problem, and then you will find ways to get there. But if you have a very practical approach, and you know, I'm thinking about Dilesh's comments about, you know, the investors want to see EBITDA. I mean, I had the same problem at Sanofi actually. But you know, there's an awful lot of problems, particularly if you think about India. India already has a lot of problems, and to be sitting around and maybe what feels like, you know, do we really need to solve that problem when, you know, we have so many real life problems right now? But, you know, in some ways, I think it's a mindset, because I think obviously there's all kinds of super intelligent, well-trained people in India, but they need to go to an environment like the US to actually realize what they can do. So in some ways, one we need to think about, how do you recreate some of that back in India? Yes, I think actually some of the people coming in, and the point about bringing in people, you don't necessarily need smarter people because you already have smart people, but they may bring a diversity of thought that isn't there and can stimulate different thinking. And this stimulation of diversity of thought, I think is important in the innovative process. But you could probably do a whole, you know, seminar on this. So I'm going to shut up here. It was,
Yeah,
I think
it's great to have you, by the way, Chris, as a believer and a supporter of innovation in India from the US. So thank you for your comments. Pankaj, you had raised your hands.
No, I just wanted to basically say that why our people go to US and become work there successfully and not in India. I think the environment, the whole environment is different. When I go and work in US, I'm not only among the Indian, but I'm with the Chinese, I'm with the Europeans, I'm with the Americans, and I'm also with the Japanese and different people. And I think that creates a kind of a global environment under which ideas really get exchanged and things become much different, which does not happen in India. I have my uncle and brother and sister sitting around in the same lab at times, and then so that's where the whole difference is. And I think that we need to also think, how do we really create this diversified? India has an opportunity, of course, because India is not one country. India also has different people. So we have Gujaratis and Maharashtrians, and we have North Indians, and we have South Indians, and so many other people. Can we not mix them all and to create a different environment? But you come to a particular place, you will find the local people are more than that. And so I think these are the things which you need to think whether that can. I think one of the idea to dwell upon future is, how do you create the people who go to India, from India to US become successful? How can they become successful in India the same way they are in US?
Thank you. Let me try and bring this. You know, we've touched on many dimensions. I think one thing that's clear to me listening to this discussion is there is no dearth of, call it, commitment, right? At least in this group, about wanting to do innovation. I think there is also increasing risk appetite. I think you are all leading the way in your own companies, right, and showing the example to others. I think it's also pretty clear that this can't be done alone. I think you have all reinforced in one way or the other that the system has to be enabling, the government has to do its part, funding isn't going to be easy to access, so a lot of things have to come together. But I want to take Chris's point about, let's imagine the future, right? Let's imagine the future, and I could see two pathways from here, right? One is sort of the path we are on now, and I hate to use the word, but it sounds incremental movement. And I'm just trying to be intentionally a little provocative, and it feels a bit incremental, right? We could still be talking in 10 years from now around some progress, but nowhere close to what we would have liked, right? Is there another path, you know, which is much more leapfrog, much more leapfrog, because we certainly can't wait for this whole ecosystem to come together in India. We can't certainly expect the government to wake up and decide to put billions of dollars into this. They have 100 other problems to address. We all know that. So I'm not sure you want to, we're going to hang a hope on it. So my question is, what is the leapfrog? And, is it Indian companies going outside India and establishing, else, as you said, it's a global market, global talent. We are not limited by India. We go do it like the global companies do. Is it, to Dilipbhai's point, you just need a much higher risk appetite and a different story. Many of you are long-term holders in your companies. You don't have the short-term problem. Well, we all do, but not to the same extent as perhaps, Chris, you had, if I might say, your job.
Yeah, that's true.
We're dealing here with people who own their companies by and large, and that if they can do, they have more degrees of freedom, they can be more long-term, and they have been more long-term. Anyhow, my question is, what's the leapfrog? Let's step back now. What is the leapfrog, and how do we make sure that in 10 years' time, we are still not feeling frustrated and we feel like, we have really moved the needle? Okay, Naresh, let's come up with some provocative ideas.
Gautam, I don't want to answer the question, but I do want to talk about, what I'm hearing here, right? And it's very hard to introspect with Pankaj Bhai because he always calls a spade a spade. Chris, I loved your perspective on the Indian mind because, I think, again, my father used to always hold that view that the Indian mind is one of the finest minds that there is out there. I don't think we should be beating ourselves up for the work that we did on the generic side of the world. I don't think we would be here talking about investing on the innovation side if we had not done that. I don't think India would have had the medicines that it does. I don't think we would have, vaccines like we do in India. COVID would have been a disastrous story across India possibly if some of these things didn't happen. So I don't think we should beat us up about that. This is an opportunity, and I think for India, I think there is a decision to be made. Do we create that ecosystem? Do we create that ability to bring people back? I don't think it's I think it's people trained in that system that we're trying to bring back, right? I don't think it's I think the system, the foundation can be created, but I think it's you do need to bring, like Pankaj Bhai said, let's get 1,000 people back, right? Individual companies will bring 5, 10, 15 people back in any case, but if you want to bring back 1,000 people, if you really want to bring that kind of transformational kind of cultural change, you need to do that at scale, and there have to be some enabling policies around that. But rather than answering your question on the moonshot, I think we should feel really good about what we've created so far. I don't think we should shy away from marginal innovation. I'll go back to that same framework that I talked about incremental leading up to transformational. And I think, again, we do look at P&L. So I think there's a portfolio play there. You put a little bit on the incremental and put a little bit on the transformational. You can't put all of it on the transformational for us, but other companies could. I think that's the joy if you can create an ecosystem across the country, or even in pockets. I think it gives you that ability to do that.
Thank you. So call it leapfrog, call it your pathway, right? Your pathway. Okay, Pankaj Bhai, what is the pathway going forward now? Net.
So I think going forward, I think one thing is very clear. I would say simply, either you innovate or you perish. That's the way the mantra going to be there for the next decade for Indian industry. We will need to innovate more to make our companies more successful going forward. So that's the first thing comes to mind. So it's not just that we want to do it, it's a necessity for us to do it, number one. Number two is that one would talk about basic fundamental research, one would talk about something first-in-class drug, but globally, Gautam, you know that the first-in-class has never been the largest molecule. It's always the second and third, which has been the most successful molecules in the world. So given that, there is good opportunity, as Nilesh was just trying to say, it's an incremental innovation. Because now you not talking about making 10,000 compounds and find a molecule, but you're looking at making maybe fewer compounds and find a molecule. So that's the second thing, which is opportunity, which is in front of us. The whole of the biotechnology space is nascent. And that's one area where we really have a great opportunity to do many things. And I think there is a greater understanding, greater reception to biotech drugs by regulators also globally. So that's another big opportunity. And I think for us, to really move into that is there. The last point is Glenn can say better than me, is that if need be, we need to set up shops outside India to make things happen and to make sure that ultimately as Indian company we become successful. So all of us have multi-locational businesses now, and not purely but originating from India, we call it Indian company, but we are pretty much companies across the world in different countries and different markets. So given that, moving into different places and creating some specific talent-based capabilities may also help. Challenge is, of course, where do we get resources from? And I believe that some help which government is committing now to give us can definitely help us to accelerate this process. So I'm optimistic. I would say we must do significantly more than what we did in last decade. I see the pipeline of people, the way I see interact with my colleagues, I believe we are there and we will achieve that.
Thank you. Dilip, if I can go to you, net, what's your sense of the pathway?
No, I think just like what Pankaj Bhai said, is that next 10 years are going to be far more productive for the industry than the last 10 years. I see a degree of both commitment as well as a strong desire to succeed in this space. I also see that different companies will decide on their own risk appetite. But all of these risk appetite will reflect on different levels of their risk for the innovative products. But I think our ability to grow our business the way we've been able to grow them in the past is linked with our ability to succeed in innovation. We need this new engine of growth to be able to succeed, because all of us are anywhere between $2.5 to $5 billion in terms of size, and already have meaningful market share in the generic market globally. Now, what we don't have is any presence and any success in the specialty business and innovative products, and that's a rapidly growing and a much, much larger piece of global business. And if we are even partially as successful as we are in generic business, I think we will do well. So I'm quite optimistic and positive.
Thank you. Satish?
So I don't have a specific idea, Gautam. I only would reflect on what my colleagues also have been saying, which is to say that, see, we have now brought this to the forefront, right? It's not that, we couldn't have done this 10 years ago or whatever was required. But the issue is, I think it's pertinent and it's imperative that there's a sense of urgency by which all the stakeholders act at this point of time, right? So we're doing our bit. We are the industry. We certainly, will move fast on these areas, absorb a lot of talent, make sure that we have the programs. We'll invest more into new technologies. All those things we'll anyway do. But the thing is, we can't do it alone, right? There is a sense of urgency required at all levels. I'm just not only going to say the government on the regulatory side or funding side and all that, but then when we say that there is a whole ecosystem out there, even if I talk about academic institutions, research institutions, the way they are going about it at this point of time, if they somewhere converge to actually say this is the priority, for the industry, for the country, and the tone I think has been set right from the top at this stage. I mean, the event, what we're discussing at this point of time, should reflect in the actions that will come forward, which will make sure that things move forward, not just in incremental steps, but transformative steps. And, again, I would allude back to the pandemic, what has happened. If we proceeded the same pace as what happened earlier, I mean, the country would not be in this shape, right? Because it created that sense of urgency during a crisis. There were a lot of steps taken. There are lessons that we learned from that, which we're now saying, make it mainstream, and then say that, provide us the platform by which we can take the next leap forward, if I may answer that.
Great. We'll go to Samina, and then I'll try and close with Glenn and Chris and try and wrap up. Samina?
I think, Gautam, lots of viewpoints, except all of them. I think, another important one is academia. And in Western countries, the way academia is well integrated into industry just doesn't happen in India. And I think, where we say that, India has incredible brain capacity, and that's, across all our academic institutions, how do we take that and integrate that? And you saw what Oxford did with AstraZeneca, etc. So there are a lot of examples globally on how innovation starts actually with academia and research houses and then gets taken up by corporations and built through that pathway. So I think, completely agree with what everyone says, and especially with what Nilesh said, that, if we didn't put all our efforts into generics, this is not where India would be on the map to be the pharmacy capital of the world. And I think building of that is important. I think incremental innovation is hard enough to take the journey from where we are to where we want to be, meeting unmet patient needs with different delivery systems, different molecules, different methodologies is innovation in itself. But I think, if you had to leapfrog and look at it where you want to be 10 years later, I think definitely India has to be on that innovation map. And I think, merging the boundaries globally and putting up research shops across the world where the talent is important. Because I think one thing COVID taught us, that there are no barriers, that you can connect with anyone and set up ecosystems around the world and work seamlessly, actually, like we've done over the last 2 years, without physically being in places. And you can hire talent and have talent working in ecosystems that don't necessarily have to be in India, but you can take that research and bring it back to India and create a process of manufacturing out of here, because that's where our strengths are. So yeah, pretty much that's it.
Glenn?
So Gautam, I would say that, having done innovation for the last 20 years now, first with small molecules, then with biologics, set up a facility in Switzerland. Today, given where we are at, right, and done several licensing deals along the way with big pharma, with various companies around the world. Today, given where India is at, right, I think the near-term, way forward is more to use a hybrid model, as Dilip mentioned, where we can draw on some of the learnings of the Western world and help upskill our talent and learn in the near term before we start doing things completely on our own, particularly in large molecules. I think small molecules, India still has significant capabilities which we can leverage in the near term, in the short run. But on the large molecule side, I think it's important to maintain a hybrid approach and draw on some of the learnings from the Western world and build teams globally who can input into what we're doing, challenge what we're doing, and help us learn as we go along in this journey. But all in all, I think the next 10 years for India looks very exciting. Just given this initiative and hopefully the transformation that happens from here with the government involvement and the government backing the industry, the next 10 years looks very exciting, but we'll have to take incremental steps to actually get to being globally competitive.
Chris, any final thought?
Yeah, the objective of a panel like this to stimulate thinking. At the end of the day, India has to decide what's best for India. I would suggest there's two models that one could look at. One is the Italian wine industry. When I grew up, Italian wine was cheap. It was a bottle in a basket. And at some point, they decided, what happens if we made a premium product and really got good at making some fine wines? And they did. They still produce some low-cost wines, but they are now exporting some of the best wines. And I think that's the model that Samina is proposing, that you've got already a capability, move into biosimilars, move into other technologies. Look, the world needs a lot of high-quality, affordable medicines, and there's no reason why India can't continue to be the center of that. But you can also take the model of Korea, a country of 50 million people. At one point they had the crazy idea of developing a car industry, when this was dominated by the Japans, the Germanys, and the United States of this world. So it's a smaller country, and it just gets the government and the entire society behind, and let's go do it. And after they did that, they decided to do the same thing in biotech. You look at a company like SK Bio these days, and that's kind of the leapfrog model. And I think the best thing that one can do is just look at different models and then decide, what does everybody feel comfortable with? But I guess I would just leave the thought that I do think India has an awful lot of advantages that most countries don't have. I think always leveraging your strengths is good, and realizing the strengths that you have. The fact that, if you were to go look at publications in the Lancet or New England Journal, just go look for how many Indian names are on the author list, right? So there's no dearth of talent. There's no dearth of entrepreneurship. You've been able to master very sophisticated technologies. So I think you could go in a lot of different places. You just need to look at models and decide which one you guys are comfortable with. But I think India will you're one of the, not the biggest, you're close to the biggest country in the world, and India will have a major impact on the history of the world, I think.
We're taking a cue from that, Chris, and let me try and wrap up by just a couple of points. I think one, I just want to echo the optimism. I think that is in this group. I think the next decade could really be India's decade. I think if you look at where the world is going, and given what's happening with US and China, I think this could be really India's decade, and this is really our leadership moment. This is a leadership moment, and I think one thing that's pretty clear to me is that the rate of innovation across industries is going to substantially accelerate over the next decade. And the dream that I have hope for our industry coming out of India is, can we double the rate of innovation in the Indian pharmaceutical industry as you define it over the next 10 years? Can we double the rate of innovation, and can we aspire to be a net exporter of innovation? As a country, we've often taken a lot of pride in taking innovation from elsewhere in the world and introducing it in India at low cost, at right price points, and making it accessible. But I wonder whether we could take a cue from, the climate change discussion, where now everyone wants to be net zero. I think, and could we have a rallying cry to be a net exporter of innovation as a country in a decade from now? Now we have to define how to measure it, what defines net innovation, but something like that. So I'm sure once this group of colleagues, they put their mind to something, it can be achieved. So anyhow, that's my dream for you, that we double the rate of innovation and become a net exporter over the next decade. But let me close on time with 1 minute to spare. Thank you all for your thoughts and perspectives. I'm quite energized listening to you all, and I hope our best days are ahead of us on innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great to see everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
See you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gautam Kumra, and all the CEOs for very engaging discussions. I think we thoroughly enjoyed, and we look forward to now the next session. Now we have come to the end of the two-day program, and this is the concluding session. In this session, we have Ms. S. Aparna, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India, and we will be requesting her to make her concluding address. Can we have Madam Aparna? We would like to welcome. Namaskar, Madam.
Namaste. You can see me and hear me, Navneet?
Yes, ma'am. Very well. Thank you very much for joining, ma'am. And on behalf of IP and the entire organizing team, we welcome you. Ma'am, as you know that we are concluding the two-day summit, and today was another busy day. We had 6 sessions. All the sessions concluded with very rich discussions, and we have lots of takeaways. But ma'am, before we invite you to deliver your concluding address, we have an announcement to make. Ma'am, as you know that we had a Grand Innovation Challenge. We had invited entries from across the industry and academia. We received around 56 entries from different institutions and companies, IPA and beyond. So out of this 56 companies, ma'am, we had done the evaluation, a thorough evaluation to do the screening, and we came to a consensus that the 10 entries will be invited for having a live innovation pitch. And today we heard all the 10 innovators, and thank you very much to the evaluators. We partnered with BIRAC, with NIPER, and also Invest India. After the thorough evaluation, we had invited our innovators, and thanks to the jury panel who had done an independent evaluation, and we heard all of them. There were questions and answers, and innovators also defended from their side, and a unanimous decision was taken. So, ma'am, with your permission, I would like to announce names of the innovators. We have selected out of 56, 10 entries to be shortlisted for innovation pitch. And out of 10, we have 4 innovators whose names we are going to announce. And from IPA side, we'll be rewarding them. So, ma'am, the first name from the academia category is Dr. Guha Jayaraman from IIT Madras. And Dr. Guhan's work is in production of controlled molecular weight hyaluronic acid. So congratulations, Dr. Guha. The second category in the second prize in the academic category goes to Dr. Indu Palkor from Punjab University, Chandigarh. She presented her work in the CurePro S wound dressing sponges containing nanocurcumin and Lactobacillus plantarum for infectious wounds dressings. So these are the 2 awards we got from the academia. We had total 6 presentations in the academic category. Moving to the industrial category, the first prize goes to Dr. Girish from Origin. His work on novel oral small molecule antagonist of CD47 for cancer immunotherapy. That was an impressive work, and Dr. Girish gets the first prize. The second prize goes to Dr. Sudip Roy from Pre-Science in silico. That work is into the in silico work, the computational analysis. That was an impressive work, and we have got these 4 names, ma'am, to announce. So, ma'am, please join us to congratulate our winners. And we would like to invite you now to deliver your address with few remarks on the Grand Innovation Challenge winners. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Navneet. And first of all, I think I should congratulate all the 4 winners, both from the institutions and industry, and also congratulate IPA for holding this challenge, which has, I think, generated significant interest with 56 participants coming up. And I'm sure, many more of the ideas that had been presented must have been extremely worthy of being pursued. So my congratulations to all the winners.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah. So I have been following off and on the proceedings of the last 2 days. And in this last concluding session, again, I would offer my deep appreciation to the IPA, the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance. I have always held in the last 1 year that I have had the opportunity to be working in this sector. I have always held that the IPA is an example of a very cohesive, a very informed and mature industry association, which always thinks ahead, thinks of a wider perspective, thinks, plans and pursues objectives that are not narrow commercial objectives, but larger societal and in fact global objectives. And this innovation summit, which has been organized by IPA with bringing together several other industry associations, several other players, I think is an example of the leadership that the IPA does provide to the entire sector. And so my deep appreciation to the entire team here of IPA and of course all the members of the Alliance. As I mentioned, I think we got off to a very good start with the Honorable Prime Minister articulating the importance of innovation for the pharmaceutical sector, not just for India, but in terms of what India offers to the whole of the globe, to whole of mankind. And second, by his articulation the commitment of the government to support the industry on its journey of innovation. I think these two extremely important and encouraging messages have set the tone or the stage for this two-day summit. And I would like to conclude by perhaps just sharing my thoughts. I would not call it an address, but sharing my thoughts which have been stimulated by what I have been hearing over the last few days, last couple of days, and of course during the CEO roundtable, which I was privileged to witness and hear. I would like to say that this is an industry, or this is a sector that has achieved a lot. If we were to look at the sector in comparison with other manufacturing sectors in India, if we were to look at the sector's achievements in terms of the challenges that the sector has vis-a-vis other manufacturing industries, undoubtedly the achievements and the attainment of this pharmaceutical industry are, I would say, extraordinary. You know, there are inherent challenges in the pharma industry because of three issues that perhaps do not impact other manufacturing to quite the same extent. One, as I have also mentioned earlier, is the extent of regulation that pharmaceutical industry faces, and it is necessary because these are the products that would be applied to human beings and impact the life and health of individuals, and therefore the regulatory oversight is inevitable, but it is certainly an additional area for the industry to attend to, which perhaps if you were manufacturing something else, perhaps the extent of regulation may have been would be a little less. I mean, there is equally important to have regulation if you were manufacturing helmets, for example, or you are manufacturing, food and packaged foods and drinks. But I think here this is one aspect. The second is certainly the price regulation that again is an aspect that is more seen in the pharmaceutical sector than in any other manufacturing sector or many other manufacturing sectors. And that again is a public health objective. It is a public objective. It is a societal requirement given our country, the size of the population, the number of people who may not be as well to do as we would like them to be. And therefore the question of price regulation also is one of the aspects of factors that have impacted this industry. And the last I would say is also the manufacturing processes are also governed by a lot of the environmental issues and needs that make it sometimes perhaps challenging to organize your manufacturing, and it is an additional load. Despite these three additional factors that pharmaceutical sector faces as one of the manufacturing sectors, I would say that the industry has done a great, has done really well. And that I say because this is again one of the few industries which has a huge global presence. It has global exposure. The export markets are very well developed, and whenever an industry gets global exposure, it naturally builds on its competitiveness, and there is that cross-border influences that help the industry to grow perhaps in a more competitive, in a more innovative manner. So I think this is one of the advantages that the pharmaceutical industry already has. The second advantage is, of course, as was mentioned by several, is the large talent pool that we have. When I read, journals or articles talking about future developments in both pharmaceuticals and to some extent medical devices, I see many of the voices are Indian voices working in global companies or across the world. And that shows that there is a huge talent pool that is available to the Indian pharmaceutical industry, both within the country and a pool that can be tapped from the diaspora from outside our borders. So this is yet another advantage that the industry enjoys. And the third, as I said, is the leadership. I really do believe that the leadership, the industry leadership of the pharmaceutical sector is one of the three top advantages that the sector enjoys, and I have been witness to it, and I am sure that this kind of leadership will certainly provide a very strong direction to where the industry goes next. So I would like to celebrate the achievements and the potential that the pharmaceutical sector has in India. We have been discussing and deliberating over the last 2 days on how we make the pharmaceutical industry more innovative, why innovation has become important. And I think it is perhaps important to realize that we are at a watershed or at a point in time where the forces and the energies are coming together. No transformation happens overnight, however much it may appear to have happened overnight, but no transformation, whether it is individual, institutional, or civilizational, happens overnight. It is a series of small events, a series of small measures, developments that culminate in a churning, in a boiling, and from that you distill this elixir, this amrit, or something that you think is, world changing. And those small developments, those small changes have been happening in both the public and the private space in the pharmaceutical sector. And I think this is the time when the realization that we are ready to move into a next phase of growth is become very clear and very apparent. So it is an exciting time. I would see this as a time full of potential. I see this as a time when the excellent leadership in the industry will actually be able to rise to the occasion and provide that impetus which is required. We also heard during the last 2 days the main concerns around how we move along this pathway of innovation. And I would put them into 3 buckets, the concerns. The first is the regulatory burden, which has been time and again mentioned by the industry leaders and also addressed by the regulators in the discussions that on the panel that had the regulators on it. And it is true that we need to restructure or redesign regulatory framework to give it a bias in favor of innovation. And Mr. Pankaj Patel just mentioned the report that he was one of the authors and I would say the leaders in that report that we have used as the basis for the draft policy that we published in late October. And the report goes into great details of what is it that it takes for an innovator to be able to bring his product to the market. It is also talks about what it takes for the innovation process to be navigating a large set of regulatory authorities, agencies, and processes. So that is one concern which I believe will have to be tackled head on if we are to ensure that we can make this transition to an innovation-led industry less painful. The second concern, again, which has been mentioned by many of the speakers, is regarding the funding of innovation. And although we have some very large pharma companies with a lot of financial muscle, I think the ability to divert or reserve or dedicate resources to funding innovation has a lot to do with the risk appetite and the return expectations of every company or every industry. And that is where I do believe that while government incentives and government support will be important, what will be important is a facilitatory environment that gives confidence for risk taking by industry. And there, of course, we have some very good news coming out by the end of November, hopefully next week. And that would, I am very hopeful, indicate to the industry that the government has walked the talk in terms of supporting and incentivizing investments for innovative products. Of course, much more has to be done, and any fiscal support, any regulatory support works in a larger governance ecosystem, as all of us know, and it is a process that all of us will have to work together in. The third concern is I think, largely the fragmentation of research effort, if I can put it in that way, and the sense of disconnect between academia and industry. And this concern also requires both structural as well as cultural changes and change in attitude and mindset in the way we do things. And I am happy again to share with all of you that based on the report which was prepared with the industry's captains leading it, we have in the policy paid a lot of attention to creating that ecosystem for innovation, which includes bringing the industry and the academia closer to each other, again in a systematic manner. Today it's probably it's quite inorganic, it is ad hoc, it is opportunistic, but a systematic regime that brings in industry and academia by identifying areas for cooperation, identifying strengths of the one and the other that can be brought in for synergy. That is one of the highlights or one of the main focus areas of the policy that is out there for discussion. And here I would say that there are several good examples, not just in outside India, but also within India, that we can certainly use. And I do not think it is absolutely necessary that every industry should set up a new university or every company should feel obliged to set up a new school. What we need is to build closer working of the industry with our academic institutions, our research institutions, to see that the curriculum is organized, updated, made contemporary on an ongoing basis, and the academic institutions see themselves as providing a service to the industry, in the sense that the manpower that they are bringing out or developing should be that which meets the needs of the industry, not currently, but also in a futuristic manner. So there is work that can be done there, and it is not, in my opinion, very difficult. There would be a need to shed inhibitions, bring down barriers between academic institutions, particularly in the government space, and industry, but it can be done. So therefore, I would like to end by perhaps trying to distill what I have heard in the last 2 days or so, and that is 3 words or 3 processes that would be important if we are to go along this innovation space. And I'm very clear that if we don't do that, we are looking at at the very real possibility of decline. So the 3 processes that I think are going to be important, which will help the industry to fulfill its potential and also address the 3 concerns that I talked about. So the 3 would be prioritization, optimization, and collaboration. I don't think I need to elaborate too much, but prioritization, because and optimization because of time, effort being limited, and the need to do more with less. Um, as was mentioned, it's not that we are trying to bring 500 new products, but if we are able to prioritize exactly what we would like to be known for, what we would like to work for, as as was mentioned, do we want to work on the neglected diseases? Do we want to work on something that will grow the export market? I think that prioritization is something that industry has to work out for itself, and that would be a very important process if we are to get earlier results than otherwise. Similarly, optimization both in the use of financial resources, in the use of human talent, in the use of effort and energy would be extremely important, because resource optimization is one of the drivers of innovation. I find that when people are pushed to a corner, the creative energies they flow. And the third, collaboration, is something which I personally think will be extremely important. Collaboration, even within government, we have about 25 to 30 research institutions which are spread over different departments. Only 7 of the research institutions are in the Department of Pharmaceuticals. A larger number are in the Department of Biotechnology, and we have talked about how biopharmaceuticals are a huge new universe for the Indian pharma sector to explore. Then in CSIR, we have very fine, old, very mature institutions. You have the IITs working on some areas. You have institutions even in the defense organizations that work on pharma and related subjects. So collaboration within government is also important, and we have suggested an interdepartmental research council for pharma, which will bring together the efforts of all these organizations. Collaboration between research institutions and industry, again, equally important. And I do believe that perhaps collaboration within industry, between the large pharma which have the resources, and the startups and the entrepreneurs who are looking for angel investing or support, will also be important, because often mature industry does not have the organizational culture that pursues risk taking. So building that organizational culture may also be possible if one is able to collaborate across segments within the industry. So these were the 3 processes that I thought would be important going forward. I would just end by saying that I'm extremely grateful that the industry has taken this leadership. The industry is supportive of the policy direction that we are looking at. Of course, individual measures will flow from each of these policy prescriptions or directions, but it is a policy that has to be pursued consistently and tenaciously over a 5 to 10 year period if it is to be supportive of the industry's own efforts. So I do hope that this is the first of that engagement, that journey that we need to walk together on. Often there is a tendency to compare with X or Y situation, maybe other countries or other sector, but each of us have the capacity, I think, to build our own destiny or our own future. And there would be learnings from other situations, but they have to be adapted, not only to the sector as it is, in our case, the pharmaceutical sector, but also time. You see, perhaps what could be done 20 years ago cannot be done today, and what could not have been done 20 years ago, it is possible to do that kind of a collaboration or a support or a government intervention today. So I would just leave you with that final thought, and again convey my very deep appreciation to the whole of IPA, all the industry captains who are here today, the CEOs, all our speakers, members from the government as well as from industry, for being with us on the two-day summit, and assuring you always of my support, my interest and engagement on anything that we need to do in a constructive manner. For us in government, affordability, quality of medicines will continue to be the main goal, and how we can help industry to innovate to further pursue this goal of universal healthcare, better health outcomes will be a very strong part of our the way we work with the industry. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and also, as I said, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think we are deeply thrilled by your words, and thank you very much for all the support organizing this summit from DOP officials and from your side, ma'am. I would now like to invite Mr. Pankaj Patel, Chairman, Cadila Healthcare, to deliver the closing remarks for this summit. Mr. Pankaj Patel, please.
Thank you, Navneet. I think it is 2 days of this event, which we have been planning for over more than 18 months time now. And it's only the COVID which delayed us is coming to an end. And I think I being the last person speaking on these concluding remarks, I must acknowledge that this whole event has gone much beyond even what I had expected. And I want to thank everyone who has made this possible. Over the last 2 days, we had very thoughtful sessions, and this is the first Global Innovation Summit. I'm sure that more are going to come in. Periodicity would be deliberated among ourselves and decided that how often we should do this. More importantly, I think the summit started first ever on the right tone. Our Honorable Prime Minister came to inaugurate this conference, but not only that, he acknowledged the industry's contribution and also highlighted what can be done further by the industry. Few of his thoughts, particularly in the area of becoming self-reliant on raw material and looking at the traditional medicine, how we can develop them into scientific based as global requirement and create global opportunity for that, are very noteworthy suggestions he made. I think making us the pharmacy of the world, he rightly defined, is the combination of high quality, high quantity, and efficiency has made us the pharmacy of the world. And I think we must thank the Prime Minister and also the Honorable Minister for Family Health and Family Welfare and Chemical and Fertilizer, that he also acknowledged the contribution industry made, particularly in the COVID times. So I think the tone of the summit has been set rightly. On the personal level, I think it is the movement which I started along with my colleagues I think a couple of years back. And I think I'm seeing that now we are reaching to a stage where whatever is actually required to be done for the benefit of people of India is actually coming to reality. I think as Indian pharmaceutical industry, I would commit that we are all committed to make things happen, that not only we innovate, but we produce quality medicine and we offer newer solution, not only to people of India, but also to the world. IPA always have been, the association's motto has been that how do we take the industry from here to the next level? And in 2015, we decided that we need to get into the next level of quality. And we embarked upon marking ourselves against the global quality, created and programs around quality enhancement across the industry, kept open for whole industry and not only to the experts. And through that, we have moved a lot. Now moved into this very important next milestone for the industry, which is innovation. This thing would have been, other than this event, we have been doing something additional things there. One is we have created Innovation Exchange Forum. So knowledge action between industry and the 6 selected CSR Institute, the NIPERS, is what is basically being done and planned now. And also capability building program in partnership with WHO and JSS Academy of Higher Education is also being planned. PA is also collaborating with the Pharmacy Council of India to basically improve the course curriculum so that we have better talent coming out of that. And of course, PCI is designing this new program with the help of our people. And also we are trying to help them in teaching the teachers in our plants and our research labs. So I think that's going to be another important milestone in terms of creating talent for that. So apart from this event, which happened just now, a lot of other things are being done. That's what I was trying to help. So I think we are also going to now soon bring out a monthly newsletter covering the latest news and development in the biopharma sector. And it will cover the area of drug delivery, regulatory science and policy updates, digital innovations, perspective from leaders, licensing and collaboration agreements, development of biosimilars, gene and cell therapy, and so on. And this newsletter will be definitely available to all stakeholders in the biopharmaceutical space, which would be very useful for people to learn and get motivation from whatever happening, not only in India, but across the world. In this summit, we had variety of sessions in last 2 days. And we deliberated on various areas, which collectively makes the heart of the innovation ecosystem. And I'm sure areas which now have come from many people who have contributed here, we are going to compile into a report which would basically discuss among ourselves and also with the concerned people to create next action plan for our association. I think India has the strength and India has this opportunity now. And I think we are all committed to make this happen. I would end up by repeating what our Prime Minister says. He said, ideate in India, innovate in India, make in India, and make for the world. With this word, I want to thank all of you for participating into this. And particularly, I would like to thank all the government officials, the support they provided, and also our IPA office led by Mr. Sudarshan Naik and the team that has created phenomenal effort in making this program a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patel. Thanks for your inspiring words and be the torchbearer of this innovation agenda for IPA. I would now like to invite, last but not the least, the Secretary General for Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, Mr. Sudarshan Jain, to formally close the session and deliver the vote of thanks. Mr. Jain, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good evening, good morning. We are now coming to the end of the first Global Innovation Summit. It has been a great learning experience, and I'm sure it has been very insightful for all of us. This event has been unique in multiple ways. 12 sessions, 40 eminent speakers from India and across the globe, comprising of government, industry, academics, researchers, and also most important is Honorable Prime Minister inaugurating the summit and Honorable Health Minister and Family Welfare and Minister Chemicals and Fertilizers being there. I've been in this industry for over 40 years and I've never seen Prime Minister inaugurating the
the Innovation Summit, particularly in the sector of pharmaceuticals. I'd like to thank all the government officials who participated in the summit. A special thanks to Secretary Madam Aparna and her team for continuously guiding us through this journey, especially for this summit. I'd also like to thank her for unfolding the draft R&D document, which is going to be the milestone in moving forward in the journey of innovation. She also highlighted in her concluding address prioritization, optimization, and collaboration. And Madam, we are really inspired, and you saw the energy part in the CEO session, and everyone in the industry is committed to take forward this agenda. I'm thankful to all speakers and panelists who contributed to the rich discussion in the summit. I'd like to thank McKinsey, our knowledge partners, Invest India, Professor Arvind Sai from IIM Ahmedabad, and I would like to thank all OPPI, IDMA, CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, TAI, BIRAC, Pharma Bureau, CSIR, NIPER, who all came together for the first time in the Indian industry, which shows the commitment of everyone to take forward this agenda. I'd like to thank Expand, the event management partner, our communication partner is PAC, and the IPA team, which has been working with the IPA executive team for last 2 years, as Pankaj Bhai already highlighted in his remarks. I'd like to express my gratitude to President IPA, Mr. Sameer Mehta, IPA Executive Council, for their continuous support and guidance throughout this effort. Thank you, Pankaj Bhai, who has been the guiding and driving force for this agenda of innovation. And he brought everyone in the industry together to take forward this agenda. We'll continue to seek your guidance, Pankaj Bhai, to take forward this agenda. Importantly, I want to thank all the participants who are still there at the late time, as particularly in India. The summit was for all of us, and it will be a start of a great conversation. Patient is the center of everything what we do. The summit will be definitely thought starter, as was pointed out in the CEO summit, that innovation is a long-term agenda, it is a transformational agenda, it requires integrated efforts, coordinated efforts. But I'm sure all of us will work together to take forward this agenda. India has got unique advantage in terms of technology, demography, and pharmaceutical sciences, and we will all collectively find the answer, which was evident in the CEO session, most sought after session of this event. Thank you very much once again to all of you. Thank you, Madam Secretary, to be there with us in the concluding address. Thank you, IP leadership team. Thank you, Pankaj Bhai, once again. And thank you to all the participants and all the supporters of this innovation agenda. Thank you very much. Namaskar to all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Sudarshan Jain. We draw our motivation from you. So this brings us to the end of this two-day summit. Thank you for being a very wonderful audience. All those of you joining on our social media channels, thank you very much for all your posts and feedback. We will see you very shortly, maybe in next summit or at some other opportunity. Till then, have a nice weekend, keep healthy and keep innovating. Thank you very much. Namaskar.